This is my partner, Sergeant Trombley.
Hi, nice to meet you. You too. Hi.
So, before we even begin, I just got sort of a little taste of what was happening here tonight. There's some housekeeping things that we must take care of beforehand. You came down here to the police department under your own free will.
Yes, sir.
You came here to discuss something. So what I need to tell you this is, although it took key codes and passwords to get into the building, you are not locked in here. You can leave at your own free will. None of these doors are locked. And when you walk out of this hallway, look on either both ends of the hallway, you'll see 2 exit signs. You have free access to leave at any time. Unless you tell me something that is bona fide and I could confirm, then we're going to discuss the next leg of this sort of journey we have tonight. Before we go any further here, why don't you tell me your full name?
William Leverett.
Okay, what's your date of birth, William?
If you want my full name, Winters is my middle name.
William Winters Leverett?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your date of birth?
June 18th, 1991.
Okay, how old are you?
27.
What's your current address?
Locks, Connecticut.
Okay, you are? What's your date of birth? Okay, what's your address? Okay, and the reason I'm also asking you to say this verbally so I just don't have to write it down is everything that we say in this room is audio video recorded. So I'm not going to sit here and insult you by taking my focus off of what you have to tell me tonight by jotting down notes. I'm going to refer back to the audio and video for any particulars that I need. Perfect. So oftentimes when I ask you something or say something, it's not to either discount or not believe what you're telling me. Oftentimes I say it just so it's a little clearer for the record and for everybody else. Okay, so I'm sorry, once again, with your name, date of birth, and address. Okay, how are we all connected here? How are the 4 of us connected? How do we all know each other?
Church. Yeah.
Church. Through church.
I pastor a church which all of them are affiliated. And tonight we were having a little gathering at my place, kind of inviting the community in. And his wife were with me, and whom I've known for many years, called me up and said, I need to talk to you immediately with Will. And I said, okay, come over. Okay. And they did, and that's how we're here. Okay. This evening, clearly with some of the information that you want to give to us, there's going to be a lot of details in what we're going to be asking you. I'm sorry, how old are you again?
27.
27. Are you on any medications?
No, not currently.
No? Any alcohol, anything on board that I need to be aware of?
No, I don't do drugs or drink or anything.
Okay. Diagnosed with any medical conditions that I need to be aware of?
No. Okay.
When we start getting into sort of the meat and potatoes of our conversation, I'm going to ask that we limit who else is in this room. Okay. So you're a grown man. I appreciate the fact that your friends are here. I'm going to ask that they excuse themselves. And are you comfortable just talking with me and my partner?
Of course.
Okay. Throughout this process, you folks will all stay here for a bit?
Okay.
Can you?
Yes, it's... How long, sir? It's getting late.
I'll tell you what we can do. It is getting late.
I gotta go back to his apartment, get my motorcycle and drive.
Why don't we do this? For the time being, I'm going to have you, the 3 of you, sit with another officer.
That'd be great.
And they could take some of your... they're going to take your pedigree information, your name, address, all of that information. Again, your best contact telephone numbers.
Yep.
But if you can, just hang here as long as possible in case I need to come out and grab you for anything.
Sure.
Okay? Fair enough? Mm-hmm. You wanted to say something first.
I just have to get up at 5 and be with toddlers all day. I was hoping to get out when I could.
Okay. Okay. So... you know what we'll do then is, why don't I excuse the 3 of you? You could go into this office over here. I'm going to introduce you to another detective we have. Okay. And you folks independently, I would like, what he'll do is he'll start with you first. Yeah. You could go in, he'll discuss with you some of the things that you know. And then we'll move on down and we'll try to get you out of here as rapidly as possible. We'll start with you for the toddlers, okay? You okay to sit here for a few minutes? Is that your
Sure
bottle
thing.
of water?
Yes.
Do you need anything else before we begin?
The bottle of water is great.
Okay, do you need a restroom break or anything else?
Well, not until I finish it.
Not until, okay. Okay, if we could all stand up, and I'm going to ask you if you could take this seat where this young lady was. Okay.
Oops.
Oh, yeah, I'm a little clumsy tonight.
Well, I had a bunch. Kind of looks like we woke you up.
Well, yeah, that, and I have a really bad case of poison ivy or something on my face.
Oh, no.
So I got some medication going on right now, but that's okay. That's okay. I don't need sleep.
Huh. Neither do I.
Okay, again, now that we don't have a room full of people,
Okay.
we're going to talk a little bit more personal about some things.
Perfect.
William Winters Leverett.
Yes, sir.
Did you go by Bill or William?
Just Will or William.
Will? Okay.
Most people call me Will.
Will?
They all call me Will.
Okay. All right, Will, I'm going to say this again, and I want to make sure you understand this. You came to the police department under your own free will.
Yes, sir.
You came here to talk to a couple of detectives about an incident that occurred a couple years back. Like I said, when we had a room full here, although it took key codes to get into the building, none of these doors are locked. That prevents you from leaving.
Okay.
If you, and the way Sergeant Trombley is sitting, he's not blocking the door in any manner whatsoever. When you leave this room, left or right, you'll see two big glowing exit signs, and you could exit the building freely either side of the building. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and you want to stay here and talk with me about an incident that occurred. Let me just make sure that so William Will Winters Leverett.
Yes.
Okay. All right, why are you here to talk to us?
I'm here to turn myself in for the murder on Iron Horse Boulevard almost 4 years ago.
Okay. Tell me about it.
Where do you want me to start?
Where were you living at the time?
I was living with my grandparents other side of the river.
Yeah.
Group in Hartford, and that night I came home and there was nobody at home and I was a little lonely, so I went out for a walk and I was just gonna go for a cool walk on the path, and I don't know what happened, what came over me or what happened.
So let me ask you this, and we're going to go step by step, and if I stop you or back up or go forward or it's not to discount or discredit anything you're saying, I just want to make sure I'm really painting a mental picture in my head, okay?
Of course.
Because, clearly we want to make sure we're talking about
the
proper incident. So you said sex offender.
Yes.
So were you arrested for a sex crime before?
In Colorado, yes.
Okay.
Closer to 9 years ago now.
Okay. And you're how old now? I'm sorry, once again?
27.
You're 27? So on that evening when you were living at 21 Goodrich with your grandparents,
Yes.
you came home that evening. Now, how often do you still go?
No, I was relinquished of my need to attend those like 3 years ago.
All right. Now, when you were going,
maybe 4 years.
all right.
Sorry. Maybe it was something like 2.5. I don't know.
Okay.
I think it was close to 2.5 years ago.
Okay. When you went for these, how would you get there?
I drove myself.
Okay. Were these the same evening all the time?
It was always Thursday evening. Floating dust speck. Yes, they were always on Thursday evenings, unless if one of the could not make it and they would reschedule it for another day. But for barring existential circumstances, It was always on Thursday evenings.
Where?
It was called the, which is...
Do you remember the address?
I don't. It was right next to Hartford Superior Court, though, right next to their parking garage. It's also referred to sometimes as a... You don't really know what that stands for, though. That's what... If we were ever talking to... So, that's an acronym. I'm not really sure what it stands for.
No worries. Okay. So these were always on Thursday evenings. And do you remember about what time of year this was?
It was November. Sometime in November. I'm not sure when exactly.
All right. Do you remember what time these began and ended?
I recall... I think they started at, like, somewhere between 4 and 5, and they usually lasted about an hour and a half.
Oh, 4 or 5 that last about an hour and a half. So you would drive yourself there.
Yeah.
And what time would you generally come straight back to your grandparents' house afterwards?
Yes, so...
Okay, what time did you arrive home that night? Do you recall?
I would say it was maybe like 7, maybe?
Okay.
Maybe 6.
Okay. Before I get off track, and I'm going to bounce a lot here.
That's
Excuse
okay.
me.
That's all right.
Will, what is your cell phone number?
Well, I don't have it anymore. I gave it
Okay.
to my friend so
right.
she could extract contact info from
Okay.
it and write down a list of names and people for me.
What was it at the... what was your telephone number?
It is 860-3. I can give you a number of somebody who's always going to be able to get in touch with me, though, if you're interested.
Okay.
It's a friend of mine named... Yes.
Okay.
And his number is...
Now, let me ask you,
Yes.
have you had that number for a length of time?
Mm,
Did you have it 4 years ago on the night
No.
that this happened?
no, I've only had that number about maybe 2 years.
Do you know what number you had prior?
I believe.
And was that in your name? Or was
I-
it through your grandparents?
It wasn't through my grandparents, but I think I had a track phone at the time.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it's really registered at all.
Gotcha.
I'm
You
not
just
really-
pay as you go.
I was just a pay as I go saying, yeah.
Okay, and you're pretty confident that been the number?
Pretty sure.
Okay.
I was texting at the time with that phone number.
Who's
my friend that was in here sitting with us?
Oh, the girl in
Yes.
the middle. Okay, I'm sorry. You were texting her previously with that number?
Yes. So I believe that at the time of this incident, it was the same number.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to recap. So these sex offender treatments at DRP were generally Thursday evenings.
Yes.
The Thursday evening you're talking about was sometime in November.
Yeah.
And your sessions are usually they begin about 4 or 5 and they last about an hour and a half.
Yes, I would say
That
so.
evening, as you said, right after the treatment, you drove yourself back to Simsbury to your grandparents' house at Goodrich.
Yes.
Then what? And your grandparents weren't home.
They were at home, so I tried texting if she could hang out, and I never got a response. So I just kind of was driving around because I find it to be pleasant. I find it to be relaxing, and I was just driving around Simsbury because I really didn't know other towns outside of Simsbury at the time. I'd only been here a few years. I hadn't explored beyond Simsbury, and so and I eventually stopped along Iron Horse Boulevard, and I was just walking along the path, and I was seeing people's dogs and just kind of...
Where'd you park your car?
Well, first I parked it up by the post office, and
Across the street from the police department?
yeah,
Okay.
and it was next to the post office, and then I moved my car a short distance down by. There is an old pizza place. I don't know if it's still there.
Mm-hmm. The one that faces
People's Choice, yeah.
The one that faces the park. Okay, you moved your car down there.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your intention when you left your grandparents' house to drive down to the boulevard?
It was just to kind of listen to some music.
Mm-hmm.
I had just found a Christian radio station,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just listening to the music, and
If you can't remember things, Will, I don't want you to fill in the blanks. But clearly, this is a significant night in your life. So I'm
sorry. I'm not trying to fill in blanks. I know everything.
Okay.
I just kind of only got like 3 hours of sleep last night,
Yeah.
and I kind of went to bed at only 5:30.
Okay.
So I'm just a little groggy. But
yeah, sure.
And I fortunately woke you up too. And so I parked down by People's Choice, and I was just going to go walking on a different part of the path, and I saw a woman running, and I don't know what came over me. I had a knife in my car. It was originally meant to be a present for my grandmother, but I did not wind up giving it to her because she would have been upset that I spent money I couldn't afford to spend. So I just kept it in the car. Originally it was for a more practical reason. If I ever needed to cut my seatbelt out in a car accident, that was the idea.
What kind of knife was it?
I don't really know. It was like a carving knife, or thin blade, about 8 inches long, an inch wide. Not what you would use like a chef's knife for cutting vegetables, but just like if you're going to carve a ham or something.
Okay, so you purchased it for your grandmother as a gift, but then you thought, wow, she may get mad that you spent money on it. Where did you buy it? Do you recall?
Walmart.
How long before this happened?
Maybe 3 or 4 months.
Oh, it's been in your car that long.
It had been, yeah.
Oh, was it one of these things? Like I know, oftentimes, I've purchased knives before, and sometimes they'll come in like plastic sheathing, and
yeah.
So was it in that the whole time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so it was this one night that you took it out.
Yeah.
All right, so go from there.
And I don't know what came over me. I had just she was a new friend to me at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I had not told her about my sex offense at the time, and I had not told her about my sex offense at the time, and I was afraid that if I told her, that she would reject me as a friend,
Mm-hmm.
and I was embarrassed and scared. And I figured, well, if I just kill somebody, it'll make all that go away. I won't even have to explain myself.
How so? What do you mean by that?
Meaning, well, it's a long story, but my probation is 10 years, so I'm still on it.
Mm-hmm.
My probation is 10 years, I'm still on it. And they are, and at the time I had only been on my probation for about 3 years, maybe about 3 years, and I was kind of thinking looking forward to 7 years. That was daunting enough, and sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no.
That was daunting enough, and then my friend, who did not know about my sex offense at the time, I was afraid if I told her that she would reject me. And so I acted out of fear, and something else that I can't really explain compelled me to get out of my car and walk over to the path.
You can't explain verbalizing, or you don't want to?
I would say I don't know what overcame me.
Okay.
So I feel like I was acting beyond my own control.
Mm-hmm.
And
Do you know? And I'm going to let you take a breather here for a second because you need it. This person that was running, you knew immediately it was a woman?
Uh-huh.
How? Did you see her earlier in the evening?
I didn't see her earlier in the evening, just by body shape and running style.
When you initially parked up at the post office and you were walking down in that area, had she passed you? Or
I don't think so. I
Okay.
hadn't seen her before.
So you hadn't seen this person until after were you sitting in your car at People's Choice? Or were you on the path?
No, I was on the path.
Where on the path?
If you go just a little past People's Choice, there's a dark spot, and I parked my car there. And I think it was about that point that I decided to do what I did.
Did you drive your car across the street, or how'd you get across the street?
I just walked across the street.
Okay, the dark part just past People's Choice.
There's like there's a tall building. It's just pure cement, no windows, and the light from other angles was obscuring that part of the road, if you want to call it that.
So when you walked across the street, did you walk directly across the street, or did you have to walk elsewhere?
No, I just walked directly across, over the median and over the...
Now, when you first walked across the street, although by People's Choice it was a darkened area, wasn't there was a lot of street lights on the other side?
Well, when the first place I parked my car was up at the post office. And when I say I parked next to People's Choice, it wasn't like directly in front of it. It was down where I said that dark alley was there. And I parked my car there. And
Okay, we'll circle back to that. But so when you walked across the street, did you see this person running in your direction? And is that
Yes.
the purpose of going across the street?
I think it had a factor.
Okay.
Suddenly I had the urge. I brought my knife with me.
And this was all because you felt you may be rejected by your friend.
Yes. Who, unknown to me, I did not know if she was attracted to me, but I was very attracted to her. And I was afraid that she would say no.
Yeah.
Which actually did happen over later on.
Okay.
But first I was just more afraid that she would say no to being my friend.
Was your intention to harm somebody? Was your intention to rape somebody? Was your intention to sexually assault? Was it to hurt, scare, or was it the intention to kill?
I think originally it was the intention to scare, but not to, it might have been the intention to kill, I'm not sure. It's a long time ago. Some of these details of how I was feeling have been lost.
Sure.
But, I did bring the knife with me, so it may have been my intention to kill.
When this woman was running, are you familiar with the boulevard? You lived in the area for a little while.
I was semi-familiar with it.
And I don't, if I'm going to say some things.
Okay.
And if they're improper or if you don't know, I don't want you to just follow along just to appease me. I'm gonna describe the area down there, and I don't want to lead you down any certain direction you're not sure you want to go.
Yeah.
My point is this: I'm a visual learner.
Okay, as am I.
So that's why I'm going to ask you, and they always say sort of the devil's in the details. So I'm going to ask you a lot of minute details that may seem insignificant to you and your purpose of being in here tonight. But I want to make sure that we're all on the right page, okay?
Yeah.
So where People's Choice is,
Yes.
and where the post office is.
Yeah.
So the post office is north of People's Choice.
Yes.
Okay, so you got that.
Yeah.
All right. So if People's Choice was north, the post office was north of People's Choice. Your parents live on grandparents live on Goodrich, right?
Yes.
So what direction would that be?
That would be over the river and north.
Over the river and north, okay.
Yeah.
So it'd be east and then so northeast.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this woman, was she running south to north or north to south?
North to south.
Okay. Was she running with anybody else?
No.
Did she have anything identifying on her that you knew this was a woman?
Other than skin tight clothing and visually identifiable breasts, and that was the only thing that was identifiable as a woman.
Now, if you're at People's Choice, in that darkened area, and you're looking north at a woman coming south, very dark that time of the night, maybe not a great line of sight, at what point do you recognize this is a female running toward me?
I realized, actually, when I was still across the street in the alley near People's Choice.
Were you standing outside of your car watching?
I don't think I was out of my car yet at that point.
Okay. Did she have... I know oftentimes, people will run and they'll have maybe music on their arm. Sometimes they don't even use earbuds, and you could just hear the music. Did she have music playing that you know of?
Not that I know of. I know she had a headlamp.
She had a headlamp on. Okay. Do you recall the color of her clothing?
I think it might have been black and pink, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
So, I seem to remember it being that color anyway.
So as she gets to you, or gets closer to you, where are you standing at this time?
Facing north, directly across from a darkened alleyway. Thinking back on this whole thing, I think I just wanted to see her, maybe look at her a little bit. And when I went across the street, there were no street lights. There was a section of streetlights that were completely out, so it was very, very dark in that area. So, like, along the running path, there are lights, and at the time, there was a string of maybe 5 or 6 of them that were out in that particular area. And it was my goal. It was my original intent to just walk past, maybe not even to scare.
Did you just want to see a female?
Yes.
Yeah. Was your intention when you were texting your friend? Excuse me, I don't know. When you were, do you know any?
There's a that I used to work with at work at one point, a long time ago.
Okay. Other than that work associate, you don't know any?
No.
Okay. So you were feeling a little rejected by
even rejected.
Okay.
Fear of possibly being rejected, because at the time she was a great friend, but
were you intentionally trying to do something that was going to get you into so much trouble that you would never have to sort of confess your past to her? I'm not a psychologist, and I'm not trying to figure out why. I'm just trying to understand what got you at that point at that time.
I think it was not the original intent. It was a split-second decision that I did eventually make, that was what I wound up doing.
Okay. Now, you're across the street. This female in black and pink with a headlamp is running south towards you.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the area?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay. She was very what?
She looked very, very pretty from a distance, so I wanted to see closer up.
And when she got into the area, and again, we're both visual people, and I'm really glad about that. You describe it, and you move these if need be. So you're standing.
I could even write it on a piece of paper.
You know what? I think that would be fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you. I want you to use up here is north.
Okay.
Okay. Down here is south. Here's Iron Horse Boulevard, and here's the running path. Why don't you describe to me what you...
Okay, so this being Iron Horse Boulevard, this being the separator between the road, and this the other half of the road, and this being Iron Horse. So this is a grassy patch.
Okay.
And this is north. And that's north. That's south. And that's south.
Where's People's Choice?
If you want to say People's Choice is right over here. There's
Okay.
a parking lot, and there are maybe like 1 or 2 cars there. And then you drive down here, and it opens up a little bit, and then there's a large building right along Iron Horse Road, and there's a large, very, very tall building. No cameras, no lighting, and it was entirely dark. And I parked my car right here, and as I was driving by, I had seen a woman running, and I thought she was very pretty, and I wanted to stop and get out and walk by her. So I stopped here, and I walked across the road where there was a section of street lamps out. I would say maybe like six maybe out street lamps over the course of maybe 50 or 60 feet.
Okay.
Like there. And then there's like a playground somewhere over here.
Okay.
And then I just went directly across the street.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for half a second,
Sure.
and this is fantastic. Now, I asked you when you were parked up at the post office and you drove down to here, you had not recognized that there was a person running until after you parked and stepped out of your car. Now you
okay, so
remember, the devil's in the details here.
yes, point taken. I should have said I was almost parked. I already had a parking area in mind to sit and park, and
To sit and park and chill out, or sit and park
and chill out, listen to some music. But that's where I was headed when I saw her. So I think she was probably maybe no more than maybe 200 feet further up on Iron Horse Boulevard when I pulled in here. And then I stopped, and I was gonna listen to the music, but I wanted to get out and go across the road and get a better look.
Okay, and you walked out with a knife, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So as this woman, you've never met her before,
No.
never saw her before.
No.
As this woman is approaching you, tell me, did you say or do anything, or how quick was the interaction?
It was about as quick as possible. Originally, I was just gonna look at her, but I got scared, and I decided I'd turn, and I bumped into her, and I had the knife in my hand, and suddenly it was mostly gone, and when I pulled it out, I realized it was in her chest, and when I realized what had happened, I ran across the road, and I got back in my car, and I put the knife on the seat, and I drove away.
After the first initial stab,
Mhm.
and what part of her body? You said you saw it in her body.
Her chest area.
After you pulled it out, what did she say or do? Devil's in the details here.
I didn't run away. Oh, well, I did run away. I didn't take a good look to see what I had done. I just ran as fast as I could, and I started shaking and crying, and
Did you cause her any more harm?
no, just a single stab wound. And I started crying and shaking, and I couldn't figure out what I had done. And as I was running across the street, I heard her say, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." And at the same time, I was thinking, "Oh my God, what have I done?"
Okay. All right, listen, we're going to let you take a deep breath here.
Okay.
We're going to leave the audio video running.
Okay.
And then we'll be back with you in a moment. This door is not locked. However,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you only because we have some other people in the hallway. If you need to leave or use the restroom, just please knock on the door,
Okay.
and we'll get you.
All right.
In an emergency, it's unlocked. You could step out if need be.
Okay.
Be back in one moment, okay?
Okay.
Okay, well,
That chair again.
I know, I'm telling you.
Right in the way.
Do you need another bottle of water?
That
What
would
do
be good.
Yeah.
Let me grab you one.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Oh my goodness. So,
Oh, I'm sorry. I have
Yeah.
a question.
yeah.
Do I get red rights?
You know what? That's what I'm going to talk to you about right now.
Okay.
When you first came in here,
Yes.
You volunteered to come in here.
I did.
And that's why the technicality of the law is I only read you your rights is if you're in custody, and I'm going to interrogate you.
Okay.
When you first got in here,
It was completely...
it was completely voluntary and you weren't in custody.
Okay.
I will tell you this, Will. The reason I wanted to get some of those devils in the details is you're providing some information that you shouldn't have unless you were part of this crime. So with that being said, initially I said you were at your own free will to walk out and leave here at your discretion. You can no longer.
I understand.
Okay, you understand that? With that
That was
being...
never my intention.
Okay, and I know that. But before we go any further, I'm going to inform you of your rights. Okay? You have the right to not say anything about this offense you are charged with, but may remain silent. Right now, you're not being charged with any certain crime.
As of
Right now, we don't know what crimes you've committed, if at all, until we get sort of more of the details. All right? Do you have a Miranda card? Okay, these, we want to make sure we do everything in your best interest.
Okay.
So I want to make sure your Miranda rights are given to you properly, on the proper forms. This one right here is if you're charged with a crime.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to get a waiver form where you can waive your rights if you choose to still talk with me. Again, I got to tell you, Will, I've been doing this job a long time, and I've never sat across from a gentleman like you that is ready to tell the whole story, and we do appreciate it. I've been working this case every single day since that night. I know you're going to put a lot of people's mind at ease. I don't want you to say another word, okay? I'm just talking until my partner gets back in here. But again, for your best interest, I want to make sure that you are legally covered properly and that everything we say from this point forward is proper, okay? So I'm not going to ask you any further questions about this crime until we get your a Miranda waiver form.
Okay. And I got this one. And you got that one. Okay.
Okay. So this is a waiver of rights form, and I'm going to read it right off of here. And it says, before I'm interviewed, and of course this one is now, it is more of an interview, it's no longer a conversation. Before I'm interviewed or ask any further questions, I'm aware that I must be advised of my rights and must fully understand these rights. I have been advised and know that I have a right to remain silent. I have been advised and know that anything that I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have been advised and know that I have a right to an attorney, and I know that the attorney can be with me while I'm being questioned by the police. I have been advised and know that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for me, and I may have him or her with me before answering any questions. I have been advised and know that I can refuse to answer questions, or I may stop answering any questions at any time I so desire. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like you to do is read lines 1 through 5, and if you understand it, I need you to initial on that line, and if you could read them out loud for me, please.
I have been advised and know that I have the right to remain silent. My initials. I have been advised and know that anything I say can be used against me in a court of law. I have been advised and know that I have the right to an attorney, and I know that the attorney can be with me while I am being questioned by police. I have been advised and know that if I cannot afford an attorney, that one can be appointed for me, and I may have him or her with me before answering any questions. I have been advised and know that I can refuse to answer any questions, or I may stop answering questions at any time that I so desire.
Okay. Now the waiver on number 6. Can you read that out loud, please?
Now that I have been advised of my rights and fully understand these rights, I am willing to be interviewed and answer questions. I do not wish the presence of an attorney at this time. I am waiving these rights freely and voluntarily without any fear, threat, or promises made to me.
Do you understand that?
I do, but that means that everything I just initialed here is no longer true.
No, it is.
It is.
It is.
It says, I do not wish the presence of an attorney at this time.
Correct. Right here, you understand that you can have an attorney present during questioning.
Yes.
You're going to waive those rights to have the attorney present during your questioning. Do you want to speak to me about this incident? Do you want to continue to talk to me?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what waiving
That's
is.
what that is, yes, sir.
Okay.
So sign on that.
Time is late.
It's 12:12 a.m. on September 20th. 9:20.
Oops. 9/20/2018.
No, you're good. That's fine.
2008.
Okay, very good. And I'll witness it with Sergeant Trombley.
Okay.
All right, so you know what? Now that we have your waiver of rights, you want to stay here, you want to continue to talk to me.
You want to sign this one too? That one?
Not charged yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right, I get you.
yeah, we're good. So now that we have this, we're going to ask you to start again.
Okay.
Okay? So take us back to that evening.
Okay.
And then I'll let you run through it, and then I'll pick it apart afterwards.
Okay. Would I be allowed to use the restroom?
Absolutely.
The water is starting to
Yep,
hit me.
Sergeant Trombley will escort you.
Thank you.
Okay, Will. All right, Sergeant Trombley is going to grab his stuff and leave, and just a half a moment here. Okay, this is Stephanie Dubuck. She's an agent with the
Nice
FBI.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Agent Dubuck and I have been working in this case together since nearly its inception. As a matter of fact, we were working it earlier this morning. So I'm going to give Agent Dubuck a rundown of what you and I have already discussed,
Okay.
and the fact that when he first came in here voluntarily, he understood that he had the right to leave at any time. And as he provided us a little bit more detail about the crime he's alleging that he committed, then we let him know that at this point he wasn't going to be able to leave. Although he's not being formally charged with anything right now, he's going to be detained during this interview. He was read his rights, he understands his rights, and he waived his rights.
Okay.
Okay? So with that being said, and because Agent Dubuck knows as much about this case as I do, what I'd like you to do is let's begin at the beginning, and then Agent Dubuck and I are going to go through and ask you some important details, okay?
Okay.
So why don't we start with that night? You said it was a Thursday evening sometime in November,
Yes.
and you were just returning from your...
Okay.
That was in Hartford at that company.
Okay.
It's a state contractor that handles this stuff, and they the exact start and end times are a little fuzzy on my memory, but I think they usually started at 4 or 4:30, and they usually last, if I recall, they usually last until 6 or
Okay.
so. So I usually used to get home like around 6:30.
And where do you live? Did you live in Simsbury?
I did at the time.
Okay.
I lived in Simsbury at the time. When I got home, I did not realize that my grandparents were away from the house, and it was kind of lonely, and my grandparents had asked me not to start a fire in the stove in the kitchen. They didn't trust me to start a fire in the stove, I guess, if I would burn the house down. So it was cold, and it was kind of lonely, and the dog wasn't there for some reason. And so I decided to go out and just drive around a little bit.
What car were you driving at the time?
I think we had a 2002 Pontiac Grand Am.
Okay.
I think it's a 2002, somewhere in that range, 2001 to 2003. Pontiac Grand Am. It was a silver one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was driving around, just listening to music, and I had stopped and parked up near the Simsbury post office,
Okay.
and I had walked down to the Iron Horse Boulevard bike running trail,
Mm-hmm.
and I had stopped and I had talked to some people and that were walking their dogs, and I was just, saying hi and petting a few dogs, dogs, and then for some reason, I didn't want to leave my car too far, so I went back up and I grabbed my car, and I drove a little further. I think I looped around Simsbury maybe another time, and then I came back to the same spot, and I drove along Iron Horse Boulevard, heading south, and I pulled into an alley just a little ways down the road from People's Choice Pizza. And it was a dark alley, and I was texting my friend who I had just met, gotten to know well a handful of months before that.
Okay.
And I was texting my friend, and as I was driving down in front of People's Choice, I had noticed a woman running along the road, and at the time of this incident, I was, I guess you would say, isolated and romantically deficient. Okay. So I was I got out with the intention of just going across the road to get a little closer. Mm-hmm. No other intention in mind. And I walked right where I parked was a sort of an unlit alley, and I walked across the road where there were no lights or anything. Mm-hmm. All the lights had burned out, and so I stopped and I started walking in the direction that the woman had been running, and I know I wanted to be closer to her to see a little more up close, and I had taken a knife that I had bought at Walmart a few months before out of the car with me and across the street, and I don't think it was my initial intention to kill her, but when I turned around and faced her, she bumped into me and I got scared, and I drew my knife and I noticed it disappear into her chest, and I panicked and I pulled the knife out and I ran back across the street to the car that was parked in the alley right down the street from People's Choice. And as I ran across the street, I heard the lady screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." And then everything just went silent. And so I panicked, I put the knife on the seat of my car, and I just drove away. I was crying as I drove away, and I just drove.
Okay. Where'd you drive to?
First I drove up in front of Plan B Burger Bar restaurant, mm-hmm. and then I drove down onto Iron Horse Boulevard again, and I drove down to Riverside Road, and I took a left, going up toward Terry's Plain Road before it turned into East Weetock Street. And I continued up to, Pinnacle Mountain Road. And I disposed of the knife. I threw it over the edge. And
at where?
It's sort of a large overhang on Pinnacle Mountain Road. As you go up to the top of it, there's a large sloping hill. And I threw it as far as I could.
Did you get out of the car when you threw it?
No, I threw it from the window. Through the window.
As you were moving?
Yeah.
Did you put it in anything?
Yes, I kept the sheath that the knife was in, and I put it in the sheath at some point. I put it in the sheath and I wrapped it in a plastic bag, and I threw it down the hillside.
What kind of plastic bag? Like a Walmart bag or,
No.
or like a Ziploc bag?
Yeah, it wasn't a Ziploc bag. It might have been a Walmart bag or maybe just some kind of a trash bag of some sort.
Okay.
I don't really remember what kind of bag it was.
Did you ever go back to try to get it?
I did get it.
You did? Okay.
I did.
How long afterwards?
4 days, maybe 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
And I went and retrieved it I was on my way to work, and it was a snowy morning, so I pulled my car on the side of the road, and I kind of knew about where I had tossed it, and I found it only about a half an inch of snow. 4 days, between like 3 and 4 days afterward, and I took it to work and I disposed of it in the composter or the compactor, the trash squeezy thing.
Where were you working at the time?
Same place that I was working until I quit tonight, at Fresh Market in Simsbury.
Fresh Market.
Or Fresh Market in Avon, rather.
And a trash compactor, you're saying the compactor that breaks everything up?
Yeah, we just throw all manner of chicken parts and broken things and carriages and produce and anything else you can imagine in a grocery store that gets thrown away.
Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I don't remember, other than the fact I remember it was cold and windy that night. Probably jeans and probably a sweater or a sweatshirt of some kind. I'm not sure of any other specifics.
You intentionally disposed of the weapon. Did you intentionally dispose of anything else?
No.
No. Did your clothes get soiled at all, or?
No, I still have the clothes, I think.
Where are the clothes?
Well, in my process of moving, I had thrown a lot of stuff away if it had gotten worn out, and the things that I might have been wearing on a particular night had gotten bleached when my grandmother accidentally bleached an entire load of laundry, so I think I might have thrown it away.
But do you remember, you think you were wearing jeans?
I almost exclusively wear jeans.
Okay, do you remember what you were wearing on the top?
I mean, other than a sweater, I don't know what color, no.
Were you wearing gloves?
I was wearing gloves.
Okay. Because it was cold or because that you planned on doing this?
Initially, it was cold. They're thermal gloves. They're anti-slip gloves with rubberized fingers, so they make great steering gloves, and they were from work. Like I said, I don't think I initially planned to kill anyone this night. I was originally just going across the street to get a little closer to this woman.
Have you ever done something like this before? Did you ever attack anybody else in this manner?
No.
No?
No. No, this is the first time I ever did anything like this.
Okay. So I'm going to recap a little bit. Again, like I told you before, and you admitted you and I are very similar. We're sort of the devil's in the details, and
Yes.
we're very visual learners.
Yes.
So with that being said,
I would say that the boots I was wearing at the time were work boots. They're non-slip work boots, and they were black with anti-slip tread. And I disposed of those at some point, not for any particular reason. They just had gotten worn out and they were not waterproof anymore.
okay. Were you the car that you were driving that evening? Is that the car you're still driving today?
No, I've gone through several cars since that car at the time.
Okay.
I had the Pontiac Grand Am, then I had...
Pontiac Grand Am, was it registered to you?
It was registered in my grandparents' names.
And their names are?
And when you took the knife out when you walked across the street, was it in the sheath?
Yes.
Or did you leave the sheath in the car?
I think I had the sheath with me.
Okay, did you
I think I brought the knife over in the sheath.
Okay.
And then I think I put it back in the sheath before I walked back across.
Okay, and so did you have it out of the sheath? You have it not in the bag, you put it in the bag when you were in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah, the bag I did not have with me.
So where'd you get the bag?
The bag was just in the car.
Okay.
It was
So
just
the bag was in the car.
It was in the car the whole time.
How were you carrying the knife when you walked across? Was it in your hand? Was it in your pocket?
I don't really remember.
But you brought it with you
Yes.
when you walked across the street to look for her.
Yes.
You brought the knife with you. You
Yeah.
didn't go back to the car. You brought it with you.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. Before you got here, I wanted to make sure he and I were on the same sheet of music about we were talking about the same road.
Yep.
So Will actually drew this, but because now
It's not
you
an expert picture.
no, that's fine. It's not to scale. But what I'm going to say is, like I said, our initial conversation to now are two different animals.
Yes.
So with what you gave to me earlier, what you described earlier, are you okay if I refer to it now?
Of course.
Okay. Now with this, and again, a lot of the way I talk and how I talk, it's for the courtesy of the audio and video, so
Yes.
I could go back to it. And that's why I'm being a little hinky about these things, only to make sure that the video is showing what I have here. So,
And I assume that is the video camera.
yeah, there's a couple in here, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So this paper is what you drew for me initially, okay? And you're going to allow me to still talk about it now.
Of course.
Okay, do me a favor, if you will. Just sign your name. Just sign your name somewhere on there. Okay. Now, I'm going to explain it to Agent Dubuck, and you know what? Why don't you describe it to Agent Dubuck what you
Okay.
drew for me,
So-
including everything here.
Oh yeah, of course. So originally I had parked up near the post office, which is a few thousand feet up the road here, maybe a couple thousand feet.
Okay.
And I had driven down, and I had already decided to park in. There's an alleyway. This is people's choice. There's a few cars here. Usually it's busier now. So I had driven down from the post office to the south, and I had pulled in front of people's choice. And then there's a tall building. It's completely obscures all the light in that area.
Okay.
And I parked my car there because it was quiet and dark, and it was a good place to listen to music. And I had already known that when I had pulled into, when I was coming down Iron Horse Boulevard, I had noticed the woman running further up the road.
Okay.
And that is where I stopped to get out and go across the road and be a little closer to her. I'm not really sure if this at this point whether or not I know I wanted to be close to her, but I'm not sure if I was intentionally, if I had the knife with me just to scare, or whether I had planned to use it at all. That is still not quite in my head. I don't
Okay.
really understand.
So if just to make sure we're getting this right, so when you're at the post office
Yes.
and you pull from the post office and now you're on Iron Horse Boulevard, as you're starting to drive south, as you
Yes.
know where north and south was as we described, as you're driving south, that's at about the time you passed her?
Yes,
Or did
just
you,
after I pulled out of the...
just after you pulled out, you saw her across the street from you?
Yes.
Okay.
So then I pulled down here, where I was headed originally, was in that little alleyway, and...
Okay, so...
Go ahead. Finish what you're
Yep,
saying.
finish what you're saying there.
And so I parked in the alleyway, and so I got out of the car, and I walked over one wooden guardrail, and then over the mid lane, which has another wooden guardrail, and then over here, and I started walking north about where these little circles are a section of the street that had no street lamps on it.
Okay.
You said there was something else up in this area?
Yes, and so I had started walking north up along the running trail, and right near the playground, there's a playground here.
Okay.
And that is about where I had walked a little bit north, maybe 30 feet, when I came upon this woman, and I had just intended to let her pass by and just look, and but I bumped into her and she swung around, and that's when I panicked and I took the knife out.
How long did this interchange take place?
Well, I would say it probably took no more than maybe a minute, maybe 30 seconds at most. She was running a good clip, and I'm not a runner. So from the time that she passed the playground to where I was down here, I don't think it took more than a minute or two at most.
Okay. For her to get down
to where I was, yeah.
And I know you probably went through this with Detective Sagan,
Yeah.
but where did you stab her?
Right in the chest. One
Whereabouts?
time.
Can you show me?
Well, I think it was right around here, somewhere. Right, I think it was above the rib cage,
Okay.
or above
And
where the
then-
rib cage ends.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, when I realized what I had done and did not plan to do, I pulled it out and I panicked and I put it back in the sheath, and I ran back across the street, made a beeline for my car, and I started shaking. The second I realized what I had done, I lost control. I just kind of shook and shook and shook, and my teeth were chattering because it was cold. And as I ran across, I heard her crying out, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." And she said it 3 times, and then that voice went quiet. And so I got in my car, I composed myself well enough to turn on the car and drive away.
Which way did you drive?
I drove
Here, let's do this.
another page,
Yep, do this, please. Here, I'm gonna.
another page and continue.
Yep, we're gonna do this. Would you like to do that? Would that be easier for you?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay.
No, you can refer to that.
So here you go.
Here, so we'll just be. Oh, wait a minute. Yes,
Yep,
right.
there you
Yes,
are.
sir. So this being the 2 lanes of Iron Horse, and and this is the mid lane again,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the path,
Mm-hmm.
and then where my car is parked here, I drove out past Plan B Burger, which is here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I continued in front of Plan B Burger all the way down to the next intersection where there's a Bank of America, and I drove past that and down onto Iron Horse Boulevard and continued over to Bridge Street, or I think that's what it's called, the road that goes over the bridge,
Mhm.
and took a left, and then Riverside Road up to. Sorry, I'm condensing this.
No
It's
No,
not-
that's fine.
no
That's
It's
worries.
not math, or it's not
Yeah.
to scale, but
Yeah.
so then I drove here, and then this is Drake Hill Road. I drove here, drove over the bridge, and I drove along Riverside Road until it connected with Weetog Street, and then up to Pinnacle Mountain Road, which is up here, right at the of the knife, and then I drove home.
Okay.
Did you at any time? Now, again, I believe everything you're telling me here. I just want to make sure that I've got this right. Prior to leaving the area, did you ever make any other turns, or you
I just got out of
exactly
there
the way
as soon
you
as I
just
could.
described it? Okay.
Yeah, I just got out of there as soon as I could.
But you said you came back from your meeting and you went home and you were lonely,
Yes.
and then you drove around.
And so that was when this whole thing started. Started with the dogs up here at the post office, walking around on the trail, saying hi to people's dogs, because people have dogs.
How many people did you say hi to?
Many?
Not many?
Just maybe 4
Okay.
at most.
Did you stop anywhere else?
No.
Did
No.
you get a drink anywhere? Did you stop at a gas station? Anything
I don't
like that?
think so. Not
Okay.
to my knowledge.
Okay.
I don't believe I did.
And you said, when did you buy the knife at Walmart?
I think about 3 or 4 months prior to this incident.
Why did you buy the knife?
I had originally bought it as a present for my grandmother.
Now, was it a present just as a good, or was it for a birthday or an event?
It was just a present, just a general present.
Okay.
She always has dull kitchen knives, and she was always complaining about them. So I thought it would make a nice present.
Which Walmart did you buy it at?
The one in Avon,
Okay. How did you pay for it? Do you remember?
probably cash at the time. I was working at landscaping, so I got a lot of cash tips.
Okay.
So
So you think it was cash, but you're not sure.
I'm a long time ago. If
Okay.
I had to guess, I'd say cash.
And
I
you said
didn't
that
have like a credit card or anything.
you
So
didn't have a credit card. You said you put the knife in the garbage disposal. What did you do with the sheath?
the sheath and the knife and the bag, I just threw it all down as one.
Everything.
Mhm.
Okay. And
I wouldn't call it a disposal. It's one of those things you see if you ever drive around the back of a grocery store.
a compactor.
A compactor.
Okay.
So not it doesn't grind stuff up. It just squishes it into one big brick.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Just go back with me a little bit. You were texting with your friend.
Yes, my friend.
Okay.
He's actually here this evening. You want to say that to Detective May?
Okay.
I don't know how long she's going to be here, but I mean, however long she has to be.
So what was the context of your texts back and forth?
Well, I hadn't talked to her all day, and I had just asked her how she was doing, and
Were you a boyfriend girlfriend at the time?
no, we still aren't, actually. She's just a very, very close friend of mine.
Okay.
But that boyfriend girlfriend question did play into my whole thinking about this whole event. It did play into it because I liked her very much, and I still do.
Okay.
And I wasn't sure if she was interested in me or not. But at the time, I had not told her about that I had, and I was afraid of rejection. So at this point, we were just talking as friends,
Okay.
and nothing more.
What was your? Do you still have the same telephone number that you had at that time?
No, he wrote down that information
Yeah,
Okay, so you
somewhere.
have the telephone
Yeah.
number. Okay. What would you just do? You recall that? What your telephone number was? He has it.
Yeah, the telephone number at the time was
Okay. And that's the number that you were using to talk to. Okay.
it was a track phone.
Excuse me for a second.
Sure. So, do you mind if I continue?
No, absolutely, absolutely.
I know Detective Satan has already gone through a lot of this with you, so
Well,
I know
I
a lot of
understand the
this.
thoroughness that you have to go through.
So, at the time you were texting back and forth, was
Yeah.
it that you kind of wanted to be with her and she was not sure?
Well, we were just texting. We had, at the time, we were very, 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 very good at texting back and forth. You know, it was almost like a constant chat phone call thing. It wasn't like, you know how sometimes you text somebody and they text you a day later?
Mm-hmm.
That was not the way it was when we first met. We would text from the beginning of the morning until very late into the evening.
Okay.
And that would happen just every single day. You know, it was just a constant stream of texts. So I don't remember at the time what we were talking about, but I hadn't heard from her in a while that day. I hadn't heard from her during my time in the group.
Okay.
So I was texting her something. I'm not sure what at the time.
Were you right around this time frame?
Yes, sometime in between 6 and 8.
Okay. And I'm just like, so were you in a fight with her? Or
No,
like
no,
what,
we were just
what,
having a
what kind of got you to this point where you know?
Well,
Were you looking to, like, you know, what got you to the point where you took a knife and got out of the car and walked across the street? Like, where were you mentally?
not in a good place. I was afraid that if like I told you, I had not at the time, disclosed my to her,
Mm-hmm.
and I was very afraid that if I told her about it, that she would reject me, not even as a partner or anything, just as a friend.
Okay.
I was truly terrified of losing my best friend, so I figured, well, what better way to lose a friend than this? And that's, you know,
Mm-hmm.
so it escalated. And the knife itself was an issue because when I bought it, I was going to get it to my grandmother, but it never made it that far.
Mm-hmm.
I realized my grandmother would have been upset with me for having purchased it in the first place because she didn't like me wasting my money. She would have, she would have berated me. So that was like an additional minor factor contributing to all this of why I didn't get rid of it, or prior to this instance. That was the reason why I didn't get rid of it, or why I had it in the first place, was because I didn't know what else to do with it.
What was you refer back to the original, what was that?
That was back in Colorado. I was having an inappropriate.
Okay. Have you had any other since then?
No.
Okay. Reported or unreported?
No.
No. As Detective Sagan asked, have you done anything else like this?
No.
Okay. So afterwards, did you talk to anybody about this?
No, this has been a complete secret until tonight.
Okay.
I told my pastor and his co-pastor and my friend.
Mhm.
I didn't tell them all at once. I told my friend, and she said, "Well, we really, really need to bring this to Pastor because, well, that's kind of what he's there for."
And everybody that knows about it this evening came here with him,
Okay.
and they're all still here.
Okay. Just a little background. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Colorado Springs.
Okay. And then how long did you stay in Colorado Springs?
I left when I got out shortly, within a few weeks after I got out of so I was there. I moved out here when I got out of jail, when I had just before, or I don't know if I already turned 20 or if I just turned 20.
Okay. And who were you living with in Colorado Springs?
Well, before I got arrested out there, I was living with my mom
Okay.
and my brother and my two sisters in an apartment.
Okay.
My mom and dad broke up
Okay.
quite a number of years before that.
And then after the arrest, what?
Well, after the arrest, in 18 months.
How old were you at the time of the offense?
Then I was 18.
And how old was the girl? Okay. Okay.
And so, how did you get to Connecticut?
Well, my lawyer that my grandparents had hired, he didn't do a whole lot for my case, but he did make an argument to the judge that that I would have a better chance of completing probation out here instead of in Colorado. Colorado is notoriously bad for taking great pleasure in their statistics of sending people back to prison.
Okay.
So my lawyer out there, he said, William he told the judge, he said, William has grandparents in Colorado. He said they are willing to,
Connecticut, you mean?
yes, in Connecticut, who are willing to take him in and are willing to give him a good place to live. And so he just argued in my favor that my coming out here would be good for my probation. And it was up to a point.
So what year did you move to Connecticut?
2011.
2011.
Yeah.
And when you got here, is that when you started to work at Fresh Market?
No, I first started to work at Valley Landscaping in Simsbury. It was right across just literally half a mile or less up the road from where we lived. And my grandfather had hired him years prior to do landscaping and maintenance on the yard, and he was good enough to give me a job.
Okay. And how long? And you worked there for a certain amount of time?
I'd say about a year and a half, give or take.
Okay. And then you moved on to Fresh Market?
Yeah.
And you've been there since roughly 2012?
2013, August of 2013.
Okay. So, after this occurred, did you see it on the news or anything?
I did. I saw it on, it was everywhere. It was on the NBC Nightly News the next night, I think. And it was in the papers almost every day.
Did you know the individual at all?
No, I did not.
Did you ever come in contact with her?
No,
family?
It was a random incident. I hadn't ever seen her or known of her before.
Okay. And I know we asked you this before. Any time before or after, have you done anything else like this?
No.
No. This is the first
Mm-hmm.
time. Okay.
Our our minds are in about 18 different directions right now, and we'll all come together. So at the time, it was what year Pontiac?
I think it was a 2002, maybe a 2000.
Okay. What color?
It was silver.
Okay. What are you driving now?
I'm kind of no longer driving it. It would seem. I'm driving a 2004 Subaru Legacy, green.
And who is that registered to?
It's registered in my name.
And where is it right now?
It's parked outside of a friend's house in Simsbury. The one that I...
Is it, it's not, is it?
Yeah. Well,
where is it?
Not
on the property, or?
Yeah, it's right behind the vegetable stand.
Okay. Subaru Legacy. Do you know your license plate? I mean, I can find it if you don't.
I don't.
What color is it?
It's like a greenish teal, I guess.
Okay. And it's parked behind the vegetable stand?
Yes.
Okay.
And by like the JL Hall Farm Fresh Fruit and Vegetables up on Terry's Plain Road, because I know there's like 30 in Simsbury.
Yeah.
Oh, the vegetable stand you're talking about is the one that's over on...
Yes. If that helps you.
Yeah.
Because there's like a bazillion. Not the Hall Farm over in West
That's
Simsbury.
where I was thinking. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have the keys to it?
I don't, but I left it unlocked because my car is hardly worth stealing.
Okay.
And I
No
feel
worries.
pretty safe.
No worries.
Taking it over there.
Well, I know you had given me your address already, but why don't you give it to us one more time?
That's where you live now, Windsor Locks?
Yes, I just moved there about 3-4 months ago.
Okay.
Who do you live there with?
It's a guy from, well, he used to be part of the church, of this church, that my other friends are here. It used to be, he used to be part of that church. He's
Do you rent a room? Who else lives in that home?
just him. He has a section apartment, so it's completely divided with like a private entrance, and we don't share anything other than the roof over our heads. But it's like a private unit.
So when you get mail, how would I mail you?
Yes.
When did you move there?
I moved there back in the middle of May.
Okay.
And prior to that, where did you live? And that was with your grandparents? And did you have a room there?
Yeah, it was a small room. I wasn't paying rent or anything, which makes me feel bad in retrospect. I had no idea how good I had
Do you still
it.
visit your grandparents?
I was
the last time you
I
went home?
was supposed to visit them. Well, so here's the thing. My grandfather was diagnosed with in February, and so they have since decided to sell their house, and it just closed yesterday, or today, I guess it is. Anyway, they decided to sell their house because they needed to move to Seabury so that my grandmother and my grandfather can be in a location with proper care facilities.
So it just closed, and you had a room there. Do you still have all your stuff there that you have to get out?
Oh no, I moved all my stuff to my...
So there's nothing left in that house of yours? Okay.
Here's the second page,
Yes.
if you could sign that also. Okay, so any property that you had while you were living at is now at...
Yes.
Okay.
Or it's in my car, because my car is like my...
Or it's in your car.
It's
Okay.
my junk transportation.
Did you sell the Grand Am that you were using under your grandparents' name, or what happened to that car?
That car was totaled. Shortly after this incident, I had gone out to a movie with my friend, and after the movie we had decided to go out to Moe's for dinner, Moe's in Avon, and there was a huge bank of snow, and she had pulled out and gone very, very fast, and so, but she didn't stop, so I thought there was nobody coming, and I went out fast, and I T-boned some poor guy, and totaled both of our cars, and so that car was a wreck after that accident. It was leaking fluid. They had to tow it away.
last name Leverett.
Mhm.
Is that were you? Is that a long time family name?
Well, I assume so.
Yeah.
It's it goes back as I know it goes back as far as my grandfather out in Colorado. Not the one that got sick, but
Yeah.
the other one, my other grandfather on my dad's side.
So that's been a paternal name for as long as you know.
As long as I know.
But Leverett, I've never heard that. What nationality is Leverett?
Well, that's a funny story. They don't know. Back, I think, during the Napoleonic Wars, England and France were invading each other, but they're not sure who invaded who and who encountered the last name.
Yeah.
So it's it's probably a mix, a mix of English and French. The name being French, but the bloodlines being mixed between English and French.
I know you went through this with Detective Sagan, and it's kind of off topic of what we just talked about. Though, can you recall what she was wearing when you saw her?
I believe it was very skin tight. It was very, professional joggers wear. I think it was some combination of either stripes or polka dots of pink and black, like bright pink and black, and I think she was wearing some reflective gear or a headlamp. I know there was a headlamp. I think maybe reflective gear.
Did you, after you had stabbed her, did you see anybody in the area? Did you see cars? Did you see anybody?
I saw one car quite a distance down the road, heading north on Iron Horse. But I didn't see any other people.
But you saw a car, and it was coming north?
Yeah, it was coming north.
So it was coming towards you?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else when you went back to your vehicle? Did you stop anywhere that night afterwards?
No, I went straight home and I washed my clothes.
Did you see your grandparents?
Well, I got home at around 8, I think, but they didn't get home until close to 11. Because on Thursday nights, they used to go to Symphony in Hartford, the West Hartford, they're the Hartford Symphony Orchestra, which is...
You just said you didn't get home till around 8. Now, we talked about the time that you went to your group.
Yes.
And you said it's around 4 or 5. It's about an hour and a half. You got home. Now, you just said that you got home about 8 and they still weren't home. How do you know it was 8?
Well, if the group gets out around 6 o'clock or 6:15, depending on how our conversations are going, usually takes me about 45 minutes with rush hour traffic. And so I got home at around 7, and then I wasn't there for very long, maybe 15 or 20 minutes, before I decided to go back out again. So...
I know you said you said hi to some people that had their dogs. Did you stop anywhere, get gas, get a soda, get anything?
No.
Did you stop on the way from your group to get gas, get a soda, get anything?
No, I just went straight from the group to my home. I always I always ate too much McDonald's before the group.
Okay. So you were full already.
I was already full. There's no need to eat or drink anything.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody that evening other than texting? You said you texted. Did you speak to anybody else that evening?
No. At the time, it was my only friend. Prior to meeting, I didn't have any friends of my own. I only was talking before giving my. I only had my grandparents, and that was it. So my social life was, nothing. I had my work, my job, but I don't really consider that a social life. I don't hang out with people outside of work, and I still don't. Very, very rarely, in fact.
Did anybody see you put that bag in that trash compactor?
I don't know. Not a whole lot of the people that work there now still worked. Not a lot of people that worked there 4 years ago still work there now. I tried to be pretty discreet and unassuming. And at the time, they had left it unlocked 24/7, and it's since changed policy where it remains locked at all times. So I was just able. Yes. So I was just able to go back and throw it away.
And you said you.
And I had some other junk food wrappers in my car. So it looked like I had just walked in that morning at 7 before the store opened with some trash. So.
Okay. And you said you were wearing jeans and boots that you think you got rid of. What were you wearing?
I'm sure I've gotten rid of the jeans. I'm notorious for like burning through jeans like paper. I'm always gardening and doing something, and my jeans are splitting like on a regular basis. So I know I don't have the jeans anymore, and the boots I put in a boot donation bin because I figured they would work well for somebody that needed boots, but they just weren't working quite well enough for me.
You said you may have been wearing a sweater.
A sweater.
You may have been. Like I said,
I'm not sure if it was a sweater or a hoodie or a sweatshirt. It was just an outer garment.
And like I said when we first started, I don't want you filling in holes just to make me happy. You know. So the thing is, like me, I know if I go to work, I wear something specific. If I'm home, I wear something. So was there a specific sweatshirt, hoodie, jacket that you used to commonly just throw on to leave?
I don't think so.
No?
Like something that you routinely wore to group?
I don't know if I changed my clothes in between getting home from group and going out that night. I know I wore jeans because I always wear jeans with the exception of tonight because it was warm. I was going to be outside all day. So, but at that time of the year, I wore jeans every single day. So I know I wore jeans. They were always blue jeans. I'm not sure of the undershirt color I was wearing. Most of my sweaters that I had at the time were blue. So I know it was a blue sweater.
What about the gloves you were talking about?
They are cut resistant. I was working in the produce department at the time, so I was frequently having to trim vegetables and freshen the produce up. And so I always had that pair of cut resistant gloves with me, but they also had a textured finish which gripped my steering wheel really
were those
well.
Were those given to you from your employer?
Yes.
So was it common practice to leave with them just so you'd have them the next time? Okay. And I'm just curious only because you said they were cut resistant. Were you intentionally wearing those when you were carrying the knife across the street?
No, they were the only gloves I had.
It was just coincidental.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you still have those gloves?
No, I don't. No, I don't have them anymore. Okay. I don't work in the produce department anymore.
Okay.
I quit my job tonight.
Because of this?
Yes, because I knew I was coming here.
Did your employers know about this? Because no.
I told my boss tonight. I called the store about 10 o'clock as we were coming over here, and I told her that I wasn't going to be coming in, and I explained why.
How did you explain it?
I was driving, so I couldn't go into a whole lot of detail, but I asked her if she remembered the incident in Simsbury where the woman got stabbed on Iron Horse, and she said, yeah, I remember that. And she said, why? And I told her, I said, well, that was me, Sue, and I'm turning myself in tonight. So.
And I noticed you wear glasses.
Yes.
Have you worn glasses?
I've worn glasses ever since I had a blackout in the 5th grade.
Are these the same glasses? How long have you had these glasses for?
I've had these glasses for maybe 2 years.
2 years?
A year and a half maybe. And I was actually just due for a new pair.
At the time when you stabbed this individual, did you have glasses on?
I did. I had different glasses though. They were more. These are kind of big, and the other ones were a very, very thin wireframe pair of glasses.
Do you still have those glasses?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Similar to that?
Yeah, those would be them probably.
Were you
or something very similar to those.
Do you recall if you were wearing a hood that night or any kind of hat?
I don't recall.
And when you stabbed her, what did she do? Did she come at you? What did she do?
Well, like I said, I was standing there waiting for her to pass me because I wanted to be closer and to.
When you be closer, what did you want to sexually assault her?
No, I just wanted to see her better.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any intentions of sexual assault or or murder on this particular night, but I just wanted to be over there closer. I did bring the knife with me, and I don't know why, but I
You know, Will, and this is great. And again, it's a lot of the things I'm going to ask. It's not because I'm trying to discount what you're telling me, but I'm trying to paint that picture you and I were talking about earlier.
Of course.
So when you initially told me when you left the post office and you drove, and it was an error. You even said it yourself that you didn't see her till you got out of the car, but then you said no. It was just as I was pulling.
Yes,
in. Okay.
just as I was pulling in. Past People's Choice.
But as you described it a little bit earlier to Agent Dubuck, is when you were pulling down from the post office, turning onto the boulevard.
Yeah.
That's when you initially saw her. And how did you? Because was it because your headlights washed in front of her? Were there street lights? Like, how did you know that was a female? Because intentionally you drove ahead of her, pulled over here, and waited for the darkened spot. Now
the darkened spot. I had pulled over there in the past if I sought some solitude because it is quiet and not
just beyond People's Choice, not the path.
Yes.
Okay.
Just beyond People's Choice, in that like little alcove. It's like it's quiet, it's dark. I went there to go listen to music sometimes. So it was sort of already a location that I already had been planning to go to, just to sit down and listen.
Now, you knew that area just beyond People's Choice was a darkened area and you would go there for some solitude.
Yeah.
Did you know that directly across the street, as you described, that there were several lights that were off?
I only noticed that particular night. I hadn't noticed it before.
Okay. Excuse me a second.
You just noticed it that night.
Yes.
Okay, so as he was saying, how did you know it was a female? Like,
well, I mean, a female's body form is not hard to make out when they're in
so when you drove by
clothing.
her, when you drove by her,
yeah, just on Iron Horse Boulevard, where she was running initially, there was good lighting, and I could see long hair and a female figure.
And when you pulled over, you intentionally went to the place where it was dark, so you would be kind of masked.
Well, no, I went there. That was my go-to location.
But I mean,
before I even saw her.
The street lights.
Oh yes.
You picked the area where the street lights were out.
Yeah.
Purposely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just so that she wouldn't see you.
Yes.
Okay. Did you say anything to her?
No. I'm going to say said excuse me, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
Because.
So were you waiting underneath where there was no lights?
Well, I wasn't like hiding in the bushes. Like I was.
You were just like on the side.
Yeah.
Okay. And you waited till kind of she came up.
Mm-hmm. And then I was just going to get out of the way and go away, but she kind of bumped into me, or maybe I bumped into her, and I got frightened and I pulled out the knife and.
Where was the knife? When you say you pulled it out, I mean, was it
in that sheath?
But was it on your?
Not on my belt or anything.
On your belt. So where was it?
I'm not sure if I was holding it or if it was in my pocket. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
So
how big was it?
I would say, I'm not too keen on my knife styles, but I would call it a slicing knife, not like a chef's chopping knife. Mm-hmm. But that sounded so annoying. It's about 8 inches long and about 1 inch wide. Fairly thin, not bulky or anything.
When you bought it, do you remember like what kind of knife it was? What brand? What did they brand it as?
I don't. It was not terribly expensive. It was something that would have been good enough for my grandmother.
For what?
For just general cooking purposes.
What section in Walmart did you get it in?
The cooking section.
Okay.
It was like it was a cooking knife. Mm-hmm. It was what you would use to carve a ham or a chicken.
8 inches with the handle?
No, I think the blade was about 8 inches. So
it was a long knife.
It was a fairly long knife. It wasn't like short. It wasn't like a paring knife.
Okay.
It was pretty long, and with the handle, I would say it was about 12.
Okay. And was your grandmother having difficulty cooking or something? Why did you? Well,
she just had a lot. She just had a lot of old knives in her kitchen supplies, and she was always complaining about how she couldn't cook with them, or how she couldn't cut a vegetable or something. So I thought that would be a nice surprise for her. But after I bought it, I didn't give it to her right away, and I didn't actually wind up ever giving it to her because I realized that she would have been embarrassed and mad, and I didn't. So that was sort of.
Why would she be embarrassed or mad?
Well, I would be embarrassed, but she would get mad at me for spending money that she wouldn't have wanted me to. So that made me embarrassed that I had bought it. But then I didn't have my receipt, and I was like, well, then I can't return it. So.
Did you buy anything else with the knife?
I don't think so, but it's hard to remember.
You think it was just the knife?
I think so.
Okay.
I might have bought some car cleaning supplies because my car was really, really, really filthy. Because at the time I hadn't cleaned it after starting my new job in Avon in Fresh Market. My car was really dirty from all the farm work I had been doing. So I probably was going to clean the dashboard or something. But
when's the first time that you actually saw her running?
That night.
No, but where? When and where?
Oh, I think shortly after I pulled out from the post office parking lot.
Okay.
I think it was shortly after we pulled out of the post office parking lot, and I got on the Iron Horse Boulevard headed south.
Okay.
So.
And where was she? So you're driving south. Was she on the left or the right?
I was driving south on the right hand side. She was running south on the left hand side.
Okay.
And so.
That's when you pulled off.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the first time that you saw her.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you used to go to this area, like, just to be, have your peace and quiet?
Yeah, because I didn't have anywhere else. I didn't have a friend. I didn't have any friends to hang out with at the time. I had not hung out personally or anything, so I couldn't go to her and hang out.
So this is where you used to hang out by yourself? Yeah. You would listen to music and hang out there?
Yeah.
Okay. How often? Like every night? Because did you work the day shift? Did you work the day shift?
I worked every shift, and I still did. Okay. I still do. I would work a closing shift or,
Okay. And then, so any time that you weren't working when you wanted peace and quiet, you would go to that area?
Yeah.
So that
general area. Sometimes it'd be there, sometimes it'd be behind Plan B,
But you knew the area?
Yes.
You knew the area well. Okay. Now, just trying to get more at the root of the so you were upset with?
I was not upset with. I was scared that if I shared my secret with her, but what I had done in Colorado, that she would reject me as a friend.
Okay.
So there was nothing to be upset about at the time.
I'm just trying to figure out why you had the urge to go across the street. Were you angry about something?
No, I wasn't angry at anything. The reason that I was carrying the knife, that still doesn't fit in my head. Because originally I had just planned on going over and getting an up close look at this particular lady. She seemed very attractive.
Did you normally carry the knife with you in the car?
Well, so since I didn't give it to my grandmother, and I didn't return it, I kept it in the car more for like a practical purpose in case if I ever ran into an emergency or I had to cut a seatbelt or something.
So where did you leave it in the car? Did you leave it in like the glove compartment?
No, I left it underneath the driver's seat.
Okay.
Fairly accessible there.
So when you got there, you pulled it out from underneath the driver's seat.
And at that point, I had never opened it or taken it out of its original packaging. So it had been just a new knife up until that time.
So you never used it before that?
No.
Okay. I mean, anything else that you can think of that we haven't asked you?
I don't know. This is a lot more details than I originally remembered, but talking about it.
Did you go to that Avon Walmart frequently?
Not really. Not unless if I needed something that I couldn't get at CVS or Fitzgerald's.
Okay.
Because at the time, I was only working part-time at Fresh Market. I was only working like 3 days a week. So,
So you didn't normally go to Walmart?
No.
So you went there purposely to go get the knife?
Yes, as a present for my grandmother.
As a present, okay. But that's not a store that you normally shop at. And did you have credit cards at the time? Any credit cards?
Just a debit card, but I'm pretty sure I paid cash at the time.
Okay. And you said it was like 3 or 4 months prior to this. And when was this? When did this happen?
This what? This incident?
Yes.
If I recall, it was sometime in November. Not exactly sure when.
Of what year? A couple years ago?
2014, I think.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Okay. What during that time frame? What did you do for the holidays? Did you normally spend it with your grandparents?
I always spend it with my grandparents, and I was.
Take a deep breath. You okay?
Yeah, I have a headache, but that's only sleep deprivation.
How long have you been awake?
Since 9.
Okay.
But I didn't get to bed last night until 5:30. So.
What made you decide to talk to people tonight?
Well, my friend asked if we could take a walk and talk. And she said she had some concerns that she wanted to address with me. And she said we were walking through McLean Game Refuge tonight, or this afternoon, as evening and dusk settled in. And she said, "Will, I'm a little concerned about you because of all of your." She said, "You know, you have a tendency to act impulsively, and you have a tendency to do things that put yourself or others at risk without thinking, or you know." And she said, "And you know, you don't ever take responsibility. You always blame it on the other person, or you know, you always do something." And she said, you know, I think you should see a professional about getting some real treatment and help." And so, this headache is bad.
Take a deep breath. Have some water.
Well, it's probably sleep deprivation more than anything. She said, and so we walked for close to an hour, and
What was she concerned about? What were you doing that was impulsive?
well, just the way I was driving. And she said, "That's the reason I've been driving lately." She said, "I don't feel comfortable driving with you anymore."
So she's saying your actions were because you're driving impulsively.
I mean, I don't think I drive very much differently from 95% of anyone else that I've ever driven with. I think I drive just about like everyone else, and I have about as many accidents as anyone else in exactly the same fashion as anyone else. So I don't really think that there was a whole lot.
But she was concerned.
But she was concerned, and you know, and she said, you just don't take responsibility. And she's like, you know, and there's a lot of little things too, like well, this doesn't really have anything to do with what we're talking about, but it sort of does. She was saying, you know, there's that book that she came over to my house for my birthday party in June, and she I had a letter from some guy that has been emailing me letters over a long period of time, and he sells books through the mail.
Okay.
Mail order books, and they're very, very cool books.
I'm listening.
I know. They're very nice books. And so
It's a different ring.
it is rain. I wonder what that means. So, where was I? So
The books.
she said, you know, you didn't tell me that you had bought the books. You just told me you didn't know about this guy, and so she said, you know, the lies they're stacking up, and she's like, I don't know if I can trust what you say anymore. And then I say, I don't want to lie, but you know, the lies they happen, you know, if you, and then that's when I broke down. She said, well, you can, and she told me, she said, you should get help, Will, and you should find some professional help, counselor or therapist or psychiatrist that you can work through these issues of trust with. And she's like, if you can't trust me, who can you trust? And I trust implicitly. You know, she's the one person in my life I would tell anything to.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't tell her about this for so many years. And they say, this is, it's not that I don't want to tell you the truth about everything, but I can't. No person on earth can help me work through this. And so she said, did you kill someone? And I said, yeah. And she thought I was being funny.
Mm-hmm.
But I told her, I said, Carrie, it's not funny, you know, it happened. And then, so I told her what happened, and I went into more detail as the evening went on. And then it started getting dark, and she said, well, I still don't know if this is true or not, but she said, we need to call Pastor, and we need to sit down with him and have a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And so we arranged it, and we went out for our last ice cream together, and after that we drove up to where my pastor lives in Suffield.
Mm-hmm.
And we explained everything to him, and here also tonight I explained everything, and then we all agreed that it was best if I come down here and turn myself in tonight.
Talking to them, is that the first time that you've talked about this with anybody? You haven't talked to?
It's been a secret right here in my heart for almost 4 years.
Okay, so you haven't talked to anybody about it?
No one else knows.
Okay. And at the time, did you have your phone with you when you were driving around that night?
I did, but I'm not sure if it was on or active.
Mm-hmm.
I had dropped it on my way home from Hartford, and I'm not sure if it got disconnected or if the battery ran out or whatever. But I had the phone with me.
You had it with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just a flip phone
Mm-hmm.
at the time. I just had a little flippy phone from Track Phone because I didn't need anything more than that.
Mm-hmm. And where does...
She lives here in Simsbury. She lives on... That's just off of
Okay.
It's right nearby the Squadron Line School.
Okay. Okay. Did you see anybody else? Was that that you wanted to see closer that evening, or was
No.
she the first one?
Yeah, she was the first one that caught my eye and my attention.
Mm-hmm. And the people that you spoke to before, was it a couple with the dogs? Was it a single person with a
I
dog?
think it was just a guy with his dog.
Okay. And
I don't know
did you
if-
have a conversation with him?
Not extensively. I just asked him what kind of dog it was because I didn't recognize it.
Okay. What kind of dog was it?
I don't remember.
Okay. Small dog, big dog?
Medium to big.
Yeah. And he's the only person that you talked to? with
As
the
far
dog?
as I remember.
Okay. Did you see anybody else on the walkway at all?
There were a lot of people on the walkway that night, which kind of surprised me because it was very, very cold and very windy.
And that was just when you were kind of taking it all in, sitting
Yeah.
in your spot, you just noticed that there was people around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, originally I had started out the night with just the plan on walking on the path.
Mm-hmm.
That was my original plan. You know, I was dressed for warm or dressed for cold, and you know, I was going to go out and take a nice walk.
Mm-hmm.
And I started out with the dogs, and then I got cold, so I went back to my car. And when I got back to the car, that's when I started driving down Iron Horse toward People's Choice when I saw her.
How did you used to pay for things? The debit card?
Sometimes.
Like your gas, like they give you gas for your car.
Sometimes debit card, sometimes cash.
Okay.
My grandfather at the time, he was paying for my gas, so he would usually give me cash.
Okay.
But if I ran out of gas money, he would, or if I ran out of gas, and I needed some, I'd sometimes use my debit card.
Okay.
I didn't do a whole lot of driving at the time. My biggest trips were 4 days a week to Avon, and then my 2, 3, 4 days a week to Avon, and my one trip to Hartford. And other than that, I didn't do much of anything. I ate a lot of McDonald's, but that's about it.
Okay.
And Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. I mean, anything else that you can think of as you're going through it? I know it was a while ago.
No, not really.
Okay. Where did you usually shop? You said you went out of your way to go to Walmart.
No, I said I usually don't go
To Walmart.
to Walmart, but because it's out of the way.
Okay.
But I sometimes would go there if there was some things that were cheaper there or were hard to find in other places. Because I drove by Walmart when I went to work, so it wasn't an out of the way thing. You know, I could go there in the morning or in the evening or whatever when I was in that area for work.
What made you decide to go back and get the knife? And put
After
it
I threw it over the bridge,
Mhm.
I was afraid of getting caught.
Okay.
And I figured that they would use security camera footage to trace the car that I was driving away from the center of Simsbury, either via cameras in town or via satellite. So I retrieved it as quickly as I could, and then I disposed of it.
Okay. All right. Do you have friends at that Fresh Market that you work at?
Do I have friends now?
At Fresh Market, do you have
Yeah.
people that you've worked with for an extended period of time?
A lot of them, yes.
Yeah, but you say it turns over pretty quick.
Well, there's a lot of turnover among the part-timers, but there's a lot of full-timers that have been there for a good long while.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm one of them. I just hit my 5-year mark.
Mm-hmm.
I just hit my 5-year mark, and my manager's been there even longer. She's been there over 6 years, and the grocery specialist has been there, or the we call him the receiving specialist. He's been there 6+ years. There's a few guys in the meat department that have been there well over 5 years. There's a couple of people in the deli that, or at least one person in deli and floral that has been there 5 or 6 years. So, and there's two guys in produce that have been there at least 5 years. So, all those people I have known for a long time.
And you said you saw it on the news afterwards, right? It was all on the news. And then you discovered who she was?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know who she was afterwards? Did you recall ever knowing that name or ever coming in contact with her previously?
No.
Did you know her family?
No.
Did you ever come in contact with her family?
I mean, only if they shopped at Fresh Market.
So
But I wouldn't know.
Did you ever come in contact with them in Simsbury?
No.
Did you ever go to any of the vigils or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
No. So you didn't know anything about her family or...
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Only what was in the newspaper.
Okay. Trying to think if there's... how often did you go to this group that you went to?
It was a once-a-week group.
Once a week?
I had been going to the group at that time about 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 years before I started working at Fresh Market,
Mm-hmm.
and the year that I had been working at Fresh Market before I met.
Mm-hmm. So once a week for 2 hours?
Approximately.
Okay.
An hour and a half to 2 hours.
Did you feel it was working for you?
Well, yeah. It helped me explain in clear language, and so that I would be able to do it explain it to other people, like my pastor, and a handful of other people, my friend.
Did she, after you stabbed her, did she injure you in any way?
No.
Was she able to hit you in any way or push you off?
I kind of pushed her, and she pushed back at me, and she fell over the guardrail.
Where did she push you?
I'm not really sure. Maybe my arm or my chest, I'm not really sure. But it was kind of a two-way thing, you know.
Because you were trying to get the knife out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, and all she said was, "Oh my God."
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually wrote a letter that I meant to have given her tonight, but I never did.
What was in the letter?
just telling her that, you know, I just told her in the letter that, I mean, I wrote it after the very night this happened. I wrote 2 letters. I wrote one to my grandfather and my grandmother, and I wrote another one to, explaining, explaining that I didn't expect her to forgive me for what I had done, and that I had just done the worst thing anyone can do, and that I hoped that she could someday find her way to forgive me.
And you wrote it right after this happened?
Yeah, the same night.
What'd you do with the letters?
They're actually in a file cabinet in the bottom of underneath the desk in the bottom half of my apartment.
Okay.
They're still there, and a letter explaining to my grandparents how sorry I am for everything they've done for me and how I feel like I had failed them.
And you kept the letters, right?
The letters are still there. I had meant to give that to tonight, but I never did.
And you wrote it that night in 2014.
Yeah.
And it's in the bottom of your...
There's it's not a file cabinet per se. It's a handled box with file folders in it.
Right.
And it's in the bottom. It's not even in a folder.
Mm-hmm.
It's folded away in the bottom underneath all the file folders.
Okay. Did you write anybody else a letter?
Hmm?
Did you write anybody else a letter?
No, my grandparents were the only 2 people in my life that mattered at the time.
And your grandparents are closing on their house tomorrow.
They closed today.
Today. So where are they now? Are they still in Simsbury or?
No, they moved into Bloomfield.
Okay. So they're in there now.
Yeah, they moved in officially on like the first week of July.
Okay.
But
Okay. I hate to keep jumping in and out, but like I said, Will, earlier when I talked, a lot of what we're doing tonight is making sure that you're protected too about some of the details and to make sure that we're doing everything proper. Tim May, just heard, did you?
Tim May?
Tim May. He's one of our detectives here.
Oh, okay.
Did he overhear something? Did you ever confess this to anybody?
No, only to my friends tonight.
Okay. Did you ever write it down or anything like that?
A letter.
Just telling
Stephanie.
Stephanie. That's one of my favorite names. I wrote down an apology letter, and an apology letter to my grandparents, and a letter asking forgiveness from the night after this happened.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote them down on the white line paper, and I folded them up and I put them inside a file cabinet or a file folder box.
Where's that?
It's in the bottom half of my apartment.
Okay. You said your apartment is completely separate
Yes.
from your landlord.
Yeah.
We'll call him your landlord.
Well, I wouldn't.
Does he have access there? Does anybody else have access into there?
I gave the keys because
Okay.
I thought she might want to grab some of the food that I had in there. She wants to stock her freezer and her refrigerator with some special diet stuff that we were doing back early this summer. And
How are you with water? Good.
for now,
I'll get you another one. Do you want to?
Are you hungry? Are you? We'll get
Yeah.
you something to eat shortly.
Okay.
If you, yeah.
All right.
You want something to eat?
Yeah.
Okay.
What were you saying? Oh, so yes, he doesn't know about this.
No, of
Well, not
course.
yet.
Okay.
Hey, he will. But-
Did you happen to? You know what? That doesn't matter. I'm thinking 3 steps ahead.
Well,
I'm going to step outside with Stephanie for a second.
Okay.
I just want to fill her in on a couple tidbits of information that I have. We're going to get back to you. Remember, audio and video recording is constantly going. If you need something, knock on that door.
Could I use the bathroom again?
Absolutely, you can.
I'll just finish this.
Okay.
There's that chair again.
If a smarter man would have moved it, but I guess
It's
I'm
a
not.
reminder.
All right. Well, so we appreciate all of your your assistance tonight, and you've been patient with us, and we still want to work on this type of relationship. So clearly, whenever a crime is committed, there's always some type of evidence left behind, whether it's digital, whether it's physical, whatever it may be.
Yep.
So what we would like to do is take some evidence from you and your personal property.
Okay.
There's two ways I could do it. I could do it on consent, where you just...
My phone being one of them?
Well, your phone. I'm going to tell you everything that we're going to do. We could do it on consent, where you give us your written permission to do this.
Of course.
Or I do a search and seizure warrant, and I present it through the court and do all that paperwork, and then come back to you and then serve them at a later date. And clearly, you're right. So let me tell you what I want first. First, I'd like to search through your phone for any digital evidence that may be on it.
Sure.
Okay? So I'm going to do each individual one here. And let me just get Jason. Jay? Or Tim?
Yeah.
So Sergeant Trombley and I will be on these forms together.
Okay.
And it's going to say, I, William Leverett, had been advised by Sergeant Sagan and Sergeant Trombley, who have made proper identification as an authorized law enforcement. As a matter of fact, you can leave that door open for a few minutes too, just to
Get some air here.
yeah. Authorized law enforcement of the Simsbury Police Department of my constitutional rights to refuse to have a search conducted of the premises or property owned by me or under my care, custody, or control without a search warrant. Having been advised of my lawful right to refuse to consent to a search, I voluntarily give consent to the above-named officers to conduct a complete search of the premises, property, building, and vehicles in or out of the property located at, and then I'm going to give the description of what we're looking for. So the first thing would be your cell phone.
Okay.
Okay? So is this registered in your name?
Yeah.
Okay. What type of phone is that?
Galaxy S8.
Okay, this is a...
I like how you look at it. You're like, what is this?
They all look the same, man.
Galaxy S8. And what telephone number is assigned to this?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Is there any passcode on this?
There's just a pattern of
Okay.
an L.
The pattern... Can you show me?
I sure can. So, I gotta wait for it to reset. Okay. So, I'm gonna not look at it because if I look at it, it'll unlock. So, just top left to bottom right.
Okay, so
Okay.
large L, yeah.
A very large L. Or a right angle if you prefer.
Okay. So you understand the consent on that, and
Yeah.
you're going to give me consent to search through that phone, including digital downloads of it.
Of course.
Okay. I need you to sign on signature. Today is the September 20th, and it's about 2 a.m. If you could just write 9.
Oh.
Yeah, just write 9/20/18, and that's fine.
Time.
'Cause it's, yeah, well, no, that's fine. We're all video recorded, so we know when it's happening.
Okay.
All right. The next thing I would like to take from you is what we call a buccal swab. A buccal swab is simply stated a DNA swabbing of the inside of your cheeks.
Of course.
And we're going to send that down to the lab to pull DNA evidence off of it.
Mhm.
Okay, do you consent to have us do that also?
Mm-hmm. Buccal swab.
Buccal, yeah.
That name.
Okay. And the same rights, conditions, consents, and voluntary permission applies to all of this. Certainly, if you have any questions, I'll explain it to you fully. And if you'd like to read them again yourself, certainly do so. And then, again, sign there and date.
$20.
Yes, sir. Okay. I could take that pen back.
Oh,
Yeah,
no time.
yeah, we're not certain of. like I said, it's on video recording, so we're good with that. The third thing I'd like to search is your vehicle.
Okay.
I know you put your vehicle, you parked it in Simsbury behind the vegetable stand on Terry Plains Road.
Yep.
So I'm going to put on here your, it's a 2004 Subaru Legacy.
Yeah. So many numbers.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this consent form is for your 2004 Subaru Legacy. Your VIN is 453BE625247211798 with
If you say
Connecticut.
so.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, again, I'm saying a lot of stuff, but what I
For the
do here
camera.
is for the video. And then Connecticut registration, Alpha Alpha 203830. And you're giving us permission and consent to search that also. And what we're going to do with that is we're actually going to go grab it and we're going to bring it back to the police department, secure it in our Sally port so it can't be damaged or touched or destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything in there that you need out of there?
There's just maybe one thing.
What's that?
There's a phone charger.
Okay.
That a friend of mine just loaned me this morning.
Yeah.
It's like a $15 phone charger.
Oh.
So I asked to grab it.
Okay.
That's all.
And had she not grabbed it, that phone charger, you want us to put in safekeeping for you?
Yes, until
Okay.
my friend can release it.
Okay.
And deliver it to my friend.
Okay. Well, other than that, we have the permission to go through the rest of the vehicle
Fine by me.
and all of its contents.
Fine by me.
Okay.
You'll find a lot of junk and pictures.
Yeah.
And there's a Rotten Tomatoes stuck to the backseat too.
Okay. So you understand that also?
Yep.
You're going to give us permission for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And before I do the next one, because Detective May is waiting patiently here, Detective May is going to gather your buccal swab for you.
Okay.
And then he'll maintain that for me. So he'll explain to you what you need to do.
All right, what we're gonna do, Will, is when I give this to you, just pop the cap off, pull this down. You're gonna put this on the inside of your cheek, and you're gonna rub it on the inside of your cheek and keep going until it's nice and wet.
Okay.
And when you're done, pull the cap back up, seal it, and then I'll have you put it in the bag. All right.
Okay.
So pop that cap off.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then pull it
down a little. Yeah. Put that on the inside of your cheek, get it real wet.
Good thing I drank all that water.
Yeah. That should be pretty good.
Okay.
Then put the cap back up, close it up. I'm gonna have you throw it right in there, and I'm gonna seal this immediately, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks, Will.
You're welcome.
Now, so if I'm standing on the road looking at the home, are there two separate entrances? How do I get to your?
So
Is it labeled?
it's not labeled. It's more for mailbox dropping. There's two boxes on the front of the house. There's no mailboxes along the street. But if you go down, they have a walking postal service man that walks up and down the street. And on the front of the house, there's two boxes. One says is my box number.
Okay.
But to get to my entrance of the house, you go up to the back driveway and I forgot that's the way the chicken. Oh well. Anyway, you go up to the back driveway and there's like a screen porch, and inside that screen porch there's two entrances. There's one straight when you go through the screen to the front of you, and on the right hand side is my own private entrance.
On the right-hand side.
Yes.
Does your landlord have access? Well, I know as a landlord he has access.
Yes.
But does he have any property in your apartment? Or it's all yours? I'm not talking about stoves, refrigerator. I'm talking about clothing.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It's all his.
Okay, so...
They're all mine, I should say.
And again, so you're authorizing us voluntarily to give us consent to go search your apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
And if it's at all possible,
Yeah.
the letters I mentioned that I had written,
Mm-hmm.
if they could be photocopied so I could give a copy to friends and my grandparents.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, because after you sign this, I actually have something else I need to tell you.
Okay.
And I think you may be a little surprised by what I'm going to tell you.
Okay. That's interesting.
Okay. First, and I've said it several times about this room being audio and video recorded.
Yes.
Would you mind giving me a statement form?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I never sit near the door.
Yeah.
So I always have to have somebody else do it. So
And you get the rolly chair.
yeah. So everything in this room is audio and video recorded.
Yeah.
There is clearly, Will, way too much detail for me to just sit here writing everything out all night.
Yes.
So I review the tape, and that's how I do all of my case reports, and that's how I do everything that I need to do from this point forward. So there's no misinterpretation.
Of course.
The only thing that I am going to ask you to sign is a sworn written statement that simply states, and I'll tell you again when he comes in, that you understand that this interview room is audio and video recorded, and everything that you told me or to any other investigators this evening was truthful and accurate. Okay? And that's it. This way, otherwise we would have 25 pages of written content.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, let me take care of this final piece of business.
So you said I was going to be surprised by
Well,
something?
you're going to be surprised by something, but let's just take care of this really quick. Thank you so much, Jay.
You're all set, right?
No, I need you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unless you got something else.
Nope.
Yeah, I'd like you to stay. So I'd like you to write it out.
Oh,
So, I, with your name. Date of birth.
Date born.
Born, date of birth, yeah. The date is 9/20.
I was like, what?
Yeah, date is 9/20.
I know it's late for all of
Yeah,
us.
yes it is. And the time is
Born is
2:10.
06, 18, 19.
Okay, now residing at our address.
Former address.
No, this address.
As in,
11, where you're
11A.
residing, yes.
oh wait a minute.
That's fine. Just initial whatever you scratch out.
As soon as, they do that all the time.
Windsor-Locks. Make the following voluntary statement to...
Simsbury.
Yep. And then put a comma there. And just write SGT for sergeant. Sagan, S-A-G-A-N.
S-A-G?
S-A-G-A-N. Yeah, you're correct. Okay, so I've already explained to you and put it however you want to write, but we're not going to put everything. You just understand that this room is audio and video recorded, and everything that you said during your interview was truthful and accurate. Or any derivative of that. Okay, can you read that out loud to me, please?
I understand that I have been made aware that this interview room is audio and visually recorded at all times, and that all statements made by myself are deemed to be truthful and accurate.
Very good. You now read here. I have read the above statement, and it is true to the best of my knowledge. I fully understand. Now read that, please.
I fully understand that if I make a statement that is untrue, which is intended to mislead a law enforcement officer in the performance of his official function, I will be in violation of Section 53A-157 of the Connecticut General Statutes. A false statement is a Class A misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail and/or a $1,000 fine, and not more than 3 years of probation. And then,
Yep, just sign right there, and then Sergeant Trombley and I will witness those. Can you add on one more thing here?
sure.
If you would, please. Just say that I also provided Sergeant Sagan
What color car?
green.
Subaru Legacy.
Yeah, it's right behind.
Thank you.
Are the keys with the vehicle?
There is a key in the ignition. I leave it in the ignition at all times.
Where's your house key? On the ignition key?
No, the house key I gave to my friend
Yep.
so she could
Go.
go and
Okay.
take whatever cookwares and
Is there any other way to get into your home this evening?
not unless if you woke up the landlord. But he wakes up early. He wakes up at like 4:30 or 5.
Okay.
So
All right, no worries. Thank you.
Sergeant Sagan with what?
2 hand drives.
Well, whatever. That's silly.
Of my depiction of Iron Horse Boulevard, or the crime scene, or however you want to put it.
Your job is going to get a lot less complicated.
Yes, it is. Okay. Now this is what I have to tell you now, which might we are not going to hold you in custody tonight.
Okay.
I spoke to the state's attorney's office. I told her about your full confession, about the details of the crime.
Okay.
Certainly what we have to do is verify everything you're saying. It's in the court's best interest, it's in the victim's best interest, and it's in your best interest. With that being said, you've already sort of let the cat out of the bag to many people.
Yes.
I will be honest with you, I don't feel very comfortable with the decision from the state's attorney's office. However, that's their decision, and they sort of are going to run the playbook from this point forward.
Okay.
With that being said, we're going to be holding your car.
Okay.
So what I could at least do is I could give you a ride to your apartment, and then because we're going to go there and search it anyway.
Okay.
So you could at least be there with us.
All right. It'd be nice to sleep in the bed.
Yeah, you know, I will caution you this.
Okay.
You got to lay low. People are going to know about this. You'll be hearing from me very soon
Okay.
about what the state's attorney wants me to do.
Do you, and my phone that's going to stay with you for the time being.
That has to stay.
Okay.
So you'll have no communications.
So when I hear it from you, I'll see you.
You'll see me.
Okay.
You'll see me. Now I asked you when you first got in here. No medications, no drugs, no alcohol. How's your mental status? Are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm relieved to not have to keep this a secret anymore. It's good.
Have you, and I asked this once before, but I want to confirm, have you committed any other violent crimes or physical attacks on anybody since this day?
No.
Do you feel as though you have to, or you should, or
No.
no? Any retaliatory things against anybody? Do you know the name of this woman that this happened to?
Yeah.
And how did you learn her name?
Through the newspapers.
Okay. Do you have any connection with that family at all?
I've never had any connection.
Have you ever taken it upon yourself to drive by their home or do anything other, or have you ever done anything related to the surviving family?
No.
Okay. You ever go by the home? Do you know where they live? Do you know?
No, I don't know anything.
Okay.
I just feel bad for them.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to ask you to hold tight for another few minutes.
Okay.
I got...
Is there a possibility of grabbing like a trail mix or something with some water and ibuprofen?
Yeah.
Handy?
Yeah,
Yeah, let's see what
absolutely.
we got. I might have a snack
Yeah.
or something.
Not that, even just like crackers. Or,
Yeah, let me dig through my drawer. I might have
Okay,
something
so you
for
could chill out in here for a few more minutes. I'm going to get some ducks in a row, and then we'll get you some things.
Okay, ducks. Hi.
Quick question for you.
Okay.
Are you up for it?
Sure.
I just want to verify the phone. So tell me what phone number you have right now.
Right now?
Yep. And you've had that phone number for how long?
2 years maybe?
And do you recall what your phone number was prior to that?
It should have been the same phone number I had from the very beginning.
And how long did you have that number for?
Probably 4 years, I would think.
So 2 years on that. And then 4 years for the time. So 2 years and then 4 years you had. Is that
Yes,
right?
I believe it's somewhere along those time frames.
Did you have any other number before that?
Possibly, I'm not sure. I had a track phone, and it was one of the ones that didn't even flip open and shut, and it had all the numbers on the outside.
Yep.
And it kept dialing. It was really unfortunate because I put it in my pocket, and for some reason, the design of the phone in a human, I guess the human body, has a tendency to dial 911 automatically. So I got rid of it.
And that's the track phone that you had. Cause it kept
Well, I had
calling
a couple of track phones over the years, but I transferred the numbers. I transferred numbers to new devices. So I had
Yep.
for a very long time. Maybe even like
And
probably
you
4
just
years.
transferred it from phone to phone.
Yes.
Okay.
So that was probably about 4 years, and then I switched from TracFone to Verizon about 3 years ago,
Okay.
and I had a Verizon flip phone with the new number. I had a Verizon phone with the.
Yep.
But I was starting to get a whole heck of a lot of spam phone calls on that phone, so I got a new number for that phone, which I then started transferring. And I think that's been active 2 to 3 years.
Okay. And what numbers have you used to call?
Both of those.
Both of the numbers.
Mhm.
Okay. And when you were in the car driving around, did you text her then?
I didn't
No.
text her.
So you texted her it was at the meeting, like right after the meeting.
Right after the meeting, or before the meeting, or after I got home from what I did.
Okay. And you think it was later in
Yes.
the evening. But when you were driving around,
Yeah.
did you use the phone at all?
I don't think so.
And you think it was off?
I think it was.
Okay. Did you have any other, you said you had various track phones. Did you have any other phones in your car at all?
No.
No, it was just that.
Yeah, there was there was a thing that plugged into the diagnostic port underneath the steering wheel area that my grandfather had for his DriveWise by Allstate.
Okay.
And I don't know what that tracks, but it might have tracked location data. I'm not sure.
Okay. I think that was all that I had.
It's late night PD for welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Oh,
Give me
okay.
another drink.
Well,
Yeah. Give me one moment, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll grab it.
Is that what you wanted? Another water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or something.
I think that was it. The 2 phones. And so why did you turn your phone off?
Well, it was
I know you
cold. It
mentioned
was
that
a cold
before.
night, and it was very, very windy, and I was tired and I had a headache after the meeting. I was groggy and just ready to go home in general. And when I was getting into my car, I was pulling my phone out, and it hit the ground. And being a flip phone, the back popped off of it, and the battery fell out, and it was just a mess. So I just grabbed it and threw it in the car.
And that was after the meeting. Okay. Okay.
So.
Have a cookie. We'll be back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Will.
Hey.
You had your little snack and a little snooze.
Hey.
All right, thanks for your patience. I've already explained to you exactly what was going to happen, how it was going to happen.
Okay.
And I offered to give you a ride home because your car's here on consent. And you'd still like to have me give you a drive home?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. We're going to go right now.
Okay.
I just wanted to say for the record, it's 3:24 a.m. and we're going to be leaving the police department and bringing William to his house.
Okay.
Okay. I'll leave it right there. We'll
you
take
sure?
care. Oh yeah. We'll take care of it afterwards.
Alright.
Nice spot to sit. So I'm just gonna put this is your cord.
Okay.
Whatever we do, don't let us forget it here.
Okay.
Sometimes we become absent-minded too. But just in case, because I know we have to charge it and not, so just in case we're here, we won't leave without that.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some water, a menu, and we'll be here in a minute.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Hey, Will.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I know Sergeant Trombley put you in here. I'm not sure if he said anything.
Not particularly, other than he said he'd be back.
Okay. I'm just going to preface everything like I always do when somebody comes in here that this room is audio and video recorded. All of the rules from last night still are in effect. You are not in custody. You came here voluntarily.
Yep.
And you could leave voluntarily. You could leave at will. You could leave anytime you choose to do so. I said it before that, even though it took key codes to get into the building, nothing prevents you from leaving. This door is unlocked. When you walk out into the hallway, left or right, you'll see exit signs. You could leave the building freely. If at any reason you want to just stop talking and leave, your call here tonight, okay? I know it's getting late, and in a short while we're gonna order dinner, our treat. And then last night when we talked about some of your personal property, and you authorized us through written consent, you abandoned your car last night with the expectation that you were not going back to it.
Yes.
Not understanding that you weren't going to be held until the investigation was complete or thorough. So we seized the car, and it's been here at the police department ever since.
Okay.
You gave us a written consent to search your vehicle. I didn't want to search your vehicle without you at least on the premises, because with consent, you also have the right to withdraw consent at any time.
Okay.
And if you weren't here at the police department while I was searching your vehicle, and I knew I had your cell phone, you didn't have an opportunity to withdraw consent.
Okay.
So I didn't search your car, and I wanted to do that for your protection also. So your car is here. You are here. While we're speaking this evening, is it okay to use that same voluntary written consent form and have another detective search your car while we speak?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm going to let him know that we're going to do that. We're going to get some paperwork together. We're going to talk. move it along. I'll get you something to drink. I know you're parched.
Yes, and also needing to use the bathroom too.
Absolutely. Come on.
As 4 cups of coffee will totally do that.
Yeah. Coming out. Okay. Well, right now, and again, a lot of what I do is just so I could go back to the
I
video.
understand.
So it's 7 p.m. Thursday evening, the 21st. No, 20th.
20th. See, I'm always off. I thought it was the 21st too because this morning it was the 20th
That's
too.
right. That's right.
Or
It got a little warm in here last night, so you just had a bathroom break. We're gonna order dinner. I threw a fan on in here for us
that's
because
good.
last night you were pretty warm. So
Yeah.
we'll try to get the air circulating. Let me get you a bottle of water.
Okay.
Again, I'm just going to shut this door just so you could have privacy.
I mean, it doesn't
While
matter.
I-
It doesn't matter to me.
You know what, though? I believe you still have a right to a little bit of privacy. I don't want people walking
Okay.
up and down the hallways to know your business.
They probably do anyway.
Well, you know what? Yeah, but the thing about it is there may be the public in here, too.
Okay.
And I want to make sure you're protected also.
Okay.
So, again, I'm going to shut the door when I leave. It's not locked. Come on out. I'm right across the hallway, or knock and I'll come and help you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let me get you water. There you are. Okay, just give us 2 more minutes.
All right.
This is your charger,
Yes.
in case. So gotta make sure you don't leave with it. And with
Or
all,
without it.
without it. Pardon me. And with all great luck, we already talked about your car on consent, and Detective May is going to go search it. You could withdraw consent at any time. He's right in the Sally Port doing it. And like I said, with any luck, by the time you leave here tonight, you'll be driving home with your car.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. You doing all right?
Yeah, I got phlegm in my throat.
Well, that's what happens when you don't sleep well and all this
Also
dry
happens
air.
when you like brush your teeth.
Yeah.
I don't know if you when you brush your teeth, like you start salivating a lot. And
Sure.
then it all gets stuck in the back of your throat.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, you know me clearly,
I do.
and you met Jim out in the parking lot.
I have.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question about? Do you know a man? He used to work in the state police. Bruce Brenna.
Bruce Brenna.
No.
No, I don't remember. I don't recall him. I've been on for about 29 years.
Well, he's only been out for maybe like 10. So,
Yeah,
but it's a big organization. You would know everyone.
yeah. How do you know him?
Was my store manager
Oh, okay.
at work.
Yeah.
Good guy.
Good. Where are you originally from?
Colorado Springs.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
That's beautiful. That's where the Air Force Academy is, right?
Yeah, I used to live not far from it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I used to actually. It was really cool. One summer or spring we went out to the. There's like a gravel patch
Yep.
near the end of the neighborhood I was at,
Yeah.
and they people would gathered there for the graduation of the academy air show,
Nice.
and they had the F-35 fighter jets fly right over the top. They looked big too. They looked like they were just maybe like a few hundred feet on top of you,
Yeah. Loud.
and they're loud.
Yeah. So you were born. You have any siblings?
3, 1 brother and 2 sisters, all younger.
Younger than you. Yeah. And how old are you? 27.
27,
What year were you born?
91.
91. Nice. Did you go to high school in Colorado?
I did.
Did you graduate?
No, I did not graduate. I wasn't doing well in my senior year, and I realized that I wasn't gonna make it.
Yeah.
So I decided to go opt for my GED,
Yep.
and so I dropped out. And then after the point in time I dropped out was when I became aware that I was being investigated by the Colorado Springs Police Department for the sexual assault case against me.
Yep.
And when I had already been planning and preparing to take my GED, and I finished my GED just a month or less before I got arrested.
Oh, you did.
So I got my GED, fortunately.
Yeah.
So
Good for you.
And what year were you arrested?
2010.
All right. And you served time in prison for that?
I didn't serve time, but I was just in county lockup,
Okay.
pending the trial that my lawyer wanted
How
for me.
long were you in lockup?
16 months.
Oh, I'd say that's time.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
You don't call that prison, you just call it lockup. Jail.
Jail.
Yeah.
County jail.
Yeah.
So no prison
There's
time.
still rough time in there, right?
Yeah. Apparently rougher than real prison.
Yeah.
So I've heard.
yeah.
Um,
You know me. I mean, we've talked a lot. You know, I'm sort of a detail oriented person. Jim was good enough to come on up here tonight to talk with us about this and to assist in a second interview. Some housekeeping things that I do. I've done it already. I'm just going to do it again. And as you know, this room is audio, video recorded. Everything we say is going to be used in, part and parcel to this investigation.
of course.
There's no secrets in here. Our video cameras are up in the corner and right here behind me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, we don't hide anything from you. We want you to know what's going on here. But further is, and most important, when we spoke last night, you came in here voluntarily.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of recapping quick. You came in here voluntarily to confess to this crime. We already talked about that. We're going to rehash it all over again.
Okay.
You were in here voluntarily last time until we put the brakes on for a moment because some of the information you gave us was very damning, and we wanted to make sure that at that time you realized in our minds you weren't free to leave. So then you were read your rights, you understood your rights, you waived your notice of rights. We drove you home. Everything was fine. We did a consent search of your house, and we obtained a few items. You are no longer in custody. I think we made that very crystal clear.
Yes.
The reason we met you again at your house tonight is because your parole officer, part and parcel to the crime you confessed to, they're looking at a violation of probation.
Yes.
However, at this point, the only thing that agency opted to do was put you on a GPS monitoring bracelet. You have free movement to do whatever you want, go wherever you please, and they've already explained to you the stipulations. So then after probation left your house, I told you the need or the want of re-interviewing you for some details of this. You voluntarily came here tonight. We did drive you here in an unmarked police car. You told me at your house you didn't feel compelled to come with us, but you voluntarily came. We drove right from your house to here, and you've been sitting in here waiting patiently for us to talk to you. Again, right here, you are not under arrest. You're not being compelled to talk to us. You're here voluntarily. You understand that?
Yeah.
And you also understand, like last night, you're free to leave at any time. You're free to stop talking at any time. Although it took key codes to get in here, no doors are locked to disallow you egress from the building. You leave this room. Although we're sitting in a manner that may look like we're blocking a door, we're not. You could just get up, walk through that door, left or right. There's exit signs. You could leave freely. We talked about the consent to search your vehicle. Although I didn't want to search it while you weren't on the property because you don't have a phone, you couldn't withdraw consent. I waited until you were here tonight. You again reiterated that you voluntarily give us the written consent from last night to search your vehicle. Okay. So that's about all the housekeeping that I wanted to make sure you're still comfortable with. We're all on board with. Like I told you coming here tonight, I want you to tell us again your story. To make sure that it's the same story, the same chain of events, and then also for Jim's sake too, he'll have some additional questions for you.
Okay.
Before we go, you know what? Why don't we start there, and I'll let you take the lead. And Jay, you ordered dinner for us, right?
I did.
Perfect.
It's on the way.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So
why don't you first start with Jim? What compelled you to come in here last night?
My friend asked me to take a walk with her and talk about some things that were concerning her, some behaviors of mine as of recently, and not so recently, behaviors of mine over the last several years, that that had begun to bother her, and most notably a few minor lies about my having said that I had not done something. Mostly one thing is buying a book, which I told her I didn't buy, but I actually did buy, and then telling her that the letter that came that had the order form that allowed me to get the book, that I didn't know much about it, when in fact I did, and that was very concerning and to her, and she said that she was not going to be able to trust me, if I was going to keep on keeping secrets. And I told her that I didn't know how not to, due to this incident. I was not able to not keep secrets. And I told her that there was something that she did not know about, and that that I didn't think she would understand or be able to forgive me for. And she also brought her concern of my driving ability up to her attention, and we talked about that, and I told her that that she wouldn't be happy with me if I told her the whole truth, and that she would probably make her not want to be my friend. But she said, I doubt there's anything you could say. So I came clean with the truth. Last night I told her what I had done. I don't think she really believed me at first. She questioned if I was going crazy or if I was
And how did you confess that? What precipitated that statement? Did she ask you something specific?
She did not ask me something specific, but she stated that my inability to take responsibility for certain situations or to be honest about little things had made her less trusting of me, and I didn't want her to be less trusting of me, and so I decided that she had to know everything.
What did you think she was going to do when you told her something?
I don't really know what she was going to do.
What were you hoping that she was going to do?
I was going to hope that she was going to say, okay, I forgive you.
Okay. And you wouldn't be sitting here right now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What do you mean by that?
You were hoping that she was going to say that she'd forgive you and that she wasn't going to go forward and tell the police?
Oh, no, I don't care about that. I'm comfortable with consent, and that she would have demanded that I come forward.
Okay, so you were ready.
Yes.
I know in your mind, if you tell
that I'm going to be coming in here,
and you were ready with that.
Yeah.
Yep. And how did you say it to her?
I said, my friend told me that she thought I should get professional help, and I said professional help is not going to help me. It's just nobody can help me right now. I said, the secrets I keep, I'm keeping to protect myself, but because that's just how I've always lived, and she said, well, that's not healthy. And I said, I don't know any other way. I said, I've told you about my sex offense and you know about that, but there's something worse. And she took a deep breath like that, and she said, well, did you kill somebody? And I said, yeah. And she said, who was it? And I said, do you remember the murder along Iron Horse Boulevard? And she said, yes. And then I said, I did that. And she's like, and she kind of looked at me kind of blankly, and she said, what? What do you mean? And I killed that woman. And she said, are you sure you're not going crazy? And then I say, I'm positive, I know what I did. And she said, and we finally got back to the car. At that point, we were already headed back to our cars. And she said, what are we going to do now? And I said, well, I think you know what we have to do. And she said, I think we need to go talk. first. So she called me and she called our pastor and she said, I need you to sit down with me, and his wife, and said, I need you to sit down. Will and I have something, I forget exactly what she said, but something along the lines of extremely important to talk about, or extremely serious, I think was her exact wording. We have something extremely serious to talk about. And, okay. And he said, why don't you guys come on up? And we had a little extra time, so we stopped to have a last ice cream together before we went up to talk to our pastor. And when we got there, he had invited his co-pastor, who are also aware of my sex offense from Colorado, and he's also a former corrections officer. So, and maybe even current corrections officer. I'm not sure if he's retired. But, so they were all there, and I told them everything I told what I'd done, when I'd done it, where I'd done it, and they said it now, and they said, now you know what you have to do. And so we discussed it, and we decided to come down, minus both their wives, because there wasn't enough car space, to come down with me, them that accompanied me here last night. To turn myself in.
Where, because I know you left your car
Yeah.
at Hall's Farm on Terry's Plain Road
Yeah.
behind the vegetable stand in anticipation of never going back to it.
Yes.
Did pick you up from there?
Yes, we drove in a chain here.
Yeah.
You know, I drove there. She was in front, I was behind her, and my pastor was behind me. So I pulled in behind and parked up top, and then I just got in the car with and we came here.
And so were you and separate in a car and the other two followed?
Yes.
Okay.
I drove my car, she drove her car, and when I dropped my car off, that's when
you drove
here.
together. Now, was it when you were riding here with that you called up your boss to say?
No, it was on the way to drop off my car.
Okay.
So I called my boss to tell her what I had done when I was still in Windsor Locks area.
Okay, and what did you tell her?
I told her, you know, I couldn't say like a whole lot of detail, but I asked her if she remembered. I told her that I wasn't going to be able to come into work today or ever again. I told her that I'm officially terminating my own employment, and she asked me, she said, "Is everything okay, Will? Are you all right?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay, but I have to tell you. Do you remember my manager's name is I said, do you remember that murder that happened about 4 years ago in front of in Simsbury along Iron Horse Boulevard?" And she said, "Yeah, I remember that. Why? What's wrong, Will?" And that's when I noticed a little concern in her voice. I said, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but that was me. I have done that." And she said, and she just kind of took a deep breath and she said, "Okay, well, she said, okay, well, are you okay? Are you safe? You're not going to hurt yourself or anything?" I said, "No, I'm okay with what I have to do now. I'm turning myself in tonight." And I said, "I'm on my way to do it now." And she said, "Well, thanks for calling." Well, she's like, "I'll be keeping you in my prayers and let me know where you are when you get everything figured out."
Well, that, you know, I got to tell you, and I've said it a million times. Clearly this crime that we're talking about is heinous, and we're not going to downplay the severity of it. But I will tell you, this is a little perplexing to me because everybody that knows you confess to a murder on the phone, and their concern is for your safety, your well-being, offering prayers. So that says a lot about your character. So this crime you're confessing to is very shocking to me, and I'm sure everybody in this room. the entire time I've been investigating this, I have a mental picture
Of
about
who you were looking
who
for.
I'm looking for, and it's not Will. So tell us what happened that night.
I just,
That,
you know,
and why don't you start? Why don't we do this now? When we talked yesterday, you said you're not on any medications.
No.
You're not an illegal drug user. You're not a drinker.
No.
You said you were diagnosed with,
yeah,
and you were diagnosed when?
when I was like 11
Okay.
or so ish.
Okay.
I don't remember a whole lot from that point in my life. I
On
know.
any medications for that, or
No, never
Okay.
any. I was on some medications when I was younger. My mom thought I was side effects.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the person. This person actually was kind of a fraud.
Yeah.
She prescribed me on and maybe a fourth one. Those
Mhm.
three.
And did you
Ring a
take
bell.
those medications for years, or
Time.
did you ever contemplate on how to hurt others?
I contemplated, but I never formed any plans.
Okay. Now fast
It
forward
was
a
more
little.
just like a general thought.
Okay, so fast forward a little bit into your teenage years, and again, we're not counselors here. We just want to sort of paint a picture of the
Okay.
Will that's sitting across from us.
No.
So throughout your teenage years and young adult years, you weren't medicated.
No.
Were you prescribed medications or told you should be on medications and just never took them?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. When, after your arrest and jail stay in Colorado, it was at about that time that it was determined you were going to come and live with your grandparents in Simsbury to get away from that environment.
Yes.
At what age did you come to Simsbury?
20.
20.
Or I think it was 20.
Okay, so about 20.
Because I went to jail when about half a year after I turned 18.
Okay.
And I was there for 16 months. So I think I got out just after I turned 20.
Okay, so it was before your 21st birthday.
Yes, I had my 20. I know it was 20 when I got out because I celebrated my 21st birthday here.
Okay.
What was your sentence?
Colorado's really weird with sex offenses. They don't have a graduated structure. So no matter what you've done, the sentence is always the same. Like in Connecticut, you have sexual assault 1, sexual assault 4, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and each one has a minimized sentence, even down to risk of injury.
Sure.
In Colorado, they don't do anything remotely like that.
Yeah.
They have one charge or one charge for everything, and the charge always results in 10 years to life of probation.
And you have 100 years probation, right?
So there's a little. No, I have 10 years to life, but there's a little bit of an interpretation error
Yeah.
between the two states. Connecticut doesn't recognize 10 years to life, so they just assume life is 100 years.
Oh, okay.
So that's why,
Okay. All right. So you moved to Simsbury to maybe try to start over or get out of that environment.
Yeah.
When you were about 20, you were living with your grandparents at 21 Goodrich.
Uh-huh.
Had you lived anywhere else when you moved into the state?
No.
No. Okay.
First place was there.
So while you were at Goodrich, let's talk about your arrest for half a second. You had to go to those, and we talked about that last night. Where were they?
Well, I don't know the address anymore.
Yeah, but you said where were they near?
They were right near the Hartford Superior Court Complex.
Okay, and you said it was called.
Well, my probation officer.
Yeah.
But it's run by a state
Yeah.
so
Okay. And were you?
yeah, I
Okay.
started within like a week, within like maybe a month of coming
Okay.
here.
Mm-hmm.
and as far as I know, he still works there.
Okay.
He's alive. He still works there, but he ran meetings at the CSSD, the probation office in Hartford.
Mm-hmm.
There was meetings there. That's where I first started meeting.
Yeah.
And then after a number of months, I got approved and transferred to that had any people anywhere from the ages of 16, 17, 18, all the way up to like 25.
Okay.
So
it was more of your...
my age group, and it was also much smaller.
Okay.
There was usually no more than 12 people in
And
the
those
group.
are all court ordered through probation, so
They were.
probation has access to those records.
Yes.
Okay. What we will be doing also that you had, so we're going to have to get a consent from you to get those. We'll get a written consent, and then we'll talk with your probation officer. He may be willing, we could get him through him. That sort of minutia you don't need to know about right now. I just wanted to let you know before you leave here tonight, we're going to get some type of written consent from you that our information to be passed along.
Yep.
Okay? All right. So let's fast forward a little bit to significant here for me.
I would say so.
Yeah. So you meet when and where?
Whenever, wherever, depending on our schedules and
when
work.
did you first meet her?
First met her at Fresh Market.
Okay.
We didn't. I first met her at Fresh Market. She worked in the bakery. I was working in produce or the front. I'm not sure which at the time. And I think I had already been working there 6 to 9 months when I first met Fresh Market.
When did you start there? I think you told us May 2000.
August of 2013.
August of 2013, you started working there.
Yes.
You were working there for about 9 months?
My best guess.
So you met her sometime in spring, late winter of 2014.
Yes.
Now this meeting, or this relationship, you clearly wanted it to be more intimate, and she wanted to be friends.
I was attracted to her, yes, but I was very happy just being a friend. And like a work friend, we were just, she was always very nice to me. She always had a beautiful smile. She had which caused a
Little partial paralysis. Yeah.
And I actually found that feature extremely cute on her, and I've told her that before. Yeah. I said I think it looks very adorable.
Yeah.
So I told her that, and in time, not like right away.
Sure.
But that was one of the first features that I noticed about her that stood out to me.
Okay.
Was her very, very sweet smile and everything.
She made it pretty clear to you that, hey, let's be friends.
Not even with that, because I would having a hard time thinking about this, but so the first time that we ever hung out outside of work was the fall of 2014. So at that point, we had already.
So the fall of 2014, and I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No. Fall of 2014.
So what is that, like September, October?
Sometime in September.
Okay.
She was working at a farm stand. She had been working there on and off over the years since she got out of high school when she was 18. So she had a long history there. And she told that she knew this guy at Fresh Market that's really into vegetables and fruits, and that he's quite into it. He doesn't live far from you. She said, "I'd love to bring him here and introduce him to the farm and you, and I think he'd be really great." And he said he was kind of a little wary because he doesn't like to bring in outside people that he doesn't personally choose.
Sure.
So, but he eventually said, "Okay, bring him over, but it's your job to train him." So she did. So she said, "Will, I want you to come to this farm and I'm going to teach you some things about this farm, and I have a great friend here named, and I want to introduce you to him. So that was our first hanging out outside of work.
Sure.
So at that point, I had already known as a work acquaintance. I'd already known for something in the range of 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So
clearly, and again, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to, where I'm going with this is I'm trying to lead up to the night.
Oh, I get it. I understand.
Yeah. So you're hanging out with her a little bit more. This attraction is growing.
For me, it is.
Yeah, for you, it is clearly. Now we know that you have this attraction for her, and I'm not suggesting that you committed this crime because of her. What I'm saying is the night in question that you were trying to contact her, or you couldn't get in touch. So I'm trying to figure out where your mind was, who you were thinking about, because what you told me last night, and I want you to repeat it tonight, is you went down to the boulevard to intentionally try to find a woman.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to that night, which, tell me if I'm wrong, you said it was a Thursday night in November. You weren't sure the date, but it's a
sometime in November.
Okay, a Thursday night in November. You went to, as you normally do, between 4 or 5 o'clock. You got out about 6:30. So why don't you go from here?
So,
right from driving home. But what's important to me too is your telephone at the time.
okay.
So what you told me earlier was when you were in Hartford, while you were getting into your car, you dropped your phone, which was a track phone.
And the flip track phone too.
Okay, so start from here and tell us about the phone, if it was disabled, if it was not working. So start with that, please.
So I got out of group. I had a headache, and I was on my way to my car. And while I was getting into my car, my phone dropped on the ground. The battery fell out. It shut off, and I just was like, "Oh well, I'm not going to deal with this now." So I put it in my car and forgot about it. I drove home. I got home around 7. So usually about a 45-minute drive home with the rush hour traffic in Hartford. So I got home around 7, and I noticed my grandparents weren't home, and so I fell asleep. My grandparents weren't home, and so it was a little lonely there.
Did you try, when you got home, did you try to put your phone back together?
At that time, my phone was still in my car, and I still had a headache, so it wasn't.
You didn't care about it.
No, it wasn't on my mind at all.
Okay.
My only former attempt that day to contact was in the early afternoon before group.
How did you try to contact her?
Text message.
Okay. Did she respond?
No.
Okay. And what was the text message? What was the content?
How are you? Or
just normal greetings.
Yes.
Okay.
You know.
All right, so you get home about 7 o'clock. The phone is still broken in your car. You went in. You recognize your grandparents were at home, and I think you said you actually found it odd the dog wasn't there either.
Yeah,
and it was a little lonely.
Yeah, and I love that dog. You know,
yeah.
He was so sweet and fun. You know, we always had some good fun, but you know, he wasn't there. I think my grandparents took him to a neighbor or something. So, no dog, no grandparents. I was a little lonely, so I got back in my car and.
This is where I want you to be detailed, and this is where we're going to press you a bit.
Okay. So I went up into the center of town. I drove along 202 or 10.
What was your intention and the purpose of driving to the boulevard, which you told me last night? You said you had an intention.
Yes,
You were lonely. What was your intention?
I intended to be around people.
Mm-hmm.
To be around people, to talk to some people, see some people and their dogs. And as the night went on, to at least have some form of contact with a woman. It wasn't on my mind at the time whether it be sexual or not, or anything else. But that was my intention, was to go down to the boulevard and walk along the path and see some people and their dogs.
Okay. And with the ultimate hopes of, hey, maybe I'll meet a woman and it could go somewhere.
That was not my ultimate hope.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hope that developed over the course of the evening.
Okay.
You know?
What were you doing for, like, sex? Were you ever since you've been released from jail in Colorado, Were you sexually active up until this point?
I had a girlfriend at the I had a girlfriend that I met. What is now? Today now it's September. So going back 2.5 years or so. So when I was at there was a girl there that I had begun to be attracted to, kind of shy, didn't talk a whole lot. And we started hanging out in February or March of whatever 2.5 years ago was.
Okay.
So 2000
Maybe 16.
16 and February, so just after 2016, we had started hanging out a little bit after I was in got out, and then that progressed a little more. We started hanging out at like Barnes and Noble or coffee shop or something like that.
Yeah.
Or going to like dollar stores or something.
Sure.
And then and so it progressed slowly. And then after about 4 months, I asked her if she'd like to be my girlfriend. And so even at that point, we weren't sexually active or anything. At that point, we were not sexually active.
Yeah.
And I actually never became fully sexually active. At some point, I would guess about 6 months into our relationship, she texted me one night when I was at work, and she said, "Will, I think I'm ready to take our relationship to the next level."
That's always a good text message to receive.
It is.
Yeah.
And I kind of freaked out a little bit. I'm like, wasn't expecting that to happen.
Sure.
So anyway, we tried. Apparently, I'm not very good at getting
How about
aroused.
prior to the incident.
Prior to the incident, my only other relationship I had was a girlfriend that I had when I was in high school. She wasn't actually at the high school. She was homeschooled, and she lived a very long distance away.
Yep.
But that was my only other girlfriend.
Okay.
So in between that girlfriend and being arrested and put in jail and coming to Connecticut, before the incident, I had no other girlfriends.
Okay. Heterosexual.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you come to Connecticut and you're staying here in Simsbury, so from about the time you're just under 21, and this crime occurred when you were about 23, so you were here in town about 2 years, 2.5 years. Is that correct? Because you said this crime occurred about 4 years ago.
I would say I've been here 7 years now. And if this in court, so if this occurred 4 years ago, it'd be almost 3 years.
Okay, so you were in town about 3 years. During that time, no relationships, no partners?
No anything.
Okay, what about any hookups, any prostitutes, any...
One time...
And like I said, and a lot of what we say and do, it's like you can't tell us anything worse than you've already told us.
Yeah.
And the rest is just details that are very, very important to this. So there's nothing you could say that's going to either embarrass yourself, embarrass us. It's just getting down to the facts of this. So we need to know who Will is.
Yep.
So go.
So one time, I'm not sure when, I was just getting out of. I always parked my car off the side street, so I didn't have to pay the meter fee.
Yep.
And on the side street, one time I was, I had just gotten into my car, and there was a woman walking down the street, and I asked her if she needed a ride, and she said sure, and she got in, and she said, "What do you want to do?" And then at that point I realized she was a prostitute.
Okay.
And I'm like, that wasn't my original intention. I just was asking somebody if they needed a ride. So she said, "What do you want to do?" And she acted the way apparently prostitutes do, trying to be all, I don't even know how to describe it, but anyway, I said, I'm not interested in having a prostitute in my car, and she's like, "Well, fine." She got out and walked away. But and
nothing occurred?
No, nothing occurred.
Oh, okay.
So
So the time here before the murder, there was no sexual contact, no relationships,
No.
And your intention to go down there was to communicate with people, to talk to people,
People in general.
with the hopes that, hey, maybe there'll be a lady down there that I could.
That was the ultimate end goal.
Okay. So
So
your phone's broken. You want some human contact.
Mhm.
You drive down to the boulevard.
Mhm.
On the way back in here, you actually pointed out some of these features to Jason and myself.
Yeah.
So why don't you describe to Jim how you drove here and what you did step by step?
So I drove from my house, I drove along Terry's Plain Road, then onto Riverside Road, and then I came over the Drake Hill Bridge, and I drove up to Route 10, 202, and I passed Fitzgerald's, and then I drove north until the intersection near Simsbury Bank, and then I took a right onto Iron Horse Boulevard, and then I drove up to the first stop sign, which is where the post office is on the right, and I drove up the hill where I showed you, and I parked my car next to a dumpster in the very first spot on the left hand side.
You know what? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Say that again. You said something about Simsbury Bank at 10 and 202 when you showed me and Jason. I don't think
Well,
went up
we
there.
were going, you were coming down south on 10 and 202 because we were coming from Windsor Locks, but I turned left, or when we were driving here from Windsor Locks this evening, you turned left onto Iron Horse,
So
but
you
I was
actually-
coming north.
So you went Drake Hill all the way up to Route 10, took a right, went north on Route 10,
Yeah.
through the whole center of town,
Yes.
until you got to Simsbury Bank.
Yeah.
You got to that stoplight, then you took a right onto Iron Horse.
Yes.
Okay, I misunderstood earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so you came all the way up Route 10 and then took that right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so can you pick it up from there, please?
Yes. So I turned right onto Iron Horse Boulevard, and then I drove up to the very first stop sign, which was where there is the post office. Then I took a right. I drove up to the very first spot at the post office, and I parked my car.
Okay, stop right there.
Mhm.
You got home from group about 7ish.
My best guess of time.
Okay. How long do you think you stayed home before you left?
5, maybe 10 minutes.
Okay.
Not long.
And did you go anywhere? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Did you go anywhere prior to? Did you stop for gas? Did you stop
No.
for a drink? Did you stop anywhere?
No.
Did you
not
stop?
that I remember anyway.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere after? And you just went straight home.
Straight home from
Okay.
then from my house to my route that I've described.
Okay. So when you got home, you weren't home very long. You didn't stay home. You didn't take a nap. You didn't call anybody. You
No.
just maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes and then you left.
15 minutes would be a lot. Probably 5
Okay.
to 10 at most.
So now I know how you got there, how you parked. You showed us this parking spot at the bank.
Mhm.
You said
At the post office.
post office, thank you. You parked your car and you walked down to the boulevard.
Yes.
Tell me what happened, who you encountered when you walked down there.
The only person that I remember encountering was a very friendly guy who was walking his dog, and it was like a white dog, I believe, fairly good sized, and the dog was very, very, very friendly. And I asked him what kind of dog it was, and he told me, and I don't remember.
Can you describe the guy at all? Do you recall? I know it's been forever. White guy, black guy, Hispanic, Asian?
White guy.
Okay.
That's about all I can remember.
Okay,
I'm
no.
not particularly remembering of
Sure.
guys.
Understood. Okay, so go ahead.
And then I walked up and down the boulevard walking path for 15 minutes.
You've been there before? Or?
That was my first time ever going there. Ow.
Why,
Well,
is that
actually,
like a pocketed area?
You know, I told you I hadn't been there before. That is actually not true. I just remembered I had started riding my bike up and down that bike path early in the morning. I had gotten a new bike.
Earlier in the morning? That morning?
No, mornings, weeks, and months prior to this. That is a new detail that I just now remembered. Thinking of my bike in my basement. I had done a loop from my house. Usually I would do a loop from where my house is all the way where the bike trail starts up on Route 10 up by the Antonios.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would drive down, ride down on my bike on the trail, and then I would loop around and then go Drake Hill Riverside Road to my house.
Okay.
And I was pretty good about that for a few weeks. My friend had been encouraging me to get more exercise, and so I decided to buy a bike to do so.
And how long had you been riding that bike prior to this incident? Months, weeks, days? Like, how long before this murder did you buy that bike?
I think I bought the bike in the fall, so if I bought it in August or September, I think I probably didn't have it for more than 3 months before the murder.
Okay. And
So-
it was almost a daily occurrence you went for a ride?
I tried to make it a daily occurrence. I tried to make it a ritual, a positive workout thing that I did on a regular basis.
Check on this.
So I'm not sure how long.
Okay.
I'm not sure how long
Okay.
or how
But
frequently I did
you
it.
knew the layout of
Yeah.
that bike path.
And I would also say I've known the layout of Simsbury Town before all this as well, due to my job as a landscaper.
Oh, okay.
I was frequently driving around
Yeah.
as a landscaper in the trucks.
Did you ever drive your bicycle down there or walk that path at night in the dark?
I say I did it early morning. I meant like really, really early, like 5, 6 in the morning. So it would have been dark,
okay.
dark or becoming dawn-ish.
Okay.
But I actually was riding down to. Sometimes I would ride it two ways. Sometimes I would ride it all the way down to the end of Iron Horse and then go over the Drake Hill Bridge, or sometimes I would even take my bike through the swamplands behind,
Yeah.
and then behind the treatment plant,
Mm-hmm.
and ride my bike down there and take my Bible. I had a backpack with my Bible and some water in it, and I would take my Bible to go and pray down there as the sunrise was coming up. So I started timing it pretty well
Yeah.
to the point where I was getting to where the sunrise was going to be at the right time.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever encounter anybody down there? Did you ever approach anybody? Did you ever stop to talk to people for that human interaction?
Not there, no.
No?
No.
Okay. So you said after you parked your car, you walked down to the bike. You walked down to the bike path. You encountered this white guy walking a mid-sized white dog in the area of that crosswalk.
Yeah.
And then you said you went for a little walk south towards the band shell. Like
I went a little bit
where'd
of
you go?
north and a little south.
Okay. How far? Do you think you went as far as the band shell? The music theater down there.
No, I don't think I went quite that far.
Okay.
I didn't make it down to where the playground was. I made it maybe half that far.
Okay.
So right where the that open green field is.
Yeah.
I made it down to probably the edge of that.
Okay. Did you encounter anybody else? Any joggers, bikers, runners, walkers?
Not that.
Old people,
not that.
young
Not
people.
that is particularly memorable to me.
Okay.
It's possible, but I'm done.
How long do you think you're...
I remember the dog because the dog was very friendly.
Yeah. How long were you down there walking back and forth?
10, 15 minutes maybe.
Okay, then did you walk directly back to your car?
Yeah.
So then now this is where the detail has to be perfect.
Okay.
When you got back in your car, tell me exactly what you did and when you first encountered this person.
Okay, so...
And when you encountered her, what did you recognize about her? Her features,
Yep.
her details, everything you said last night about her physical attributes. Why don't you tell Jim that?
Okay, so I'm going to make one slight possible adjustment to this. I told you that I drove out of the
Out of the
post office
and up and
looked
around?
That's the way I would expect myself to go, but for some reason that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I seem to remember myself backing up and going down past the post office without looping around it.
Okay.
So that's a detail that I think I may have
Made a mistake.
Made a mistake
Not
on.
a worry. Okay.
So I just want to make that clear. And then so I drove down to where the crosswalk is, and there's a stop sign. And as I was getting ready to make the turn, my headlights flashed over a woman running on the trail who was very attractive, not particularly tall, maybe 5'5". I guess an average woman's height, I would say.
And you said, okay, now it's nighttime.
Mhm.
It's very dark down there.
It is,
You got your headlights.
except for where that particular stretch of road, there was fairly good lighting.
So when you said she was attractive, what made her attractive to you?
Just the way she was running. Her clothes were skin tight, so they were very feature revealing.
What
her-
kind of clothes?
Joggers clothes. I remember them being pink and black in either a polka dotted or striped shape. Just athletic type clothing, as a runner would do. And so my headlights and her standing underneath the light brushed over her, and I saw her. So I was already going to be taking a right anyway. But when I saw that, I drove down a ways to just a little bit beyond People's Choice parking lot. There's an alleyway that is dark, and I parked there. I sometimes have gone there before.
What's going through your mind right now?
Well, at this point, I saw a woman that was very, very attractive.
And you know what? And I apologize because I have a tendency of cutting people off, and that's a bad habit of mine. You were talking about her features.
Yes.
And why don't you describe those features that you were attracted to once again?
Okay. Her breasts were very attractive. Her butt was very attractive. She had long hair, as I recall, or longish, and just the way she was running and a lot of other things I found very, very attractive.
And aside from the clothing, how you just described it, her physical attributes, was she wearing any safety equipment?
I'm not sure if she was wearing any kind of a reflective gear or vest, but I think that's a possibility. And she was also running with a headlamp.
What were you thinking when you saw her? Were you getting aroused or?
I would say I was getting aroused. I was.
Were you masturbating?
No.
Okay.
I was not masturbating, but I was aroused. I was.
What were you wearing?
At least mentally aroused.
Okay.
In my mind, I wasn't at the point of getting hard or anything. So, was mentally aroused, and at the time I was just wearing jeans, somewhat similar to these, I guess. Jeans are jeans.
Okay.
And I was wearing a t-shirt underneath, and since it was pretty chilly out that night, I was wearing a blue sweater or a blue sweater or like a zip-up jacket.
And what it was the weather was what? It was cold or?
It was cold and windy.
Okay. Like what kind of temperatures?
Probably approaching freezing, maybe a little sub-freezing.
Any snow on the ground or anything?
No snow on the ground at the time, just very cold, very, very windy.
Okay.
Kind of biting.
And you're only wearing a jeans and a t-shirt? Or?
A t-shirt with a zip-down sweater or a jacket over it.
Okay. And she's wearing, what is she wearing again?
As I recall, it was a black or pink, not black or pink, but black and pink, sort of like a hot pink, running gear or athletic gear.
Like a bodysuit or?
Well, kind of hard to tell if it's in two pieces
Okay.
or if it was just one piece, but I guess a bodysuit is a fairly good description of what it was.
Tight clothing.
Tight clothing.
Okay, so you're sitting in the car, you see her, you're mentally aroused.
So at that point, I had decided that I wanted to go and get a better look. So I drove down past the point that she was running, and I pulled off in an alley a little further down from People's Choice. And I got out of the car.
Did you turn the car off?
Yes, I turned the car off.
Take the keys with you?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
Why did you specifically choose that spot?
Because it was dark, and it was a place, I don't know, it was dark and that was it.
And what's in your mind right now?
Well, at this point, I had decided that I wanted to get a little closer look, and I wanted to get a little closer look. I had become aroused, not physically aroused, but I had made up in my mind that I was attracted to her and that I wanted to at least get somewhat closer to her. And I got out of my car. I had a knife with me that I had in the car already, and I brought it with me. My original intention was to only to say, or not even to necessarily say hi, or maybe say hi, but to just be in her general vicinity. I was gonna pretend like I was running.
Okay.
And I had the knife with me. This is a detail that has since occurred to me since our last conversation last night. When I brought the knife with me, I do believe that I was feeling maybe a slight bit of anger. Not really sure why, I don't know.
Anger at who?
I don't know. It was something I can't really explain, just a feeling.
Okay.
Not an anger at anyone specific, but I had the knife with me.
Okay.
And then, so I was running in her general direction, and I purposefully bumped into her. And when that happened, I drew the knife and I stabbed her.
When you say you purposely bumped into her,
Mm-hmm.
so
Because I wanted to get closer to her.
okay. Now this is
a
important
deep-
to me.
Mhm.
When you parked your car, you chose that area because it was dark. Your intention was to get closer to her.
Yes.
You ran across the street, and we talked about it last night. This is a very well lit area, except coincidentally, these street lamps were out.
Yes.
And you didn't tamper with those earlier.
No.
It was just,
They were just-
as coincidence would have it, it was a darkened area, and that was the spot you thought was the best.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see, and you described it last night, tell me if I'm saying it wrong, she was running at a good clip.
Yes.
So by the time you parked and ran across the street, she was already approaching you.
Yes.
So
I would say she was maybe like 50 feet away from me by the time
was she near the playground?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you were going to sort of pretend you were jogging too, and is that what you started doing?
Yes.
And you started running toward her.
Yes.
On what side of the running path was she running, and where were you?
I think she was on her right-hand side, and I was on my right-hand side. So she was running south on the right-hand side, and I was running north on what would have been her left.
So she was running closer to the guardrail, you were running closer to the wood line.
Yes.
Okay, and as you got close to her, what did you do to make her make contact with you?
I bumped into her.
How?
I just kind of like ran too close.
And did you hit her with your hand, your shoulder, your elbow, your...
Probably my shoulder or elbow, just like generally broadside of my left side of my body.
So you intentionally sort of sideswiped her, for lack of a better description?
Uh-huh.
Did that make her stop running?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did she say when you were now face to face?
I don't know if she said anything. I think she was going to try and keep running, but that's when I pulled out the knife and I stabbed her.
Where were you when this occurred?
It was right in that, pretty much directly across from my car, where those darkened street lamps were.
Mm-hmm. Where you pulled the knife from, did you pull it out of your pocket, your pants, somewhere else, or did you have it in your hand?
I think it was probably in my hand, but I'm not really sure.
And you said earlier that there was like a plastic sheath over it, and we'll
Yes.
describe the knife later. But you removed the sheath somewhere or somehow. Did you take that out of the sheath while you were in the car?
No, I had it in my hand as when I was on the path.
You had the sheath in one hand, the knife in the other,
Mm-hmm.
and you were wearing gloves. You said at the time. Okay.
Yeah.
And the gloves you were wearing were coincidentally cut-proof gloves because those are the kinds you wear at work.
They were the only ones I had in my car at the time. I used them for driving. And
Did you
lots of other
have
things.
those on the whole evening, or did you put them on when you exited the car with the knife?
I had those on the entire evening from the time that I left
So when you walk across the street with the intentions of having some type of contact with this woman, you have a knife in one hand, a sheath in the other. You already unsheathed it.
No, I did not unsheath it at the time. I unsheathed it right when I had bumped into her.
So as after you guys bump in, you draw it from its sheath.
Yes.
How do you do it? Make a motion with your hands.
I have it in one hand like this, and I had it in one hand like this, but I think I had it behind me, so it was somewhat concealed, so it wouldn't be seen. And then when I kind of bumped into her, when I bumped into her, and we both twirled around, sort of. I brought it out and I drew it and I stabbed.
So you're saying that? So you're indicating you were holding the knife in your right hand in this fashion.
Yes.
And you had the sheath in your left hand.
Mm-hmm.
And did she see the knife? Did she say anything? Did she try to push, escape, struggle?
I think she probably. Well, I don't know if she saw the knife. This all happened very, very quickly in my mind.
Yeah.
But I think after I stabbed her with the knife and I pulled it out, I believe she did push me. But she was smaller than I was, so when she pushed me, the knife came out and stayed in my hand, and she tumbled over the guardrail.
When you stabbed her,
Mm-hmm.
and then did she say anything? What was it? You said it was quick.
Mm-hmm.
Did she back up? Did she walk backwards?
So if I'm standing facing Iron Horse Boulevard, she would be standing facing me, facing the woods, and I had the knife in my hand and it was in her chest. When she pushed back at me, I went backward, but so did she, and she fell over. The pushing of myself pushed her over the guardrail. So in effect, I kind of I resisted too. So my resistance tumbled her backward onto Iron Horse.
Did you say anything to her?
I was in such shock at the time. Like, I knew what I had done, but I was in such shock. I didn't say anything. I just was trembling and shaking, and my teeth were chattering. And I ran back across the street toward my car, and as I was running, I put the knife back in its sheath, which was still in my hand, my left hand, and the knife is in my right hand. I put it back in its sheath, and so it was probably dripping on the road, I'm guessing. I put it back in its sheath midway, as I was running, and I ran across the road, and when I was halfway across the road, I heard her start screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, and oh my God."
And this is when she's already fallen over the guardrail.
Yeah, she's already fallen over and I'm already running away. And I had already figured out what I'd done and regretting it instantly.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there just for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So she pushes you with her body,
I think
her hands.
both hands, I think.
Both hands. Where did she come into contact with you?
My chest, because her hands, or somewhere in my torso area, she pushed with both hands, and so my knife was still in her chest when she pushed me, and she's shorter than I am, so when her hands came at me, they went underneath my arms, and so she pushed me, and I'm bigger than she was, so I didn't move really, but the force of pushing me, she went backward, and
the knife
pulled out, and that's when I was holding it, and I noticed the blood on it.
And when she pushed herself backwards, and this is when she tumbles over the guardrail.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is you need to really think about this and don't answer the question just to appease me.
Mm-hmm.
Did you make any other cutting motions at her?
No.
Did you injure her in any other fashion? Did you swipe at her before you stabbed her in the chest and you came up with that knife out of the sheath? Did you hit her in any portion of her body that you know of? or could you have?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right.
What's her wound going to look like?
Well, the blade was not particularly thick. It was not like a chef's knife. It was pretty. The blade was only about maybe an inch high, and it was a slightly curved blade, and the blade was about 6 to 8 inches long, so about that long, and then the handle was, handle size.
So that's good that we're talking about that right now. So you purchased it at Walmart a few months before this.
Yes.
You purchased it for, and I'm sort of reiterating this for Jim's benefit.
Yes.
You purchased it for your grandmother, not for a certain event, but just the fact that she had some dull knives.
Yeah.
And again, this is what I'm recalling from last night. If I'm wrong, stop me and correct me.
Mm-hmm.
You purchased it for your grandmother because she had just dull knives in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You purchased it at Walmart. You ended up not giving it to her because you were afraid she was going to chastise you for spending your money, which she didn't like you to. When you bought this at Walmart, you said it was about $13, maybe $19. Is that what you said?
Yes, and I bought some car cleaning supplies because my car needed a good cleaning.
Yeah.
My windshield was dirty, my seats were dirty, so I bought a spray bottle and some paper towels.
And did you pay cash? Use a debit card, credit card?
Cash, I believe.
You believe? Did you,
as far as I know.
Did you have a credit card at the time?
I didn't have a credit card, and I only had a debit card for Simsbury Bank. But I was only supposed to use it for gas, so I only paid cash for everything else.
Okay. Could you have used your debit card from Simsbury Bank?
I could have, but
You just don't recall.
I just don't recall.
It's not common practice for you to have used your bank card.
Not usually, no.
Okay.
Have you been to Walmart since? Do they still sell that type of knife?
Maybe, but I haven't looked.
What Walmart did you go to?
Avon. I go to that Avon Walmart frequently enough. I go there for gardening supplies.
And it's a kitchen style knife or is it a hunting knife?
It's a kitchen knife. It was in the kitchen section.
Okay. They came with a sheath?
Not like a nylon sheath. It was just like a plastic covering from keep people from hurting themselves in store.
Right. But when you bring it to your kitchen, you throw that thing away.
Yeah, most people just throw it away.
But it was a single knife. It
Yeah.
wasn't a set of 5. Or
No.
And that's a true story? You bought that for your grandmother? Or you,
Yeah, that was the original intention.
right.
And I'm not being rude, not paying attention to you. I'm actually on Walmart.com and checking out their knives.
Okay.
And you said it was a black-handled knife.
Yeah. Black with like a silver.
Do you recall the name of the brand?
I don't. I mean, it's a fairly recognizable brand. It wasn't like some sort of it was not like a no-name brand or just like store brand.
Something like that?
No, that would be a chef's knife.
Okay.
The blade would be a lot thinner.
Okay. So you decided after buying it that maybe I'm not going to give it to Grandma because she may be upset.
Yeah.
So you keep it in your car for 3 months.
Yeah.
So why is it in your car, and is it still wrapped up? Now, how was you said it was sold individually. It was the kind like plastic with a little hole, and they would hang them up as a display.
Yeah.
So how long was it in your car still wrapped in that plastic?
The whole time, up until this night.
So how did those plastic things are sometimes a bear to open up. At what point that night did you decide to rip it out of that package?
Right as I stabbed her. Like, I hadn't even opened it up at any other point that night.
So where I'm going with this, and I don't, maybe we're not on the same page. Not the sheath. I'm talking about this knife. When you purchase an individual knife, it's usually wrapped in like that hard shell plastic.
Yes, but
was it still?
It was, but it wasn't. Okay, so I get what you're talking about. Like, if you buy a pair of scissors or a stapler, it's wrapped in that like hard plastic.
Yeah.
Then you have to almost cut it. This knife was not in such a kind of plastic. It was just a plain, thin piece of plastic surrounding the blade itself, but it was easy to open.
Okay.
So it wasn't the kind of thing where you had to pull it apart yourself and risk a paper cut. Because you know how those plastics are.
Sure.
The ones that are like they're crimped around the edges, and if you try to open it, you risk cutting yourself with an awful.
You know what?
A regular customer can't just go into and open it up You would have to break a seal, right? Or
Yes, you'd have to break a seal.
Okay.
And but the seal on this particular one was very
Easy.
to break.
And did you break it that night?
Yes.
See, and that's where I'm having a really tough time sort of digesting this. I'm going to be honest with you. It's simply this. So you need some human companionship. What
Yeah.
you said. You went down there, pet a dog, did this. As you're leaving to just go or do whatever, you see a woman that you are very attracted to for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
You make the intention of pulling down the street, knowing of a darkened area,
Yes.
waiting, lying in wait for this woman, with the sole intention of just human interaction, and maybe I could inadvertently bump into her, or maybe start a conversation, or maybe. So,
no.
but at what point, Will, do you say, all right, here's a very attractive woman running towards me. I need to get closer to this woman. I don't know why. I don't know if it's human interaction, if it's sexual, if I want to harm her. All I know is I want to get close to this woman.
Mm-hmm.
Why then is your first thought to take a knife that you say is in your car? Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
It's in your car for the better part of 3 months,
Mm-hmm.
and you decide now's the time. It's not readily accessible. It's not just laying on your floor unwrapped. It's in your car, in the plastic still. You have to physically unwrap it with that intention. If your intention is to only get close to this attractive woman, and who knows, maybe you'll stop and talk and have a conversation and you have it, whatever it may be, but you're hoping for some type of interaction. Why then, Will? What is the importance of unwrapping a knife? It's not like you... Oftentimes, guys always carry pocket knives or things in that nature, and it was just by shit luck you have a pocket knife on you and this happened. You intentionally got that wrapped knife that was in your car, unwrapped it consciously, held it behind your back so she wouldn't initially see it. After the intentional bumping that you did to confront her, it wasn't to say, oh, I'm sorry to bump you. Oh, hey, I'm a runner too. It wasn't. Your intention was, I bumped her, she stopped, I drew it out of its little sheath, and I plunged it right into her chest without any communication. So here's where I'm having a tough time thinking. So what was your mindset of the purpose of unwrapping a knife, walking across the street, lying in wait, feigning that you were jogging too, intentionally hitting her to stop her? Tell me what the mindset was, if you knew at all.
I feel my mindset was that here's a woman that I find attractive and that I can't have her. And that made me a little angry. And so I think that was at the point, at first, when I was first leaving the post office, it was just that, hey, there's an attractive woman.
Mm-hmm.
And then it rapidly progressed to, I'm way out of my league with this woman. I can't have this woman. This woman's probably married. Probably about a bazillion other things going through my mind. And that made me angry. And that's when I decided to bring the knife with me.
So your intention, you were angry.
Yes.
Your intention about bringing the knife now
was related to my anger.
Was related to your anger. So when you stepped out of that car, was your intention to harm this woman?
Harm or scare, I'm not sure which. Maybe just scare. The knife would have successfully achieved that. But when I drew it, this is where my line of thinking and events get a little fuzzy in my own mind. I drew it, I plunged it in, and that was that.
Okay.
I was angry, and that's kind of where...
You were angry because here was a woman that may have been out of your league.
Out of my league, too old for me, probably has kids and a husband, is married, take your pick of any reasons that might have upset me. And decided that I couldn't have her. So when I went across the street, originally just to have a little female contact, it escalated rapidly from the time I got out of my car with the knife.
So your anger escalated
to the point
you worked yourself up into a frenzy
I would consider myself frenzied at that point.
So when you walked across the street, your intention was to either scare her or harm her. The simple question here, and it truly is a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you unsheath that knife with the intentions of killing this woman? Now think about that. Because this is sort of, this is important. Did you, and you've been,
I don't know if I had the intention of killing necessarily, but I think I had the intention of stabbing. I was worked up in a frenzy, and my blow is just, I guess it was just, the stab wound was just very good. Like, very, very accurate. I didn't know.
okay. So, I'm saying this again because I want to comprehend it.
Mhm.
Because I have to, and so does Jim.
Mhm.
So, you see this woman. You don't go down to the boulevard with the intentions of killing anybody.
Not when the night started, no.
Okay, your intention is human interaction.
Yes.
Had you not seen this attractive woman, somebody that you were attracted to, run by you, what was your intention?
I probably would have gotten bored and gone home.
Okay. Was your intention to wait until you found somebody you were attracted to and then do this to them?
No. It was very spur of the moment.
All right. So you see her. She's very attractive. You already described her.
Mm-hmm.
You drive down intentionally to lie in wait.
Mm-hmm.
You're working yourself up in a frenzy.
Yeah.
Because of all the things you said. She's probably married. She's attractive. She's out of your league. She has a husband. Whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not fair.
Yeah.
You'd never have a chance with her.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, you unwrap, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm reliving this.
Yes.
You intentionally unwrap that knife
Yeah.
with the intention of causing her harm. You want
Yes.
to stab her.
Mm-hmm.
You don't intend on killing her, but if
If that happens, yeah.
it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever done anything like this before?
No.
This is a very callous one-time incident.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done anything since?
No. I've
No.
never heard anyone else before or after this.
And you said last night you don't know this woman.
No.
You know her
I
name now.
know her name now, but prior to the stabbing, I did not know her at all.
This is a complete just random act.
Random stranger, random act. I didn't know her. I didn't know what she did, anything about her, or anything.
You do now.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you, I think I asked you last night and refresh my memory, did you keep any mementos
I didn't.
from her?
No.
From...
When she pushed away and the knife came out and I saw the blood, I just ran. It had never even occurred to me to take anything of hers or from her. Not even...
Have you ever visited the site? I know you're a local guy. You ever visit the site? There's been memorials there for a long time.
I've had to drive by it to go to the post office or sometimes to go to Valley Home and Garden.
Mm-hmm.
I've driven by it and said prayers for her, and as I told you before, I've walked by it several times before she knew anything.
And what is your mindset when you walk by that with a woman that you're trying to have a relationship with?
Complete sadness.
Have you ever put anything on the memorial?
No.
No?
No.
Have you ever felt compelled to?
No.
Okay. Oh, perfect timing.
Done. We have your sandwiches too, if you guys want to.
Yeah, well, yeah. Absolutely.
Hold on one second, but before we do, when you stabbed her, she said she fell over the guardrail. You kind of pushed her.
Yeah, I may have just pushed back out of surprise because I didn't expect anybody to push me back. So I may have resisted her pushing a little bit. My hands were already occupied, but I think I resisted with my own body a little bit because the knife was here, my hand was over here, and her hands came at me. So, her pushing me probably made me push into her a little bit too. So there might have been a little resistance there on my part.
Okay.
When she fell over the guardrail, did you look over the guardrail, see how she was?
I was in such a shock of what I had just done. I didn't even look
You said you ran across the street.
until I ran across the street.
And what happened when you were running across the street?
I looked behind me and I saw that she was just lying there.
Did
And
she say anything?
she just said, "Oh my God," 3 times.
And what were you feeling right there? Were you happy? Were you relieved?
I was extremely sorrowful.
So it wasn't. You were sorrowful.
Yeah, because I didn't realize what I had just done.
Okay. Were you still aroused? Would you?
No, I was not aroused for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks after this incident.
Did you have any blood on you?
Yeah, there was a few drops of blood on my boots that I was wearing at the time, and a few drops on my jeans, and a few drops on my gloves, and a few drops on my shirt.
Did you get in the car and drive right away?
I told Scott that I waited for no more than maybe 2 minutes just to gain my composure, probably less than that, maybe less than a minute, before I decided to turn on the car and drive away.
Did you know she was dead?
I didn't know she was dead until the following morning when I read the paper, or the next time the paper published it.
Want to take a little 5-minute chow break?
Okay. You good with that? And we'll come
Yeah.
back and
Yeah.
Go.
You know what? We'll give you a minute or two to compose yourself. You still have water.
Yep.
You have your food. And,
Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. You need anything? This door is unlocked.
May I just use the bathroom?
Absolutely, you can.
Sure.
Take care.
how's dinner?
It's good.
What you have?
Calzone.
Good. What kind? Anything in it?
Oh, sausage, peppers, onions, mushrooms.
Good for you.
How was it?
It was probably good for one of my last days.
Oh, listen, it's not one of your last days.
Well-
man. You'll.
Well, yeah.
We're gonna get through this.
Yeah.
And so the good news is, again, so you already ate. You need another bathroom break. You got
No.
plenty of water.
Well, I had, but it's okay. I'll manage for now.
No. We'll get you another bottle. Look at this.
Oh, look at that.
Asking you share receive. That's why he got promoted so young.
Press. Hey, grab one for me now.
Oh wait, you know what? And
Don't
I gotta
leave,
get
don't
mine.
leave, don't leave,
Son
don't
of a gun! I gotta get mine.
What did you have for dinner?
Had steak. Steak sandwich, good.
Jimmy,
Those are always
another
good.
one.
Do you know where that place is?
You know,
Across the street.
They said
If you have one, I'll take one.
they said that they just opened it.
Oh, it's good.
Apparently, it just opened recently, and I never heard of it before I moved away from Simsbury.
Yeah.
So it might be like, really, really brand new.
Yeah.
But that was good.
You told your parents about this? You still talk to your parents?
I haven't told my parents no.
How often do you talk to them?
Not often as I should.
Like, do you talk to them once a week?
No, more like once. Well, I talked to my dad. I haven't talked to my dad since like March or maybe January.
Are they still married?
No, they're separated, divorced.
Okay. And how about your siblings? Your
I have one sibling in a nursing home. I have another.
what was it? How come?
He is he had when he was 10, and he it was in his brainstem.
Yeah.
And the surgery it permanently locked him at the age, more or less permanently locked him at the age he was when he was diagnosed and had the surgery.
Yeah.
So he first started exhibiting problems when he was like 10 or maybe 9, late close to 10.
Yeah.
And he went almost a full year before they found out what was going on with him. My mom took him to dozens of specialists and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
And they couldn't find out what was wrong with him. And so then finally she decided to take him to, she did her own research, and she decided to take he was losing his balance, he wasn't holding his meal, He couldn't eat, he would throw up after drinking water. Like he couldn't hold food. He was losing a rapid amount of weight. So my mom did some research and she decided to take him to and they did a CAT scan and revealed this. And so when surgery happened to remove it, there was a complication that prevented him from mentally progressing much older.
Yeah.
And to make it worse, he had as a kid, and so he's now like a 10-year-old still. So, but it's complicated by the fact that he has the physical desires of a full-grown man. So my mom she couldn't handle him. She couldn't handle his temper or anything like that. So she wound up putting him in a nursing home specializing.
What do your parents do for a living?
Well, my mom works an almost minimum wage job. Well, not quite minimum, but not a lot. She only makes like $13 an hour. And my dad...
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My dad works for a friend of his who... well, my dad is an electrical engineer from MIT.
Wow.
He got his degree in electrical engineering from MIT. And he works... He invented a credit card processing machine for car washes.
Really?
Yeah, because normally people just toss in their coins at the car wash, but that's really easy for a thief to just break into and take all that money. So he designed something called Crypto Wash, which it encrypts your credit card information, so even if a thief gets it, without their proprietary unlocking software that runs through their servers where he works, the credit card information is completely useless.
Why they move out to Colorado?
Well, that's where my dad's from.
Oh, he is.
My dad's from Lyman, and they settled on Colorado Springs.
Where's your mom? She's from up here? Or?
She's from the Northeast. My great-grandfather, and she grew up in Rochester, I think, or that's where she was born. And my great-grandfather used to be like senior vice president or president of Kodak.
Wow. So you grew up in,
in Colorado Springs.
But you weren't hurting for money.
Oh, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
My mom and dad were terrible. They always gambled all their money on high risk projects that never had any return.
Gotcha.
Oh, so they made more than they spent more than they made?
Yeah. Well, my dad thought the world was going to end so at Y2K, so he stocked up and bought about $5,000 worth of survival supplies, maybe more than that. He bought tons of rifles and AK-47s and grenades. He spent tens of thousands of dollars in gold coins and silver coins. He bought 55-gallon drums of rice and beans because he thought we were going to have to live out of our basement for a century and a half. And then even before that, they tried running an Amway business. So they ponied up like $10,000 to buy a whole ton of Amway products. Amway paper towels, Amway toothpaste, Amway products. And I grew up using Amway toothpaste forever because he had boatloads of it. Amway tooth floss.
Yeah.
And it was awful. And then and when he tried getting into stock trading and he lost half of his value in the tech crash, and then he tried doing a little remodeling of a cabin up in the middle of nowhere in an area that nobody wants to buy a cabin, but he thought it would become the new hot place to buy a cabin, even though there was not a paved road for 5 miles in. So that was fun. He spent $80,000 on a cabin. They put $45,000 into the cabin and they sold it for $100,000. So I mean, if my dad had just kept the money, or invested it in some way, put it into a 401k or something, we could have done pretty well as a family. But no, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Okay. So we had a little break. You're good. I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
You got a little emotional there for a minute.
I did.
Which I got to tell you, it's sort of refreshing because we're talking about a serious offense here, and you've shown very little. And I think what caused you to have some emotion is you finally admitted what your intent was when you crossed that road. So why don't you let's revisit that for just a moment. So just to make sure we're clear, you said you just felt as though this woman that you were very attracted to was just you.
It wasn't a chance.
And that angered you. Now, and your intention after you opened, where was the knife in the car? Like, was it that readily accessible?
It was somewhere in the front, in one of the front seats. It was it was easily enough accessible. I think it might have been like under my driver's side seat.
Okay. Still wrapped up, you said. Your intention and your words were you were getting angrier? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
You were getting more enraged? I think that was the word? Or
I'm not sure if I was enraged. I was upset.
You were getting more upset the more you thought about this.
Yeah.
And just before we broke for dinner, you said you intentionally unwrapped that knife. And your intent wasn't to go across the street and just make contact with this woman. Your intent was to stab her out of anger. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's accurate. And as I was running back across the street, I prayed that I hadn't killed her. But I was hoping that she had survived after what I just did. I was hoping I would get caught.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
You get into the car. Said you waited about 2 minutes.
If that, maybe just a minute, just enough to take a few deep breaths and stop shaking because I couldn't even get my keys.
Anybody else in the area while you were still sitting there?
I didn't see anyone.
Did you see any other vehicles driving?
Just the one that I told you about, a dark-colored SUV coming from the south.
Driving north.
Driving north.
So that car was driving by her body in the road.
Yes.
While you were still sitting there.
It didn't drive by while I was still sitting there. It was still a good ways down on Route 10. I saw it coming up
on
the
Route
road.
10?
Or not Route 10, Iron Horse.
Okay.
It was on Iron Horse coming up from the south, but it was still like a good couple thousand feet or 1,000 feet.
It's been 4 years nearly, and you remember that to be a dark-colored SUV.
To the best of my memory, yes.
Was it? And you're certain it was a SUV type of vehicle?
Yes, it was bigger than a sedan, or like a crossover.
And you had killed her or stabbed her.
Yes.
Just moments before. Okay. All right, then why don't you continue with Jim? Like, tell him. So after this SUV goes by.
Well, no. So the SUV. I didn't wait for the SUV to stop where she was. The SUV. I had already started leaving the area well before the SUV got to the crime scene.
Okay.
So the SUV was still coming up Iron Horse Boulevard. So I remembered seeing it, out of the corner of my eye as I was driving in front of Plan B or near Plan B. It had started getting closer enough that I could see that it was a dark-colored, large vehicle.
Okay.
Was the body visible from the roadway?
I saw it from when I looked back over my shoulder as I was running across the road. I looked back and I saw her body. So yeah.
Did this SUV stop?
I was already too far away to see if the SUV stopped. I just kept going.
Okay, so where'd you go from there?
So I drove past Plan B and then past Valley Home and Garden, and then I came to a stop sign in front of the Bank of America drive-up ATM teller windows. It's a standalone building. And then I stopped at the stop sign, I took a left, and then I turned when I got to Iron Horse Boulevard heading south, I took a right to the south, and then I went home. And on the way home, I went up on Pinnacle Mountain Drive, and I threw the knife in the sheath out the window.
Did you throw out anything else?
No, just that.
And was the knife in the sheath?
Yes.
Did you just throw that out independently, or was it in anything?
It wasn't in anything else, it was just that.
Okay.
Was there blood on the knife?
Yes.
Lots of blood?
Yeah. It was, when I put the knife in the sheath, the whole sheath was filled. or at least it was close enough to squish the blood throughout the sheath. So the sheath was all red on the inside.
Last night you said that you put the knife in the sheath in a plastic bag and threw it out the window. Did that happen?
I put the knife and the sheath in a plastic bag when I brought it to work to throw it out there.
Okay, when you threw it out of your car window.
It was just the sheath and the knife.
So
Okay.
you went back and got the knife eventually, right?
About 3 or 4 days later, yes.
Let's just go back. After you throw out the knife, where do you go then?
Then I turned around on Pinnacle Mountain, and I drove home to my Goodrich Road house.
Anybody, is Grandpa and Grandma home now?
No, at this point it was only about 8:30 or so, I think, and they were not supposed to be home until about 11.
Where were they again?
Hartford Symphony Orchestra.
Okay.
And so I took the time to wash the clothes that I had. I didn't usually use the washing machine, but I wanted to get rid of any evidence. That
You used the washing machine?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you have a lot of blood on you or no?
Not a lot, just a few speckles.
And where was the blood on your clothing then?
It was just top to bottom. A little on my shirt, a little on my gloves, a little on my jeans, and a little on my boots.
Okay. How did you wash your boots?
I didn't. I just continued wearing them. Well, I wiped them down,
Okay.
but I just continued wearing them and wearing them and wearing them.
Okay.
I continued wearing them for about a year after this crime.
Okay. And what did you do while your clothes were being washed?
I wrote those letters.
Okay.
I wrote those letters. I had no idea how long it was going to be before Simsbury police found out who this was, and I suspected it might only be hours. I didn't expect it to take years. I thought it might be hours, so I wrote the letters anticipating that...
What did you think? How did you think Simsbury would think it'd be you? That you would get caught?
I don't know. It's like, I figured the first thing they do is they look at sex offenders. And my name is the first one to pop up on the list, probably. And, because I'm close by. And the nature, even though the name of my crime is just sexual assault, it makes it sound really, really bad. Well, it was bad, but it makes it sound really, really bad. So I figured that would be a red flag, and I figured they would probably come question me first.
Did you try to pull down her pants or anything like that at
No.
any time?
No.
So was there no evidence that this was a sex assault, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're a police officer, there would be no evidence that there was a sex assault.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't try to pull down her pants or her shirt or touch her in any other way other than to just get away.
Okay.
And then
So you write your letters. Who'd you write the letters to?
I wrote letters to my grandparents telling them that I knew that they were going to be disappointed in me, and that I was sorry for betraying them and for throwing away every great thing they had done for me. And then I wrote a letter to just asking for her forgiveness and if she was still interested to tell me where to reach me at.
Okay.
And I told her in the letter that I didn't know why I did it, and that I just was very sorry.
And where could she reach you at?
Well, I had suspected at the time that if I was arrested, that I would be sent back to Colorado jail for probation violation, since my probation is not from here.
Yeah.
And that I would probably be there for a while, and then after my probation violation charge had been had sentenced me, that I would probably be sent back to Connecticut again.
Okay. And so you listed a facility in Colorado that you think you were going to go to?
Yeah, well, that's where I was before, and
Okay.
and that's where my jurisdiction, the case jurisdiction is.
Did you date the letters?
I don't remember.
All right. How are we going to know that you didn't write those letters last week?
You don't. But I don't know. You don't know that I didn't write them last week, but I wrote them the night of the incident of the crime.
You still have the notebook that you wrote them on?
No. Well, it's just lined paper, so
Okay.
lined notebook paper, which I have a lot of.
Okay.
So, and that was a long time
And where
ago.
did you keep them after you wrote them?
I had a file box in my bedroom, and so I stuck them in the very, very bottom of the file box, and I figured that if I was just arrested, that my whole room would get turned upside down and that they would be found in short order. And that was meant to be my confession.
Were you going to confess if you would have knocked on the door?
You know, if you had come to my door and knocked on my door, I was going to confess.
In the letters to your grandparents,
Mhm.
did you mention anything about you wanted to give them something or they wanted it? Have you read those letters? When was the last time you read those letters?
Years.
Okay. But did you so you kept them, you were living in Simsbury at the time, right?
Mhm.
Now you live in Windsor Locks. When did you move to Windsor Locks?
4 months ago.
Okay, and you kept those letters?
They were just in the bottom of the file box.
Okay, so you,
I had forgotten they were there
okay.
up until I was going through my files and tossing out some old paperwork of like some old medical bills and stuff.
When was that?
2 years ago or so.
Okay.
And then
you noticed.
And then I noticed the letters in there, and I remembered writing them, but I haven't seen them since.
Okay.
And I read them at the time.
Remember what you wrote to your grandpa? What kind of car did you have back in those days?
Back in those days, I had a Honda that I had totaled a few months or more. Well, no, the end of the previous winter. I had totaled my Honda, and I had bought the early 2000 model Pontiac Grand Am.
Okay, so the night of the murder, you were driving
The Pontiac Grand Am.
and what color was that?
Silver.
Okay, and how long did you have that car for?
I got that car in about March or so, February or March of 2014.
And how long did you have that for?
Before the crime, I had it for about 6 months or 7.
Yeah, and how long after the crime?
Not long. I had not too long after the crime, I had a polygraph done as part of my.
Okay.
And I didn't pass on all of the questions. One of the questions I failed on was a question about owning a weapon, and I was very distraught. So I called out from work that day, and I called out from work that day, and I asked if he would go and see a movie with me, and so we saw a movie, and then we were going to go out for dinner afterward, but since I was still in a bad emotional state, when we were leaving the parking lot, I didn't check both ways, and I hit a guy leaving the parking lot because the parking lot was obscured by a giant snowbank, and I didn't see him coming down Route 44, and I hit him right in the middle of his car and totaled both of our cars.
And was that
I would say
Avon or Simsbury?
that was in Avon.
Did the police come out and do an investigation?
Oh yeah.
Anybody get injured in that accident?
The man had a little bit of neck trouble, but no, like very serious
There's
injuries.
a document
Yes.
accident, and this would probably be in 2014, 2015.
2015.
Okay.
I would say probably January or so.
Okay, and your car was totaled.
Mm-hmm.
And then after you got rid of that silver Pontiac Grand Am,
Silvery gray.
okay, what else? What's your next car you bought?
I bought a Subaru station wagon.
And what color is that?
It was red with gold trim.
Okay, and how long did you have that for?
I had that until almost 3 years. Until just before. And until right around the time that I met my girlfriend that I was telling you about before.
Yeah.
We hadn't been together for almost 2.5 years,
Okay.
and so I told It's a silly story. I got in an accident with that right before. So I would say that was about March. I had forgotten to give my counselor a piece of paper, so I had turned around and I was in the left turn lane, and some guy cut across 3 lanes of traffic with an F-250 and hit me in the side of my car, and it was an accident. We had to call the police for it. That was in the middle of Hartford near the Armory.
Okay, so that's your red Subaru.
It's a red Subaru station wagon.
Was that totaled at that time too?
Well, so we didn't know it was totaled. Apparently it was totaled. Well, we knew it was totaled, but we weren't told that totaled meant you couldn't drive it. So I continued driving that car for about 6 months after that incident, until one time I had stopped on the side of a road to get a balloon for my girlfriend that I saw floating on the road, and I got pulled over by one of your officers, and because I was driving in the wrong lane of the road. And then that's when he ran my plates, and he told me that my registration was
Canceled?
canceled registration, and then that's when I had to get rid of that car, and we sold it for a few $100s to an auto shop in Simsbury Village Automotive, and then that's when I got my current vehicle, which is the Subaru Legacy.
So
What color is the Subaru Legacy?
It's all teal, like tealish green.
So the cars that you had were,
First one was a Honda Civic,
yep, what color?
black. It was a coupe.
Yep, next one.
Was the Pontiac Grand Am,
Color?
silvery gray.
Next one.
Was the Subaru Outback, followed by red with gold trim.
Next one.
And the last one is the Subaru Legacy, my current car, which is green teal.
And November 2014, time of the murder, you were driving
The Grand Am.
And that was totaled less than 2 months later.
In approximate, 2 to 3 months.
Answer the letter second.
It was either
The grandparents. Now, when you registered these cars, are they registered in your name or grandparents' name?
my grandparents' names.
So they pay taxes on them?
They paid the taxes, they had the insurance, they had everything.
Did you ever get worried every time you'd have these interactions with law enforcement? Did you think, like, this may be the day?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think about confessing at any of those times, or?
Thought about it, but every time there was something, holding me back.
Like what?
I mean, if I was ever asked, I was going to confess, but, I didn't. My fear of disappointing Carrie, and, or the fear of not having the next gardening season, or fear of upsetting my grandparents, or losing my job, or anything.
So it sounds like there was just always something on your mind.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Your grandfather, what kind of car? Has he had a bunch of different cars too, or no?
Not really. He and my grandmother each had their own car.
Yep.
He had a Chevy S10 for 12 years.
Okay.
For a long, long, long time. In fact, it might have even been 15 years. Because he just got rid of it in the last year or two. And he had a green Chevy S10 he loved. And he had that for so long. But now he has a Toyota something.
Okay.
And a Toyota pickup. And my grandmother had a Honda, a purple Honda that she loved, and she had that for probably 8 or 10 years also, and she just upgraded to a Toyota. So,
Well, you had wrote the night of the murder. You wrote this letter to your grandparents,
yes.
right? And you said, "My silver is yours if you want it forever, for everything you've ever done for me."
Mm-hmm.
What is your silver?
So, I think I was trying to explain this earlier today, but I don't think I kind of got it out. A friend of my dad's, his name was, and he was sort of along my dad's lines. He was kind of a crisis person. He always thought something bad was going to happen, and so he bought. But he was very wealthy. He bought tens of millions of dollars worth of gold and silver, and he started a website to sell it. but then the price of gold and silver collapsed and he was stuck with a huge amount of it. So he sold it to me at market price, and I kept a running balance with him, even though I didn't personally own it, or it wasn't in my possession. But I told that's the reason I bought my safe, was to take ownership of it. But at the time, I was going to start learning and investing a little bit, and that didn't work out. And then I wound up having to get a new car. And so at the time of this letter, I had been putting aside 75% of each of my paychecks into a silver depositing with my grandparents' friend. And so I had a running balance. So I said, when I said the silver is yours, I was saying that I didn't care. I didn't want them to use it to bond me out or anything like that.
So when you say silver, you're talking physical
Bullion.
Okay, you're not talking silver car.
No.
Okay. And when did you get rid of all your silver? You still have silver now or no?
I have a handful of silver coins,
Right.
but they're considered junk silver. They're circulated silver, and they're
And nothing
not
worth of value.
No.
How about Grandpa's retirement? When did he retire?
He has never officially retired. He was working. He's a busy man. For being an 80-year-old guy, he still ran his own publishing company until he was diagnosed. He was. I kind of always thought that the reason that he kept working was so that he could support me, but I thought if I was out of the way, then it wouldn't matter, that they would be able to retire and not have to worry about anything. And so that's what I meant by retirement. But now he's dying, so now he's retired.
You tell him maybe you can sell your truck and keep my car, Graham.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much he loved his truck. I thought he might like to have a slightly nicer car, which at the time was my Pontiac, and I thought he might like it, but he would have never gone for that.
Yeah. So why don't you just read that to me and just read that out loud.
Okay. To my beloved Granny and Grampy and Granny, I hope you can live at peace without me here. I love you both so dearly, and I cannot reconcile what I have done. I do not expect to receive your forgiveness, and please no lawyers this time. And my silver is yours if you want it for everything you have ever done for me. Maybe sell your truck and keep my car, Gramp. I hope you enjoy a peaceful retirement now. Love, your grandson, William.
Now, after you read that, how can we tell that you wrote that in November 2014?
Well, for one thing, I don't currently have any silver now, and my silver supplies ran out shortly after this letter. Shortly, I say within about 2 years ago. I ran out, or maybe it was 3 years ago, I don't know. The guy that owned it committed suicide. So, and he had the green truck until about two years ago, or a year and a half ago, when he got the Toyota truck.
What does no lawyers this time mean?
When I got arrested last time, my grandfather put up $12,000 to pay as a retainer fee to pay for a very, very high-priced lawyer, hoping that they could get me a better deal on my sentence or on the charges. And they kept on paying him money and money and money, and this time, and he wound up not doing practically anything other than making me sit in jail for 16 months instead of 3 months, because he wanted to do evaluations this and motions this and push it out as far as possible, and in the end, I would have been better off with a public defender, and I would have only spent 3 months in there. So this says no lawyers this time, because I knew what I did, and I wasn't going to take it to trial, ever. So I didn't want them to pay for a high-priced murder trial lawyer.
You seem like you're remorseful, but why 4 years? Why you wait 4 years? You know those kids.
Fear. I was so afraid. I was so afraid that everyone would just abandon me. And I didn't know how good the people were around me, that they would not abandon me. But it just came to a breaking point yesterday.
And what made all of a sudden yesterday is your breaking point? You said that you were...
When my friend told me that she was not beginning to trust me, I couldn't stand it. She deserves to know the truth of everything.
And she was trusting you for these little minor things, right?
No, she was saying because of those little minor things that she couldn't trust me on anything. And I couldn't take that. And so I told her, I said, then if you need me to be truthful, then you need to know the whole truth. So that's what, that's when I decided that I'd rather tell her the truth and risking her abandonment than keep this a secret.
Okay.
Before that, it was...
Do you feel remorseful for her children? Do you know she had children?
I do know she had children.
How do you know that?
The newspaper. It said that I used to read the newspaper every day, and I would always turn the police briefs to see, or the Connecticut section, to see if there was any information. And I heard about her children.
Did you ever try to reach out to them?
Mm-mm.
Do you know what they look like?
Mm-mm.
Did you ever do any research on your computer? Do you have a computer?
I have two. One is kind of no longer active, and the other one is I don't use it frequently. I had done a little research.
What kind of research?
Just seeing what was on the internet that people were talking about, what they knew.
Did you ever make comments or
No.
try to elicit some information or anything?
No, I never did.
What do you know that the media knows? What are people talking about?
One of my friends at work, he said, to use his exact words, the scuttlebutt around town is that this was maybe 2 years ago. He said maybe 2 or 3 years ago, or not 2 or 3 years ago, 1 to 2 years ago. He said the scuttlebutt around town is that if they believe that the police believe it was a hitman, a hit job. And he's pretty well connected with law enforcement. He's an older guy, and he knows everybody in Avon, including law enforcement officers. And he knows a lot of people in Simsbury too, including law enforcement. So he kind of mentioned it a couple times over the years.
Okay.
So that's what I knew.
What about the details of the murder scene, the scene that you killed her at?
I was there. I didn't hear anything other than she was killed on Iron Horse Boulevard from the paper.
Okay. Were you worried that there was DNA there? Or?
Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I kept on being shocked that I wasn't getting arrested every day. You know, every day that I lived at home, I expected to drive into the driveway after work and see, you know, all the Simsbury police and state police there waiting to arrest me. And every day I was worried that would happen, but I welcomed it too. and I, you know, I knew that there were no fingerprints because of the gloves, but hair is something you can't deal without, you know.
Now, why do you say hair?
Well, I have hair.
I understand that, but what would make you think that you left hair behind?
My hair was always falling out. I shed like a dog. I can pull my hair right now, and here's 2 or 3 pieces right here, you know.
Okay.
And your DNA is on file, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it on file?
Because I had to submit my DNA to the, I had to submit my DNA once when I first got here and registered as a sex offender, and once again 2 years ago on my 5-year mark of being here. they took an updated DNA sample to refresh their database or whatever.
What else did you research on your computers?
I just was just the general opinions and theories of the murder were. I read that there was a possibility that she was involved in some kind of a conspiracy against her company that she was working for, and that there was a theory circulate, sort of a conspiracy theory of sorts, that the company had sent somebody out to kill her, to silence her from releasing any would-be information.
Did you ever research Connecticut general statutes and stuff?
No, I kind of... There's not much need to when you kill somebody. You kind of know the rules.
You knew the sex assault statutes pretty well.
Yeah.
First, second, third, fourth degree, risk of injury.
Well, I haven't even researched them so much as I've become aware of them while I was in my treatment group.
Gotcha.
Because of the people that had various degrees, and there are various degrees of sexual assault statutes, which I thought was so weird when I started going to those groups, knowing that there's only one statute out in Colorado.
Yeah. How do you feel right now?
You know, I know I'm gonna get charged and arrested, and I'm okay with that. I'm happy that this woman's daughters can be relieved of knowing that they're no longer in danger. I know that I'm happy for the husband that he will no longer be considered a suspect. I'm happy. I'm relieved for myself that I no longer have to carry this burden within my own life and my own heart, you know, disrupting my friendships anymore. Now my friendships are going to be 100% honest because there's nothing else to hide.
Are you sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like such a senseless act.
It was senseless, and I'm gonna
sure
regret
there's
it.
no other people. I mean, I know you didn't want a prostitute in your car. It seems like you're totally against prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
Has there ever been is there any other bodies out there from your will?
Nope.
You sure about that, man?
Positive.
Because it doesn't make sense to us. I mean, you seem like a great guy, and
It was one bad night with a knife that I shouldn't have had, and it was a choice that I'm going to wind up regretting for the rest of my life. But
do you think you have you think you're all the treatment you went to for your sexual addiction or whatever the sexual issues you had, you think you ever got properly treated for that?
you know, I don't know. But over the course of the last 4 years of working at work, I've become much more comfortable around females, and I no longer am apprehensive about talking to them or being around them or feeling threatened by not being able to have them or anything like that.
Do you think the murder has anything to do with that?
It might. I'm not sure.
So you used the same pen to write both letters.
Mm-hmm.
Remember who you wrote the first letter to, or?
I don't remember the sequence, no.
Okay.
If I had to guess, it would probably be my grandparents first, second, just because...
And no other letters to mom, dad, brothers, sisters, or anything like that?
No, I hadn't been very close with my mom since coming here,
Mm-hmm.
and my dad I was practically not in touch with. Still hardly am.
Mm-hmm. El Paso Criminal Justice Center, is that
Yes.
Texas, or?
No, El Paso County is the county in which I grew up in and where I was arrested in. Mm-hmm. And they don't have like Connecticut's a small state, like they just have like Hartford Correctional Center or things like that. You know, but in Colorado, El Paso County is the size of all of Hartford metropolitan.
Mm-hmm.
Like it includes Hartford County includes like I don't even know, like 10 towns maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It includes Victor, Cripple Creek, Manitou Springs, Colorado Springs, some outlying suburbs along the prairie. On the edge of the springs, it includes Black Forest. It includes a lot of little mini municipalities. So it's a huge place. So they have county lockups. So
Why don't you read that? That's the letter you wrote to, right?
it is. To my dear friend, I have committed the most awful crime known to mankind. I don't want to know why, but I thought your love and grace and the love and grace of God had healed me. Perhaps I am wrong. Perhaps I am so permanently flawed, and God cannot heal me. I just hope you can forgive what I have done to another person, and if you can't, I accept your punishment too, as well as God's and the punishment of the whole world. And just in case if I never see or speak to you again, just know that I do truly love you. If you would like, you can mail me letters at the El Paso County Criminal Justice Center. I don't deserve letters from you, but I will treasure them forever. Love, yours truly, William.
Now you say you wrote this letter
The very night.
the very night of the murder, and when you, because you don't specifically say murder, but you said, I have committed the most awful crime known to mankind. What was that?
Murder.
Okay.
How come you don't write? How come you don't write it? How come you don't?
I didn't want to even say the word. I figured
Even
you
letter,
would.
not
Huh?
Not even to your grandparents, did you?
No. I didn't even want to write the word. They would find out within I figured they would find out within a short while what I was referring to. It wouldn't take much time. And considering I wrote their names on it, I figured they'd be talked to and interviewed, and that they would be told what happened. I couldn't even write the word of what I had done, or what I thought I had done.
Did you do anything days afterwards? Like, did you start giving away any of your belongings?
No.
Did you think you were going to be arrested? And
No, I actually started making plans for the next year's garden. Just kind of hoping that I wasn't going to be arrested, but expecting I would be.
The polygraph.
Yes.
You said you failed.
I didn't entirely fail. It's called a partial pass. But the question about the knife issue on the polygraph that I did fail, it was a weapons question, and then they elaborated on the question, and it was a knife. They asked if I had a knife, and I had said no, and it was considered, that in itself was not a complete fail. It's what they call a partial pass. But it disturbed me enough that that's why I was completely distraught for a couple days afterward of receiving news of what my results were on that.
Who administered that test?
Someone in the court, not the court, but the probation building.
Through probation.
Mm-hmm.
And what year was that?
Oh, it was the early winter, like midwinter, I guess. It was like sometime in January or early February, right? The beginning of the new year after the murder.
So you're only like 2 months. So you're 2 months.
2 to 3 months, I would say. 3.5 even.
3.5 months after the crime?
Yes. Because the crime happened before Thanksgiving in 2014, so it happened in the first half of November or so. And then there was all of December, all of January, and this was sometime in mid-February that the polygraph was.
And that was February 2015?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever told anybody?
I haven't breathed a word of this to anyone. Not before yesterday.
Did you specifically, when you were asked that question, and that's a standard question in what you were going through, are you in possession of any weapons? And then they elaborated on that about a specific weapon?
You'd have to get a transcript of the entire polygraph session, which I'm sure it exists somewhere. But as I recall, when I was taking the polygraph, they asked a question, and I think I triggered some kind of a response on their machine, and then they asked a few more specific questions. I'm not sure what those exact
So
questions
are
were.
you saying that you believe you failed that particular, it was a partial
I know I
test?
did. I know I did fail that particular question
Why?
because polygraphs are designed to detect lies, and I'm
no,
not.
what I'm saying is, were you specifically thinking about 3 months earlier? With
Yes,
the
I
knife?
was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever confess that you did have possession of a knife in that polygraph?
I don't remember.
Well, they challenged you on that question, right?
So they challenged me on it, but I still failed that particular question.
Right.
And then I think it was another 6 months later, I took another polygraph and they asked the same question. And then I had so much time to think about everything I had done, and time was running away now. Now it was 9 months after this crime, and I had had time to digest what I had done, and it was asked the question again, and I passed the question that time.
What computers did you use for your research?
Both computers.
And you still have those computers?
We do.
They do. Yep.
How about you? You have a smartphone?
I do. Well,
We
they
have
do.
that also.
Okay, good.
Did you do research? Because that's a newer one, right? A couple years old?
Yeah, it was only released last year.
Okay. And the one prior to that was still a track phone type?
Yeah, it was still the flippy phone.
Okay. Did you ever do any research on that phone?
The flippy?
No, the smartphone.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't believe I did.
Did you do anything, because, I know here in town, especially being so close to this, the anniversary of this crime, we have oftentimes put it back in the paper so we could,
I've seen it.
okay, and what did you think of that? Like, did you get any additional information on that, or?
No, I never got any additional information. I just got really, really, really sad.
Yeah.
Just got, I had to relive the whole thing. You see that. I always knew when it was about to come out, and so I would start looking, and then when it came out, I just went through such a period of sadness when I saw it, and I was refreshed of everything.
Do you ever does the month of November bother you?
Yeah, a lot.
What happens during that month?
Just I think about the anniversary of what I did, and
What day is it?
I don't really know. All I know it was before Thanksgiving.
So you don't know the day of the murder.
No, I don't. I know it was fairly before Thanksgiving because I kept on. I didn't turn myself in at first because I wanted to get through Thanksgiving with my grandparents, and then I wanted to get through Christmas, and then it just snowballed from there. Then there was another thing to motivate me to keep this secret. It was then it was my next season's garden plans, and then it was my friend I had grown very close to. By the summertime, we were very, very close friends.
Did you tell her about the anniversary? Did you tell her anything?
No,
Tell her that you research stuff, that the anniversary bothers you, and you
Mhm.
research stuff?
no, I didn't tell her anything like that. I asked her if she remembered it, and she said, yeah. And I said, did you ever think it was me? And she said, no. which honestly that kind of surprised me because I don't know why I thought that me being a new friend to her, I would have been the first person she would have thought of as maybe somebody that could have done something like this.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but
Is there? You clearly are ready to talk about this. This has been weighing heavily on you, and I think the reason you're being so candid with us, I don't think you would have been as candid with us if we knocked on the door a day later. I think you would have just, you know,
I would have clammed up.
Yeah, I believe so.
I probably would have said yes, I did it, but I probably would have clammed up after that.
Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, nearly 4 years later, and you're ready, and you're happy, you're telling us the story.
Mm-hmm.
We're human. We're not perfect, and there's going to be some things we forget to ask you.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you feel is important for us to know? You got to remember, the majority of this entire investigation is going to come off of my desk and go to the prosecutor's office before they even know your face.
Okay.
Do you think that there's anything important that I need to add to this whole?
There is one thing.
What is it?
I disposed of the gloves I used, but I disposed of them separately for some reason, and one of them still exists, and I can give it to you.
Where is it?
It's I had tossed them up on top of a shelf in the barn of the house that we were living in, on Goodrich Road, and I think it fell behind the shelf, but it's there was no easy access to it, and I would have to explain to my grandparents why there was a hole in their
I thought they sold the home.
They did.
So there's a new tenant there now, new owner.
No. The owners that bought it are the neighbors right across the street, but they didn't buy it to live in it. And it only closed yesterday, so there's still no one there. And it would not be hard.
Which glove is it? Your right or your left?
I don't remember.
You threw both of them up top?
I threw both of them up top, but one of them didn't make it, and I think I just threw it in the trash can. But one made it up top, and I think it might have slid down behind there's a closet-like cabinet, and it's separate from the rest of the barn. It's made out of wood, but at the time it was full of junk and birdseed, so there was no way to retrieve the glove, so it's stayed there the whole time. And it should still be there. It might be a little bug-eaten, but it would be there. And I'm pretty sure there was blood on it.
Okay. When did you throw it back there?
Hide the evidence.
When?
Oh, like that same night after the murder.
Where is this barn again?
It's right here in town.
Yeah.
Is it the same property that your house was on?
Yes, same property.
Can you just give us the address again?
21 Goodrich Road, Simsbury, Connecticut.
That's a very important thing. Did you just remember that, or were you?
I remembered that this morning as I was thinking, and
what else is very important? Is there anything else that you need to tell us?
I don't know.
No?
Why do you think it's got blood on it?
It was my right. I think it was my right hand because that was the one that was so close to her, and when I pulled it out, it would be the first thing to.
How do you know it's your right hand glove behind?
Well, I don't know. It's my most likely guess.
I thought you told us that when you went home you washed your gloves.
Oh, I didn't wash the gloves. I just washed my shirt or my sweater and my pants, and not the shoes. The shoes and the gloves I did not wash, just the pants and the shirt.
Do they still have those same kind of gloves at,
They do.
They do?
Mm-hmm.
So if we went to...
Fresh Market?
Yeah, and we asked for, what would we ask for?
Cut-resistant gloves. You can find that they use them in all departments. Any department that handles
what color are
cut food. They're gray, but they have different rings around the wrist denoting sizes. So there's like a blue ring gloves, green ring, yellow ring, red ring, orange ring, and each one denotes a separate size.
When did you go into the barn? When did you go to the barn?
Right after I got home that night, before I even started my laundry.
What made you go into the barn?
That's where we kept our trash cans. That's where I was going to dispose of the gloves. But I decided to throw them up top, but only one made it. And then I just threw the other one in the trash can.
So on the property, I'm looking at an aerial view of the house right now. And I'm familiar because I remember seeing the for sale sign. The property, so you have the driveway on the left and the house. Where's the barn located in reference to the house?
It's like right. You have the house, and then
You're pointed out. Here's an aerial image. That's the home, correct?
this is the home.
Yep.
That's the barn.
Okay, so the home is up front and the barn is right here.
Yep.
So the barn's to the back left side of the house, correct?
Yes.
So if you're facing it, so if I'm
So if you're facing the house on the road,
that's the front door.
yep.
Okay.
And then the barn entrance is right here.
So the is it the driveway that actually goes to the barn?
The driveway is here, but it comes out over here.
Okay. So what am I seeing there?
That is so yes, that's the driveway, that little white splotch.
So the barn, the actual area where we're going to be looking for this glove, where would we enter into that building?
So there's two, if you go to the front of the barn, as
Okay.
it's facing the road,
Yep. So from the road, I'm looking at the barn.
there are two doors. Two wooden doors, and they're latched with a simple clasp.
Are they
lock.
normal size doors? Are they barn doors?
Barn doors, double swinging barn doors, and straight back as soon as you go in, there's a cupboard. It's like a wooden cupboard with doors with a door or two that pulls open, and there may still be birdseed in there. I'm not sure,
Okay.
and I'm not sure if the glove is still up top, or
Excuse me, I'm sorry, one moment. You said it was a neighbor that purchased the home.
yes.
Who's the neighbor?
I don't. They're new neighbors. They've only lived there for about a year.
Where are they in
Oh,
reference to the house? Show me on the map.
This is our house. That's
Yep.
their house.
Right in the corner?
Whoops. Yeah. Sorry.
So on Goodrich at Ferry, there's the DEP thing. It's the one right in the corner opposite the.
It's literally my next door neighbor.
Yeah, so they're across. It's on the corner
Cat-
of Ferry and Goodrich, right across from the DEP.
Oh, that
parking
house was
lot.
burglarized.
Right on the
It
corner.
was.
Yeah, years ago.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So they own
This.
this house, and the barn is where?
So when you're looking at the house, barn.
It's when you go up.
He'll be going with us.
Yeah. So give us 1 minute, because that's an important detail.
Yeah.
So since we're trying to help you move this along as well, so let us take a break, and we need a breather too. So
Okay.
you take a breather since you've been doing a lot of talking. Give us all a minute.
Okay. Don't want to forget his phones.
Yeah.
Just grab my cell phones.
Got it.
So thanks. Get there. Hanging in there?
Yeah.
Get tired or not too bad? What time you go to bed at night usually?
Oh, it depends on the night.
Yeah.
What about you? This is late for you?
Nah, I get about 3-4 hours sleep. I'm usually working, so
Oi.
yeah, hopefully one more year and I'm done.
Almost ready for retirement? Good for you. Well deserved.
Yeah. 29 years is enough.
Enough. More than enough. Bruce Brenna. I don't know how long he worked in the state police, but
Yeah.
worked in the state police, and he retired and decided to become a manager in a store.
Mm.
But he started as a
Good guy or what?
great guy.
Okay. He knows you personally or?
Yeah. Well, our store's not huge. We only have about usually no more than 50 employees across all departments at one time. And he's not like my head manager. No, he is my head manager. He oversees the whole store. But I used to work for him in produce department, and
Yeah. What kind of work do you do inside the store now?
I was an assistant front end manager. It was a lot of people contact. I loved it.
How much were you making? You making good money or?
Yeah, $14 an hour.
No, that's not bad.
Gets the job done.
Yeah. What's your rent? Do you pay for your rent or where you're staying now or no?
$700 a month.
Oh.
So it's a little less than half of my net income.
Yeah. Your grandparents, they're still alive, right?
Yeah, they live in Simsbury in Bloomfield.
That's our nursing home? Like a...
retirement, yes, retirement home.
Yeah.
But right now they're living in independent living,
Yeah.
which means they have their own apartment and they can cook their own food.
Oh, nice.
But at some point, my grandfather's going to die.
What kind of does he have? Wow. Wow.
He's stable though. He's not doing worse.
Yeah.
It's not progressing any.
That's good.
So no longer was going to be here.
Does he go for treatments or anything?
No, he's not. He's not doing treatments because he's not doing treatments because he's 83.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, no point. You know, or 82, I guess he is now.
And that's your mom's parents?
Mm-hmm.
And how about your grandmother? She in good health?
She is one of the reasons that my grandfather decided to sell the house. Didn't want to break his legs when you shove open the door.
Thank God, no.
He is one of the reasons that they sold the house and moved to Bloomfield, to Seabury, because my grandfather is worried about my grandmother's mental health. He thinks that there's a history of Alzheimer's in the family, especially her father has a history of it.
Yeah.
And he had noticed in the last couple years a worsening of her memory issues, and he wanted to be sure that when he was gone, that she was taken care of and that she wasn't going to be stuck with a giant house.
Yeah.
And I guess, in some way, this might have been one of the reasons that I was also comfortable coming out now, is that I knew that that is taken care of.
Yeah.
They're taken care of. I don't have to worry about them anymore. It wasn't the primary reason. But it makes me happy knowing that they're going to be okay.
They'll be disappointed though, right?
Of course, they'll be devastated. But I couldn't wait for them to just die. Best they know the truth while they're still alive. You guys ask me all these questions, it's almost like you don't believe what I've done.
No, we believe you. We're just trying to. We gotta make sure that everything that you say is corroborated. We have to go out and vet everything you say.
I know. I thought this was going to be such a simple process.
I know.
My pastor and the co-pastor, they didn't believe me either.
No.
They thought I had gone crazy.
Yeah. Well, we believe you. We're just trying to prove everything you say is accurate. We're happy that we re-interviewed you tonight because, who knows, maybe that glove might be there.
Well, there it is. Never moved.
We went back and got the knife. Why wouldn't you go and... why wasn't the glove important to you?
I don't know. I really don't know.
When
partially, I guess it was because the glove, I was pretty I was convinced that it was well enough hidden that it would never be found. The knife, on the other hand, could be found by any hiker or woodsman or anything, or a kid or whatever.
Yeah. And how about did they ever clean out that shed, that barn?
Yeah, it's clean, but
Excuse me, Jim, you got a second?
Sure.
Hey, how you doing, Will? You all right? Still, I know you're getting tired. You need a break? Need a bathroom break or anything?
I'll probably need one before long anyway.
Okay, all right.
You gonna come on now, or you
Yeah,
gonna wait a couple
sure.
minutes?
Yeah. All right. You know what? But we're making sure that we're taking care of you properly and making sure that you know, everything is going on good here. Again, we appreciate you staying. You had some dinner, you had a bunch of breaks, you got water. Do you mind hanging out a little bit longer?
No.
Okay, Jason and I have to run out really quick. We're going to be about 6 minutes. Jim's going to stay here, shoot the shit with you.
Okay.
If you want to go outside and get some fresh air, Jim will take you outside. I mean, whatever you'd like to do. You're calling the shots here tonight, as long as and you understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Is that a card?
Yeah, the business cards. Scott and everyone else.
Yeah. Hey, who these were from in the car? Who's that?
Oh, those are my sisters.
Oh yeah.
My sister, little sister.
What, when they were young? These old photos or?
Not that old.
Yeah.
My sister, the one with the half shaved head. That's my sister. That picture's about 3 years old, and well, actually, they were both. My mom sent them to me both at the same time. They were from the school yearbooks, so
Yeah.
they might actually be like
So
3 years old.
Oh, how old are they? They're
Because my sister, she turned 18 in February,
yeah.
and she turned 18 in February, so she's now almost 19, coming up on it anyway. And I was getting those pictures maybe 2 years ago, so.
I bet you.
And I'm really bad with names. These are some people, some women that I'm very, very friendly with at Fresh Market. There's a very nice lady, really, really nice. She's always fun. Whenever she comes into work, she always goes to the register behind me and she kicks me. She kicks me in the ankle, and I'm like, what? And then she looks at me and she's like, how are you doing? We had a nice hug, and always adorable. She always gives. She's an older lady, but she always gives me a kiss on the cheek, and I wasn't sure which spelling was which of hers. And I write these names down so that I can memorize them. So when I see the person's face again, I can connect it. Because if you tell me your name, like Jim, right?
Yep.
If you told me while I was checking out your name's Jim, I guarantee you, if you came back the next day, I probably wouldn't remember.
Yeah.
And these people, they don't come every day.
Yeah.
They come once a week or once every other week. So, and just women that I really, really like. They're so amazing.
They're all girls that work there.
Not work there, shop there.
Shop there, right?
Yeah. But I'm on the front end, so I'm always ringing up a cashier or up like a customer. So, I see these ladies, and they're just the nicest people.
Do you run the cash register?
Yes. I'm an assistant front end manager, but half the job is that. Those are boots. My grandmother bought these for me about 3 years ago.
Not the same boots that you wore.
No. The ones that I wore were fully black, and they were steel-toed with anti-slip tread. These are logging boots.
Okay.
Yeah, that is a knife I bought. I bought it because for stringing my tomatoes, it's so hard when you're stringing tomatoes up. You have to cut the string eventually, but it's really hard because you have to keep the string tight. So it was nice. I could keep that knife in my ring on my finger or in my hand, grip it, but I would still have it on me, and it opened automatically so that I could cut the string when it was tight and at the end of its line. But I never use it for anything else.
Yeah. So that barn is not going to be cleaned out, or it has been?
It has been, but this glove, I threw it on top of the cabinet, and I believe it slid down behind the cabinet.
Do you have to take the cabinets off, you think, or no?
Yeah, you can probably just take out a section of the behind it, and it should be there. No.
And that was worn right after. How come you didn't mention that yesterday?
What?
How come
The
you
glove?
Yeah.
it kind of skipped my mind until I was thinking about everything and thinking over last night.
Yeah.
I didn't remember it until sometime this morning. And then I kept on meaning to bring it up, but then I got asked another question and
Gotcha.
eventually I remembered to bring it up.
Anything else that we missed or anything?
Not that I remember. I think we've covered almost everything.
Yeah. You ever print out any pictures of this girl?
No.
Never.
Mm-mm.
Sure?
Mm-hmm.
Because we do a forensic search of your computers.
Mm-hmm.
You never like took a picture of her and
No. Oh, they never printed out a picture, took a picture. Or no newspaper clippings, no nothing.
what happened with the sex assault back in the day?
That was poor judgment on my part. That was just, my sister had this friend at school. She was a grade older than my sister, so she was in 5th grade. My sister was in 4th grade, and they would ride the same bus home, and she lived in the same apartment complex. And so 2 or 3 days a week, she would come home with my sister to spend the afternoon in the apartment, but sometimes she wouldn't hang with my sister. She would come into my room, and she would come sit on my lap while I was playing a video game or watching a movie on my computer. And I got to the point of inappropriately. I never actually had sex with her, but
Who'd she tell?
First she told her friend.
Yeah.
And
How old were you?
18. And she was about 11, I think,
Yeah.
because she was in 5th grade. So she told her friend. Now, I didn't learn, anyway, she told her friend said, you need to go talk to the school counselor. So she did. And then the school counselor called her mom and the police department.
Yeah.
And then that launched an investigation, and that whole investigation lasted several months until I was arrested in February.
Did you confess that?
No. At the advice of my attorney that my grandparents had hired, the one I told you about,
Sure.
he told me to plead not guilty, and he told me that he wanted to dry out as long as possible for a hope of a reduced charge.
Right here.
But
So you got 12, 15 months served.
no serve time.
No served time.
No, they don't do that there either.
Yeah.
So if I was in Connecticut,
So your sentence was
10 years to life, minimum of 10, and maximum of the rest of my life.
probation only.
So the thing about, I don't know how it is here in Connecticut either, but if I failed my probation, then I would have, depending on the severity of my failing, I would have been sent to a halfway house, which is kind of like prison on the streets.
Yep.
It's run by the probation department and an outside agency working concurrently. You usually room with 2 or 3 other guys, and you can go where you need to go.
Yeah.
You can go to the store, you can go to work, you get a job or employment searching, you can't leave during certain hours, whatever those might be,
Sure.
unless if it's for a validated work reason. Like if you have an overnight job at a warehouse, they would allow that, but
Yeah.
generally you have to be home by probably it depends on the halfway house, but they have their own rules. But anyway, and then if you messed up on that, then you're sent to prison
Yeah.
for 2 to 10 years, and then when you get out of prison, within that 2 to 10 years, then you still have 10 years to life of parole on top of the prison sentence.
Yeah.
So it's really hard out there. It's inescapable almost.
Yeah.
And like I said, It doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah.
You know, there could have been a guy that stalked a woman into an alley and completely raped her or a girl, and he would have gotten the exact same sentence that I did. Like, I'm not trying to minimize what I've done, but in Connecticut, I doubt I would have gotten first-degree sexual assault charge. Especially considering I didn't even read this until after I came here. I received a copy of the police report because I needed it for my therapy I was doing in Enfield,
Right.
and I had to read it. And apparently the girl did not even say that I raped her or assaulted her in any way. She actually thought that I was her boyfriend. So if that was in Connecticut, I probably maybe sexual assault for or risk of injury to a minor. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to minimize what I've done. It wasn't. It was illegal, plain and simple.
Sure.
But you know. So are they going to go retrieve the glove or try to?
Well, they're gonna try and get consent. See if
because they have to talk.
to the
Oh, I know their
So they're
names.
gonna be
I know
like
their
that.
names now.
You do.
Yeah. I don't know how you spell it though. Probably.
They know what house it is, right?
Yeah. Well, so they just bought.
What's that? Yeah.
The one they just bought. Because if it was even 2 days ago or yesterday, even the closing wouldn't have been official.
Right. How much they sell it for? You know.
Not enough. In order to get to Simsbury, they needed to put down $400,000. That house was worth at least $100,000 more than that.
Yeah.
But Simsbury only gave them a 6-month term interest-free loan, and after the 6 months, they have to start. After the 6 months is up, they'd have to start paying full interest rates
Right.
on it, and they have no other income other than just a few fixed investments that they have in various accounts. But it certainly doesn't make enough to earn enough to cover the interest rate on the loan.
Wow.
So they had to sell the house, but they had to sell in such a hurry. They only got $280,000 for it. It's worth double that at least.
Yeah.
I think so. Anyway,
Sure. It's an old house, or
1780.
wow.
1780, just after the Revolutionary War ended. Very, very beautiful house.
Yeah.
I hope to buy it someday. Not that it's not out of the question.
And that's in Simsbury, right?
Quite a beautiful house. No more garden for me. They were going to let me grow the garden there next year too.
Were they the Norris?
Yeah.
What'd you grow when you did garden?
Well, everything. I tried to grow everything. This year I was terrible.
Yeah.
I doubled the size of it, and it was so much work with my moving and
Yeah.
all the other stuff on my mind that I couldn't even maintain half of it. So most of it just, I had a lot of tomatoes. That's about it.
Yeah. Nothing better than apple cucumbers.
This is the first year in 7 years I haven't grown cucumbers.
Unbelievable how they grow though, huh?
Oh,
You go out there one day they're like that, then you go out there the next day they're that big. If
I
you
know.
don't- If you don't
It's like
pick,
zucchini.
yeah. If you don't pick them quick,
I know.
I don't like them when they get big like that either.
Now I like to grow varieties that intentionally don't grow that fast.
Yeah.
You can get seeds, like the old heirloom varieties. They're nice. They're very prolific, but they don't double in size overnight.
Yeah.
You know, they grow at a steady pace, and then they usually get like that big, and then they're nice, salady.
What do you do with them all? Farmer's market or you just
Oh, I was going to do a farmer's market, but I decided it wasn't going to be worth the effort.
yeah.
Because to make a farmer's market worth it, you should be able to market your stuff organically, but you can't do that unless if you have an organic certification. And that's a multi-year process,
Oh, it is.
because first you have to grow organically for real for like 4 or 5 years, enough to let the toxins from conventional farming drain from the soil, because they can't show up in even trace amounts when there's a soil sample done
Yeah.
for your property. So, and then they charge you like $100 fee or a minimum, or depending on the amount of land that you're trying to certify for organic purposes, then it might even be hundreds of dollars. And then you have to have umbrella coverage to have the stand at the farmer's market by state law. And then you have to have a Connecticut sales and use tax ID card, and that's $100. So it's like, if you're a big farm, these little things, they're not all that bad. But if you're just a teeny little guy, you can't really afford any of this stuff.
So what did you do with them all your tomatoes and everything?
Well, I have a little stand by the roadside.
Okay.
I have a little stand by the roadside.
People stopping by them?
I throw away a lot though too. And my tomatoes got sick this year, so they're pretty much, everything I had out there is probably completely garbage now.
You didn't make any sauce or anything, did you?
I did actually. I had so many tomatoes. I brought them all home. I washed them all. I cut out the bad parts, and I made a huge pot of sauce, and it took me over a week to make it.
Imagine that.
Because
you have to do some of the skins, to stew them to get the skins off, right?
You can or you can't.
Yeah.
Depends on if you like skinny tomatoes.
Yeah.
Skinny tomato sauce. I just did it with skins on because I'm not that patient.
Yeah.
So I just tossed them in there and boiled them, and I did it over several days. I started, and then I ran out of time. We didn't have enough tomatoes. So then the next day, I was too tired because I had to go back to work the next morning, so I didn't do anything. Then the next day, I got more tomatoes and I added more in. Then I realized I didn't have any basil, so I had to go get basil with some of the money of tomatoes I sold at the stand.
Yeah.
And then I did the basil, and then I had to cook it more. So it was like 5 or 6 days before I finally got it jarred. And it started going a little mold on the top, so I just started stirring it in. But I put it in jars, and then I put the jars in boiling water for like 2 hours, and no mold was growing on top in the jars, so it's good. I didn't ruin it. It wasn't like a lot of mold, it just smelled a little tiny bit funny, so I mixed it in.
Did your grandparents eat it or no?
No, I gave all 3 jars to
Nice.
But she'll probably share them with a few people. Most notably my grandparents, I hope. I'm not looking forward to looking my grandparents in the eye when they have to find this out. They might not even want to come see me. They already thought I was a bad enough person for what I did out in Colorado. This, they might just not even bother forgiving me for.
They accepted you.
Yeah. They did. But they constantly berated me for, you know.
Well, you're gonna make some people very happy that they'll have at least get some closure.
Makes me very, very happy. Can't imagine what it's, well...
You know how old the daughters are?
I don't know. I knew they were youngish, and I know now they're adults, or close to it anyway. It'd be nice if they forgave me, or at least accepted my apology. I don't expect them to forgive me, but...
Yeah. Did you get any sleep last night?
Well, depending on what you mean by last night, considering we didn't get back.
What time did you get back?
Well, let me put it this way. After they let me stay in my apartment for the night. After they left, my friend, my landlord, and I, we spoke for a while, about half an hour, 45 minutes. So I think that was about 5 o'clock. And then...
Did you tell him what happened?
Oh, yeah.
He's a good guy or what?
He's a good guy. I didn't expect him to be as forgiving as he was. No, he's a good guy. He's a little odd, and he kind of loses his temper a little bit sometimes, but he was he was far nicer about this whole incident than I kind of expected him to be, so he was very gracious. And then we cooked some scrambled eggs together, and we had scrambled eggs and a bagel for breakfast.
Yeah.
And then about 6:15 I went to bed.
Wow.
And it was pretty bad because the night before that, I didn't get to bed until almost 6 in the morning that night either.
How come?
Well, I worked the night that night before. I worked the night, and then I didn't get home until 11, and then I couldn't fall asleep until 2 or 3, but then I went downstairs to clean my cast iron pan that I forgot to clean the day before, and I woke my landlord up, and he got mad, and then he came to my door, and he started yelling at me about cleaning dishes at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
he doesn't live in the same apartment as you, right?
he does.
Oh, he does.
Well, it's his house.
Okay.
It's his house,
Oh,
and
so you have a room.
I have it's not even just a separate room. Like, I have a private entrance, and there's no. It's walled off with sap noise proofing between the two areas where it's walled off, so it's completely private. But apparently, he could still hear my clanking of iron in the basement.
Yeah.
So.
Parents know about this?
I don't know. Tell them. I assume she will. They'll be sad to hear about this too. They're great people. They've treated me like family.
Good.
So we'll see how they respond. People have constantly shocked me throughout the time I've been here. Their kindness and generosity. When they first told her parents about when I told her about my offense, and they just said, okay. I kind of thought they'd say, you can be friends with him, but he's never going to come by the house, Right. They didn't say that, They were so nice, and his mom was she was always like, oh, hey, Will, how's it going? Friendly as could be, friendly as people. Her dad's, very typical guy, he doesn't do a whole lot of talking. He just reads the newspaper a lot. And they're great people. But right now is dying. She's not well. Yeah. And she has to go back down to Florida where all of her church and church family members are and all that stuff. And so Mom and Dad have been down there for close to a month now with her grandma. But I don't know if her grandma has officially passed yet, or whether... I don't know if her grandma's officially passed yet.
Now, this church you belong to, did you just start that when you were in Connecticut?
Hmm?
Were you religious in Colorado?
Yes. I did not grow up religious. I kind of felt, how a guy grows up trying to emulate his dad a little bit most of the time, and most of the time girls emulate their moms. Well, my dad was an atheist. He didn't believe in anything. And so I was an atheist. I thought I thought my dad was right, and I thought I didn't want to disappoint him, so I tried to model myself after him. And then, over the course of the years, my mom sent me to Christian summer camps in various areas, all through an organization called Young Life. Well, first Wildlife when I was in middle school, but then Young Life when I was in high school. But it occurred. It occurred when I was in wildlife and I was still in middle school, right before my dad decided to leave my mom and our family.
Yeah.
My mom had sent me to a winter camp up in Buena Vista, Colorado, where there was that's where I broke down and I started crying on a rock, and I asked Jesus for forgiveness and to make him part of me and my soul. But when I went to jail, there was no ability to get Christian music on the little walkie-talkie radio things that we had.
Yeah.
Our little radios, they were pitiful. They were this big with a little dial on top and a pair of headphones, and they had 2 AAA batteries, and you could only order 2 batteries per week. So you had to be very, very careful how you use those batteries, because if not, you were out of radio music or otherwise. So I didn't get to listen to Christian music. I just started listening to heavy metal and music with bad lyrics and stuff. But then when I met is when I found a Christian radio station here, and got me. She didn't get me reintroduced to the church, because at the time I hadn't gotten approval to go to church. But I hadn't gotten approval to go to church yet. But when she brought me over to the farm that fall, she said, "Will, do you believe in God?" And so she was the reintroduction of me into a church. But prior to going back to church, I had just become very, very connected with my spirituality and my spiritual self. And that's why when I wrote the letter I did, I said I don't believe that God can forgive me or anyone else. Or why? Because I was so young of a Christian at the time. So.
Are you on social media?
No, I don't have any social media.
Nothing, huh? How about you?
She is. She's on Facebook.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have a lot of social media because she still has a flip phone.
Does she?
So she has no need for Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat or anything else like that. Just has Facebook, and she rarely uses Facebook anyway. She really only uses it to find announcements of church meetings and get-togethers on their webpage. What time is it, by the way?
10:36.
Felt about like 10 o'clock.
You into sports or no?
I grew to like the Huskies, the girl Huskies.
Oh yeah.
When I lived at home, so I kind of stopped following them a lot when I got my job at Fresh Market, because I so frequently had to work until 10, almost all the time. But before that, I was when I was landscaping, I was almost always out of work at 6 o'clock. So I got to catch a lot of the games with my grandparents, and we had so much fun together.
They like you kind of women?
They love the women's, yeah.
Yeah, all the older people do, huh?
Oh yeah, I think almost everyone does.
My father like.
Well, I bet if they stopped winning, people wouldn't like him so much. But you gotta love Gino. Yeah, although they hated Gino sometimes when he was mean to the girls. But and I grew so. Oh, sheesh. So I never grew up in a sports family, so I don't have local teams in Colorado that I root for.
Yeah.
The only time I'll root for the Rockies is if no team that I care about in the
World Series
or any other baseball game is a team I care about and they're in it, then I'll go for the Rockies. But otherwise, I really don't care.
Yeah.
But one time, This just goes to show you how little I know about sports in general. One time when I was in the Christian group that I was involved in high school and middle school, I got invited to a Denver Nuggets game. And I told this to one of my coworkers in the meat department one time. He laughed so hard he could not control himself. I called him and I said, or I told him, and I said, he asked the same question if I was into sports. And I said, no. One time I was in this church Bible group, or a youth mission group, and they said, do you want to come to a Denver Nuggets game? And my response was, oh, that's so cool. I've always wanted to go to a football game. But I knew so little about sports. I thought the Denver Nuggets were football. I had no idea they were basketball. Oh, I got some funny looks about that. And then a lot of
Broncos.
Yes. I heard of the Broncos, but I didn't even know what they did.
How far is Colorado Springs from Denver?
An hour.
Is it?
It's all highway.
How about Columbine? Is that up in that area?
No, Columbine's like, I think it's out in Prairie. Like, I think it's in like the southern and eastern part of the state, the flatlands, as they were.
Jim, 2 seconds?
Sure.
All right, and then we're gonna get moving.
Okay.
You must be exhausted.
I'm doing okay. I'm sure I am.
Talking about Denver Nuggets, Denver Broncos.
Okay. Thank you again so much for hanging out this whole night. Good news is your car can be released. Get your keys. You're going to be able to drive that home tonight and have a little freedom.
Okay.
Get a good night's sleep again tonight. On the information that you gave us about that glove that you threw in the barn, well, we just went and talked to the new owners. We confirmed that the house was sold. They showed me the transfer of deed paperwork dated September 19th.
Okay.
So we confirmed that the house now belongs to them. And I'm going to give you a little, and you're a smart guy, you probably know this already. The laws of search and seizure. Now you knew that this item was behind there forever.
Yeah.
Or since the night. As you told Jim, you never tried to retrieve it. It's most likely still there.
Should be.
It should be. So whenever anybody relinquishes property, you no longer have an expectation of privacy.
Of course.
So now we went to the new homeowner, confirmed that's their property, and they gave us written consent to search the barn for this item. Okay. We didn't tell them details of the crime. We didn't tell them what it was about. We didn't tell them what we were searching for. We just said that there may be evidence of a crime hidden in the barn somewhere. You gave us sort of a description about where it was. We're going to go there and do that. You're not in custody. You haven't been all evening. If you're not opposed to it, we appreciate the help you're giving us. If you want to go over there with us and point it out,
of course,
we'd welcome it. You're not required to. You're not compelled to. You're not in custody. Do you fully understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to help you.
Okay. Very good. To make it easier, if you want, you could drive with us again.
Sure.
In an unmarked police car.
Probably easier.
Okay. And then afterwards, we'll bring you back. You have your car keys, and you could leave. Now, again, anytime during this whole process, if you decide, I'm out, hell, you could walk away from it if you wanted to. Or you just say, Scott, bring me back to my car. Okay. I just want to make sure, and again, I'm saying this sort of detailed for the camera effect, but do you fully understand that?
Of course.
And you're willing to go there and point this out?
Yes.
And you're willing to go and point out where you threw the glove on the night of the murder, and it fell behind. And have you ever attempted to get it?
No.
Okay. Between now and then, has there ever been any construction on that area of the barn?
Nope.
No repairs, no remodeling. As far as you know, it's intact from how it was when you threw the item.
Should be.
Okay.
The only thing I will say is that there was a lot of stuff up on top of that part of the closet space there, And when my grandparents were selling the house, they had a professional come through and clean a whole lot of stuff out. But I don't think they went very high up and behind to look for anything.
Okay.
So unless if they found it and threw it away, it should still be there.
Okay. And what exactly are we looking for?
It would be a nylon textile glove with a colored band around the wrist area, and it's simple as that.
Okay. It's just a single glove.
Just a single.
Okay. All right. Very good. You're willing to drive with us, or you?
Yeah,
okay.
no, I'll drive with
Oh,
you.
fantastic. Do me a favor. Grab your cords.
Because we're approaching our 2 hour.
Not yet. I think when you get home, you're going to be able to charge it.
Okay.
Okay. For the record, September 20th at 10:45 p.m.
He said it doesn't matter. We'll just plug it in when I get home.
I couldn't get